that people just kind of tune in to see what's happening as it's the end of the year. There is no other big show by WWE in 2023. There's a little NXT thing, but this is the last premium live event on the main card. So it's got that kind of weird feeling that it's got a big show feel to it, but there is no Roman Reigns. There is no John Cena. There is no LA Knight for some reason, right? So there's a load of big names not here, but it does still feel like a significant card. It does feel like there's quite a bit that could go on, and we're going to explore that. We're going to talk about that. I want to start by saying a big thank you to Wrestling Shop. They are sponsoring the stream, and they'll be sponsoring the streams kind of going up as we head into December. If you've been watching the channel for a while, you know that we've got nothing but love for Wrestling Shop. We don't really do or have sponsors. Wrestling Shop's really one of the only ones that we've had throughout the years, going all the way back to 2016. So our relationship with Wrestling Shop has been really since the channel started. So a big thank you to Wrestling Shop. They've got some really exciting sales on at the moment. But the other thing they've got that's genuinely exciting, and I'm telling you this because I think it genuinely is exciting, is they've got the Legends figures. Now, these Legends figures are figures that are coming out in America, but I don't think they're out yet. So this means that for some reason, and I don't know why or how, Wrestling Shop have managed to get their hands on these before I think anyone else. I don't even think these are in Target, which is mental, and I don't know how they've done it, right? So they've sent over this little ad, so we'll play this. It's only a few seconds. It's pretty cool. And then we'll have a look at these Legends figures, and then we'll get stuck into Survivor Series.
This is the Scottish Warrior Drew McIntyre here. For all your action figure needs, make sure you check out WrestlingShop.com.
How cool is that? That is awesome. So they sent that over. I was really impressed with that. So Wrestling Shop, shout out to those guys. And these are the figures, look. So this is the new Legends Series, Legends Series 21. And to be honest, I didn't know actually what was in it. But you can see that it's available now on WrestlingShop.com. And I am in love with this figure. Look at this Hulk Hogan figure. This is from before Hulkamania. So there'll be some people out there that don't know that Hulk Hogan was in WWF before Hulkamania. And he was a bad guy. He was a heel. He had Classy Freddie Blassie as his manager. And he used to come out in this white singlet and he had a cape. Like, this is Hogan before Hulkamania. And they have done this figure, I think, in the Jax line, but I don't think Mattel have ever touched this. I never got, this is a deep cut, man. We're going late 70s, early 80s. This is a deep cut for Hogan. And honestly, I don't know how I missed it, but I didn't know this was on the way. So this is definitely a figure that I am very much looking forward to getting my hands on. I really do want to get that one. Iron Sheik, we've had a few of those, but this is a nice Iron Sheik by the looks of it. I mean, you can't go wrong with having a Sheik in your collection. So I've got a couple, to be honest. So I'm not desperate to add this one personally, but if you don't have an Iron Sheik, it's pretty cool. And then, I mean, come on. Who doesn't need an Andre the Giant? And this one with a WrestleMania 2 shirt as well. I actually think it's a really good Andre face cam. I actually think there's some really good work that's gone into that. So this is when I think he was in that Battle Royal, and I'm guessing this is the Chase. So you can get the Chase. The only difference is this is in red and the other is in yellow. And if my memory serves me correctly, I think the yellow is the correct one. I think the yellow trunks is what he wore at WrestleMania 2. So you can go for the Chase, but I would probably just go with the normal. I'd go with the normal because I think that's true to what he wore. What's the point in getting a WrestleMania 2 Andre with an attire he didn't wear? So I would go with the yellow. Definitely excited for that Hogan. There's not loads to it. It's pretty simple stuff, but, oh, man. I love these deep cuts when they really go back, you know? So I love that. And, yeah, I've got a few Sheiks anyway, so. So yeah, big shout out to Wrestling Shop, and check them out if you haven't already. Shots says, chat, yes or no, do you think CM Punk will return today? We'll leave that to the chat. That's what she said. Said he was in WWF in the late 70s. Hold on, let me get back to the rest of this. He was in WWF in the late 70s. He was... Where's the rest of that comment gone? He was in... There you go. He was in Rocky 3 just a few years before Hulkamania. Yeah, very true. And the success... I mean, so... Vince's dad didn't want him to do that film, and I don't know if it was just the film, but the film certainly played a part in him leaving WWF because they didn't want him doing that film. He went off and did the film. The film made him a bigger star, and that's why he ended up in the AWA, which was basically the AEW of its day, right? It was the rival to WWF. So he ended up going to the competition, and that's where Hulkamania starts, really, is in the AWA. And obviously Vince then takes over, Vince that we know. And boom, off we went. He brought Hogan back, said, this is going to be my guy. To the moon. So that's why anything that's kind of before that, anything that's before, I've said it before, anything that's really before WrestleMania 1, because wrestling didn't start at WrestleMania 1, but WrestleMania 1 does feel a bit like the Big Bang. It does feel like WrestleMania 1 changed everything because, you know, that was really the arrival of Vince's WWF. This is his big statement. And I kind of think anything before that is so interesting because there's not tons of footage from the 60s and the 70s on the WWE network. There's stuff on there, but nothing compared to the 90s and the 2000s, you know, and obviously up to the present day. So it does feel like WrestleMania 1 feels like, I don't want to say the most significant moment in wrestling history, but one of the most significant moments in wrestling history. And it does sort of feel like the Big Bang. So any figures that are going to be kind of before that, anything that's going to shine a spotlight to that kind of pre-WrestleMania 1 era, I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it. I love finding out stuff about that kind of 60s, 70s, 50s, 40s. I love going back and finding out as much as I can. So a figure of Hogan before Hulkamania, I think genuinely, legitimately is very exciting. So gotta love that Mattel are doing these deep cuts, you know? So, right, let's get into the chat, and I've got some notes written down. Sean said, I'm doubtful for Punk tonight. It's just odd, all of the coincidences from quoting old promos, finishing moves from Shinsuke, Living Colour remaster cult of personality the day before of all days, says Sean. Aubrey said, I've got muffins and Pepsi. Dort Knight said, for anyone looking to laugh at WWE fans, if CM Punk doesn't arrive, we are happy we have Orton. Punk would be a bonus. We're going to enjoy the show, Punk or no Punk. Yeah, if there's people out there that are looking to laugh at WWE fans for when Punk doesn't show, that would be really strange considering... Certainly, I have been saying, and I don't think I've been alone, in that we're not expecting CM Punk. So the idea that we're now going to be trolled for not getting something we weren't expecting is, that's pretty wild, man. That's pretty wild. So, yeah, I would, if there's anyone that is looking to have a laugh at WWE fans for when Punk doesn't show, or if Punk doesn't show, might want to go to a different channel because we've been pretty consistent on that message. I'm not expecting him tonight, as I've said all throughout. If he does show or did show, it'll be a big surprise. Big surprise. There's been nothing but little teases, and we spoke about it before. Why would these things happen? Well, you can spin that and say, why wouldn't they happen? You know, if you've got the whole wrestling world talking about someone, the easiest thing in the world is to jump onto that bandwagon. As I said, if I'm Living Colour, I'm definitely releasing something around now. I'm definitely doing something around now because everyone's talking about CM Punk. And probably, you know, as I said yesterday, one of the reasons as to why I'm as known as what I am is because of cult of personality and the connections that I've got with CM Punk if I'm Living Colour. So, of course, I'm going to release something right now because everyone's going to talk about it. Everyone's going to listen to it. It's going to drive better engagement. If I released it, I don't know, in a month's time or 3 months before, it might not get the same level of attention. Whereas if I do anything right now, it's going to get loads of attention. And the same, I think CM Punk knows this as well. The little teases that he's been putting out, it's a great way of getting attention. So, you know, could it be an indicator that he's on his way back? Yeah, sure. I don't think it is, but it could be. I mean, obviously, in retrospect, if he did return, then obviously we would look at these things very differently. But my gut feeling as of right now is that all the reports have said, no, not happening, not happening, not happening. And the one that really gets me, the one that I really do put a lot of stock in, is the fact they said they're going to announce Randy Orton before Survivor Series because they don't want people thinking CM Punk's going to be there. They don't want people getting their hopes up for something that's not going to happen. Lo and behold, that's exactly what they did. They announced Randy Orton before Survivor Series. If CM Punk was still in AEW and he was still contracted, they could have just run with the mystery. They could have gone to Survivor Series with a who's it going to be type mystery. Who's going to be the mystery partner? They could have run with that. And people wouldn't have said Punk because, of course, he would have been in AEW. But they couldn't afford to do that this time because everyone would be getting their hopes up for CM Punk. And this report has suggested that's not the direction we're going in. So they've announced Randy in advance when they really didn't need to, just to try and get people to not get their hopes up for CM Punk. So that's the one that really gets me. I put a lot more stock into that than, say, Living Colour coming out with a remix, right? Because I can explain Living Colour coming out with a remix. Now's the perfect time for them to do it. I think people read too much into those coincidences. I think there was way too much. I think there's people reading into everything. I said last night that you could see someone in the background of Becky and Charlotte. You couldn't make them out. It was just a black shadow. I don't think it's a tease for anything. We see people in the background all the time. And I said, I promise you this will be on social media. Lo and behold, they get tagged in someone on social media going, who was that in the background? Did you notice him in the background? And this tweet got like 2,000 likes because of, you know what the wrestling community is like now. So I'm not having a pop at people. I mean, I also hope that CM Punk is going to be here tonight. If he does come walking out tonight, I'll be thrilled. I'll be over the moon, right? I will happily take an L on if he walks out tonight. I'm not expecting it. I will take that L. I will wear it with pride because I'll be really overjoyed that, like, wow, we can do Gunther against Punk. We can do Roman Reigns against Punk. We can do Seth against Punk. We can do Sami Zayn against Punk. Like, the amount of matches that we could get out of CM Punk coming in would be amazing. But it doesn't change the fact that I just don't think it's going to happen because I just think there's a lot of water under that bridge. And for whatever reason, this one just seems like it's really hard to resolve. I don't know why, because people point towards the Ultimate Warrior who fell out with Vince, actually said to Vince, pay me X amount of money, otherwise I ain't going to wrestle. I mean, did some of the worst stuff you could do. And so he was out of there, got fired on multiple occasions, and still found a way back. So people are rightfully pointing at Ultimate Warrior, saying, well, he came back multiple times. Why can't Punk come back? He can come back. But for some reason, it just doesn't seem to be, like, budging. I think he's upset a lot of people, and for some reason, it seems to have stuck. I don't know if it's because, like, he's continued saying stuff about them. I mean, he took shots at WWE when he was in AEW on a regular basis as well, and in interviews. So it sort of seems like, I mean, business is business. I'm sure that WWE would understand that's exactly what you're going to do if you work for a rival company. But it just, something doesn't feel like right about it, in the sense of, I've never thought that he would return. And all the reports have said, like, it's not happening. He's asked for talks and WWE turned him down and all this kind of stuff. This is one where I haven't even felt the need to put him in the thumbnail. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should have. Perhaps more people would have joined us if I had. I haven't felt the need to do the poll about him. I haven't felt the need to like really prepare much spiel about CM Punk. I knew that we'd talk about it, but I think it's nice to get it out the way early. If you haven't been joining us, this is kind of where my mindset is at. And I think it's where the majority of fans' mindsets are. I think the majority of fans are thinking along those same lines. But it doesn't stop the hope. You know, it's fine to have hope. If anyone's here going, look, I'm not expecting him, but if he shows, I'm really hoping he does. Like, yeah, I'm in that boat, man. I'm in that boat. I've got the captain's hat on. I'm not actually the captain, but, you know, I just like to join in. I've got the hat on. I've got a little whistle. And so I'm in that boat. I'm hoping that he shows. But, yeah, if there is anyone here that's thinking of trolling, I would definitely go to dare I say, a less switched on community, because I think we've got a pretty good read as to where the reports are. We know what's being said. We know where the conversation is. We're pretty switched on, and so as a result, we're not really expecting it. But right, let's go down. Elijah said, "I don't think Zoe wins tonight." Yeah, I don't either, to be honest. I put a nice little message up on Twitter. I want to just read that out because I really put some thought into it. Because I actually read a really good prediction from Wrestling Observer. So I went onto every day I check Fightful's main page. I check Wrestling Observer's main page. I just have a little look around a few different places. And the Wrestling Observer put their predictions up. So I was reading through their predictions. And it really struck me, like a few key things struck me. One of them being the word legacy. So I just kind of compiled my thoughts, put it into a tweet, put the tweet out there. And it's nice to see, actually, people seem to have really enjoyed it and appreciated it. There's been some really nice feedback on it. But I thought I would just read it out, because I think this kind of really sums where my head's at for tonight. And I think kind of nicely words what I'm expecting and kind of what tonight means. So I put that one word sums up tonight's. I wonder if I can just put it on screen, actually, rather than reading it, because I am lazy. There we go. You can see that Punk is trending, 65,000 posts. So is Doctor Who. So I can only assume that CM Punk is the new Doctor Who, and his assistant is Sasha Banks. So one word sums up tonight's Survivor Series for me: legacy. Randy Orton returns to a WWE ring for the first time in 18 months, which is amazing. If this is the final run for the Apex Predator, we don't know that it is, but if it is, then let's make sure it starts with a bang. Because, to be honest, we didn't even know if we were going to get Randy back, did we? We didn't know that we were going to see him. So Randy coming back and, you know, adding to his legacy. I mean, there was times where I envisaged Randy coming out to Raw to say he was done. There was times, because it's been 18 months, and at his age as well, with the amount of damage that his body has taken over the years, this felt like it might be a bridge too far. And it really felt like he might come walking out and say, the doctors have told me I can't continue, and at my age, with the condition my body is in, I have to, you know, retire from active competition. Like, we've seen it so many times with Paige and Daniel Bryan and Edge, and this is sadly something that happens in wrestling. and it felt like Randy might be the next one. So the fact that he's coming back tonight and the fact that he's going to add to his legacy is really exciting news. So the first one, Randy, I mean, I'm sure everyone thinks of Randy. If you're not thinking of Punk, I'm sure you're thinking of Randy. So, as I said, if this is to be his last run, let's make sure it starts with a bang. Then Cody, because Cody is competing in the match his dad created, War Games. The War Games match was a Dusty Rhodes creation. This is not just another match for him. It means more. And that is true as well. It does mean more. This is something significant for Cody in WWE. I don't know if it's his first War Games match. I would imagine it is, because I don't know when or where he would have had one. Obviously, I'm sure he was in a Blood and Guts or something, but this is War Games, and it's called War Games, and this is going to mean something. He's already showed off his ring gear. There's a message doing the rounds of what he's going to be wearing. What he's wearing is pretty standard Cody attire, but it's just got camo patches. The belt's the nicest part. You know, normally his weight belt is white. This is camo. And apparently they've made a few extras to sell at the Allstate Arena that he's signed. So it's like a special War Games version. It does look cool. And those weight belts tend to do quite well for him. But again, this is going to add to his road to WrestleMania 40. This is a significant match for him. He's going to be thinking about his dad, of course, and it's the match his dad created. So again, you know, we're thinking of the words like legacy here. And then that brought me to Becky and Charlotte, because probably the biggest part of SmackDown last night was their relationship. So Becky Lynch and Charlotte Flair, two of WWE's biggest ever female superstars, seemingly at odds due to professional rivalry, are trying to get back onto the same page. They need to be on the same page if they're going to win. So, you know, they had to work together in that tag team. Few moments where they knocked into each other. Few little bits of miscommunication. Can they get onto the same page, or are they going to be responsible for tonight falling apart? This is really important, right? Really important, because, as I've put here, if they succeed, if they do get onto the same page, where does that take WWE in 2024? Can you imagine Becky and Charlotte on the same page? I'm not talking about a tag team, but we could be. But I'm talking more about just what a force that would be. You know, Charlotte would really benefit from Becky's popularity. Like, Charlotte being with Becky in segments together, you have got quite a force there. That is quite a package, because Becky is going to benefit from having some, like, you know, credibility next to her. Becky has been working with a lot of young talent. She's been like NXT Women's Champion, putting over people like Xia Li, or working with people like Xia Li, working with people like Tegan Nox, working with people like Lyra Valkyria, blah, 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 blah. She's been doing a lot of that recently. 2024 could be her standing next to and working with Charlotte Flair as a package. That's interesting. I'm interested in that. Like, them watching each other's back, supporting each other, a couple of tag matches, even if it's not a run for the tag titles, but them two working together, helping each other out. You could build something there for 2024. If they can click and become friends again, and you know, in a way, I would say, could this be the start of the Four Horsewomen getting back together? But obviously, we know that Sasha is out of WWE. But with Bayley on the verge of coming out of Damage Control, if we could just get Sasha back, if Becky and Charlotte click into place, that's the kind of thing I would be thinking. I'd be thinking one last run for the Four Horsewomen. Like the Four Horsewomen coming together to take down whoever, right? Damage Control. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine? Could you imagine if that's where this went? Could you imagine Asuka, Kairi, Io Sky, and one other person, maybe Isaiah Lee or maybe Dakota gets back from injury. So imagine them as a faction against Charlotte, Becky, Sasha, Bayley, the 4 horsewomen. I mean, oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, make it rain. Make it rain. That would be sick. But is Sasha coming back? No, probably not. She's probably going to go to AEW. But if Triple H can pick up a phone, or if we can't use Sasha, then maybe we use Bianca as a replacement, which is not a bad replacement. So you can still run with like that. But see what I mean? Like if Becky and Charlotte can click, it could open up some really interesting possibilities. But if they don't click, if they fall out, then we'd go the other way. Because do we end up with a bitter feud that we really lean into? We've seen Becky and Charlotte previously, but I would be all right with seeing it in 2024, and you can add in a few young talents as well. I'm sure Charlotte can get like someone to help her out and attack Becky. I'm sure Becky can get someone, maybe Lyra. Maybe this would be a great place for Lyra to come and stand by Becky's side. Charlotte could have Tiffany Stratton and Charlotte together. I mean, there's a lot of potential here. There's a lot of potential. So I'm quite excited by the Becky and Charlotte situation. It could just be for War Games. It might just be that it's, can they work together? Yes, they can. That's it. We all carry on with our lives after. But I think there is potentially more here. There can be more here if they want it. So if they succeed, where does it take WWE in 2024? If they fail, where does that lead? WrestleMania 40? Do we get Becky against Charlotte? Because chances are it'll be Rhea against, say, Raquel, right? Chances are that it'll be Bayley against Io. So what do we do with Becky and Charlotte? Like, are we planting the seeds for a feud? Because there was a big focus on them during last night's SmackDown. Then we've got The Miz. Now, The Miz is trying to change the narrative around his reputation. So The Miz is trying to no longer be perceived as the punchline to a joke. The example that I give here is, CM Punk saying to MJF, "You're just a less famous Miz," right? That CM Punk put MJF down by comparing him to The Miz. Now, that's harsh on The Miz, because The Miz is like a 17-year veteran, former world champion, former WWE champion. So the fact he now finds himself the butt of the joke it's crazy, man. It's crazy, but we spoke about it yesterday. We had a good conversation on this, and I was saying he's been treated as a joke. Right? If you're going to lose loads of matches, and when you win, you cheat, and you're going to be involved in silly comedy skits and silly comedy moments like "Hey, hey, ho, ho" with John Morrison, all this kind of stuff, then it's going to hurt your standing. It's going to hurt your reputation. And so, again, just focusing on legacy, The Miz is very much trying to sort his legacy out. He doesn't want to be remembered as the joke. He wants to be remembered as someone credible. And this is why I say here, I expect him to put on a banger, and I expect him to go out swinging, because I don't think he wins. But if he gives his all, if he gives everything, and he goes out on his swords, there is honor in that. There is something to be proud about. You might have fallen short, but you gave it your absolute best, and you didn't cheat. You didn't cut corners. You did the honorable thing. There is honor in going out swinging, and I need that match to bang. I need that to be the match of the night. I need that to be a match where we go, oh my God, where has this version of The Miz been? Right? I need that match to bang. So all eyes on Gunther versus Miz. And then add in, I mean, you want to talk about legacy, Santos Escobar, Dragon Lee, Rey Mysterio, everything that's been going on in that situation. So, you know, there's a lot more to this card than I think meets the eye, because as I finish here, I said, look, there's no world title matches, and that's something that disappoints people. You know, there's no women's title on the line. Io's not defending. Rhea, I suppose Rhea's defending, but there's no Io, there's no Seth, there's no Roman Reigns, there's no John Cena. There's somehow no LA Knight, right? LA Knight's not on the cards, but dismiss this card at your peril. The show has deeper purpose. And I believe that. I mean, we've just spoken there about Randy returning after 18 months. We're speaking there about Cody being in his dad's creation, War Games. We're speaking about Becky and Charlotte and where could that lead. We touched briefly on like Bayley getting kicked out of Damage Control and what does that mean for her and what does that mean for Damage Control. I don't think that is possible that we are going to keep that group together for a long time. That group seems too strong to have Asuka, Bayley, Kyrie, Io. It seems too strong. So for me, that group has got a shelf life. I don't know if that shelf life is tonight or if it's going to make it to at least like early next year. But that group's splitting, and it feels like it's splitting soon because it feels like there's too many combustible elements in there. So I'm thinking they could split tonight. I've got an eye on Damage Control being the group that have trouble. So, you know, what are we doing with Bayley? Gunther and Miz. Gunther talks a lot about bringing prestige back to the Intercontinental title. The Miz needs to not be the butt of the joke. And then we've got the Santos and Dragon Lee situation as well, which is all built on Rey Mysterio, the LWO, Honor, and Rey's, the love they have for Rey. And there is a lot that is packed into this card. On surface, you can easily look at it and go, no Cena, no Roman, and just go, nah, I'm going to skip it, right? This doesn't look like a card that really matters. But once you actually dig into it, there's a lot more depth there. There's a lot more bubbling away underneath the surface. It's actually deep, quite deep in places, and I think there's real scope for this to be a very satisfying show. A show that if it gets it right, if the booking's correct and we get some really good moments, then this could be a show that really does hit. Because I think the success of the Bloodline was because of how deep we went with that story. It wasn't surface area. It was very deep. It was very richly told. There was a lot of detail. There was a lot of depth. And you knew everyone's relationship to everyone else. You knew who liked who didn't like who, all the little looks that everyone was giving each other. And this is exactly the same. Think about the men's War Games match and the little look that Jay gives as soon as Randy's announced. Because Jay's struggling to win over people, and there's plenty of people that don't trust him. How's Randy going to react to Jay? You know, we know that Drew doesn't like Jay and thinks that, he is basically still a wrong 'un. And so he's chosen to be on the other side. We don't quite know Drew's relationship with Judgment Day. That's very interesting. Could we see that develop as well? It doesn't feel like Drew has said he's not a proper Judgment Day member, but he'll happily go on the side that's going to be beating up Jey Uso. So that dynamic's interesting as well, you know. Could there be some miscommunication between Judgment Day and Drew? Could Randy snap and turn on Jey, which completely implodes the babyface team? You know, I'm sure there'll be some tension. I'm sure there'll be some drama because technically Randy's been away all this time because of Bloodline. And what Jimmy and Jay, the Usos and Roman did. Because the last match we saw Randy in was Randy and Riddle against the Usos. I think it was for the tag titles on SmackDown. And that was it. Since then, we haven't seen him since. And that was like May of 2022. So it's been 18 months. It's been a long, long time. but this is why this show has a deeper purpose, a deeper meaning. There's so many like layers here, so many things that can happen. So I'm very excited for it. I'm very excited. I think that the build to it has been pretty good. I would just say that the men's and the women's war games feel a bit too similar. You know, we've got an evil group that baby faces are trying to take down. Both groups have had like someone turn basically on the baby faces and join the heels. Asuka turned on the baby faces, joined Damage Control. Drew turned on the baby faces, joined Judgment Day. Both of the babyface groups had a hero return last minute. Randy for the guys, Becky for the girls. Both have got groups where we don't know if they're going to be able to coexist. Becky and Charlotte for the girls, Jay and Randy for the guys. I mean, they're both identical matches, pretty much, but just with women and men. So I feel like we could have done something to have made them feel a bit different. We could have done some different stories. But you know what it's like. You know, you've got a deadline. You've got about half an hour. You need to hand something in. It's very easy to do copy and paste. And I think that that's what's happened in the creative department. They've hit copy, they've hit paste, and the storyline for the guys has just had a few words changed, and that's how we've ended up with the storyline for the girls as well. So, yeah, we got 5 matches. It's not the deepest card in the world. But as we looked at last night, there was only 5 matches for last year's Survivor Series event as well. It's pretty standard, to be honest, that we only go that far. And we only go like down that far when it comes to these kinds of events. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see as to kind of how this plays out. But the repercussions of this should be felt very, very deeply. Days, what are your thoughts on WWE and NASA launching a new premium live event called WrestleMania? Let's go. I would definitely be down for WrestleMania. WrestleMania sounds like a lot of fun. Dort Knight said, I wish I was called Randy Orton. Very nice. Days, here is another outlook. If Damian cashes in, said Jaden, his Money in the Bank briefcase and then pins Seth Rollins in War Games, is he technically the new champion? Yeah. Yes. If he cashes in tonight, he is the new champion. Now, can he do it during War Games match? I believe he can. The only thing I would say is it wouldn't be wise to do it during War Games, right? Because what he's doing, I believe, is he is then making it a championship match, right? So if he cashes in during War Games, he's making it a championship match. What it opens it up to is potentially if Drew pins Seth, then Drew would become the new champion, right? I'm not aware of any stipulation that says only Drew would win the champion. Only Damian would win the championship if he pinned Seth Rollins, right? I'm not aware of any stipulation like that. In my mind, he can have a championship match whenever he wants. Boom, right? So if he cashes in during War Games, that then becomes a championship match, not only for Damian Priest, but seemingly for everybody. So if WWE wanted to really pull a swerve, they could have him do that during the match and then have Finn, Drew, Dominic, whoever, right, pin Seth and become the new champion. I don't think they would do that, right? I don't think they would do that because if I'm Damian Priest, it doesn't make any sense for me to do that. Why would I do that when I can just cash in after the match? I could just cash in after the match and then pin Seth, and only I would have the opportunity then because it's my match, me, one-on-one with Seth Rollins. So I could then cash in and pin Seth one-on-one. No one else would be able to, because no one else would be involved in that match. But if I do it during War Games, after War Games has already started, well, everyone else is involved in that match. So seemingly other people could become champion as well. But that is not something that we've really tested before, right? That's not something we've really tested before. And it's definitely a story we could do. If we want to make Damien out to be a bit stupid, if we want to make Damien out to be a little bit like, you should have thought that through, you could do it. I wouldn't do it if I was Damien. If I'm in kayfabe, if I'm Damien, why am I doing that? Certainly when I can just wait for the match to end and then I cash it in after. So there is a chance that Damien cashes in at some point tonight on Seth. I think there's a good chance because this is a show that doesn't have a men's world title match in regards to, no Roman, no Seth defense, right? So there's no world title match. And so could they pull a swerve? Could we see a new world champion on a show where you wasn't expecting it? Could they pull that as a swerve? Absolutely, they could. Yes, they could. They absolutely could. I love the idea of him cashing in after War Games. I'm totally down for that. Totally down for that. The only thing is, right, I don't know how this actually plays out, and I don't know if WWE know, to be honest, because does Damian Priest feel like he is ready to be world champion? I mean, don't forget, Sami Zayn hasn't been world champion. I can't tell you the last time Kevin Owens has been world champion. It's been years and years and years since AJ Styles has been world champion. It's a long time since Finn Balor has been world champion. Like, Damian Priest, I definitely look at him different since he got that Money in the Bank briefcase. I definitely look at him with more credible eyes now than maybe before. But how does this work? Because it feels like Gunther is going to lose the IC title soon and then go on to become world champion. I don't think it will take him long. I think that he will go on to be world champion relatively quickly. And honestly, I could see him being the one that beats Seth. So how does Damien fit into it? Unless we're going to do Damien cashing in on Seth, then we go to WrestleMania and we do Damien at WrestleMania for the world title against the babyface, and the babyface wins, and then Gunther gets it off the babyface. Because I can't see Gunther getting it off Damien, because that would be a heel taking it from a heel, and that doesn't really work. Heel against heel matches do happen, but they suck because there's no one to cheer for, right? So I don't think you want to do heel against heel. You can get away with face against face. You do split the crowd, but you can do face against face because everyone should have at least someone they're rooting for. Whereas if it's a proper heel versus heel match, probably no one you're rooting for, because you are meant to be rooting for the babyface. The babyface is meant to be the person you root for. So, I don't know. I can't quite figure out how we shoehorn Damian Priest into the world title picture. I certainly don't think he cashes in on Roman, right? I don't think Roman's title reign ends with a cash-in. I think that ends at the hands of Cody, and I'm thinking WrestleMania 40. But, in regards to the other one, it is a very interesting situation, the Money in the Bank situation. And yes, it could be a case that he does cash in tonight, as we said, on a show where neither of the men's world titles are being defended. It is very interesting that we have the option of still having a new champion. There is a way that we do get a new champion tonight, and that is with the cash-in. Jacob said, wouldn't Damien cashing in be overshadowed by Randy coming back? This is one of the biggest moments of the year that's happening tonight. Yes and no. I think that if Randy was the surprise, then that I think would be a bit different. But the fact that we know he's coming back kind of feels like the impact of it is just lessened. It's very exciting for us to see him. There is a definite reason to tune in. And I think the images of Randy being back are going to be, everywhere, all over social media. But I think that initial message of Randy is back, that initial Randy returns message, I think we've already got rid of it. I think it's already happened. I think it's already been done. I think that, because we kind of did that on Monday, really all week we've had Randy's back, Randy's returned, you know, blah, 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 blah. We've even got his new shirt up on WWE Shop. So I would say if it was a complete surprise, then yeah, don't bring Randy back and do a cash-in because they are just going to get in each other's way. But I think the Randy return news is kind of not played out by any means, but let's say it's been dampened because clearly if it was a surprise and then Randy came out and we didn't know it was going to happen, that's a very different situation to the one we're looking at right now. So I think that in this regard, people are tuning in to see him, to welcome him back, to share a few pictures of like, this is what he looks like now. Has he got the moustache? What's the facial hair looking like? Is he wearing the new shirt? What's his ring gear look like? How's he walking? You know, physically, does he look good? Is he ripped? Is he looking a bit out of shape? Has he got to put a bit of timber on? It's been 18 months. You know, these are the sorts of questions I think people are looking for answers on. And I think that, you know, you'll get those answers quite quickly. I think it still leaves room for a cash-in tonight if they want to do it. But I completely agree that if we hadn't have had the news already about Randy, then no. WWE historically don't want to put things in each other's way. They want you to be talking about something. They will want you to be really focused on one thing really in particular by the end of the show. By the end of the show, they want everyone talking about the same thing. That's how you get things trending. That's how, you know, you focus everyone on the key things you want them to focus on. This is why it's very, very rare that you get boom, surprise. Oh my God, here's another surprise. Oh my God, here's another surprise. You know, even in the Rumble, you tend to get lots of little surprises and then maybe a big surprise. But you won't get like big surprise, big surprise, big surprise because people will be talking about so many different things and they want you all focused on really the same thing. But the Randy one, I think that kind of has been done. That got done on Monday and people have been talking about it all week. I think tonight there is scope for something. Some surprise, some sort of moment, right? Certainly not saying CM Punk, but could it be a case that we get the cash in? Could it be a case that Bayley gets kicked out of Damage Control? Could it be the case that, you know, there's a split with Judgment Day? Could it be a case that Randy turns heel? Like, could it be a case the Miz beats Gunther? Like, there is scope for there to be something tonight, definitely. Raging Demon said Randy to KO, RKO everyone, including the ref, the crowd, the ushers, the food servers, catering. It's just going to be a normal day in WWE. Penny Roy said, who's going to beat Gunther if not Miz? Well, I mean, honestly, it feels like Chad to me, but it may not go that way. You see, Chad's someone that they've been building up and trying to really make him out to be the leader of Alpha Academy, making him out to be this amazing wrestler, trying to, like, you know, invest and give him like some TV time, giving him matches, but giving him backstage segments as well. And then he had that match with Gunther. It was a really good match and his family were there and his kid was crying and, you know, Chad came out and said, you know, I'm coming for that title, like, I'm going to get revenge for my daughter and all this kind of stuff. And it felt like they were setting things up for him to get that revenge. So Chad is the one that I've got my eye on. I think there's lots of options, though. I mean, you could go with Johnny Gargano. You could go with Tommaso Ciampa. They seem to be doing the DIY thing, though. They don't seem to be, like, available. I wouldn't mind it being The Miz. And I can't believe I'm saying that because if you'd have asked me about a year ago, I would have said, what? No. In fact, if you'd have asked me 6 months ago, I would have said, what? No. Maybe even 2 months ago. But the reason why I say I don't mind it is because what I'm looking for is whoever's going to beat Gunther, whoever's going to beat Roman, they're going to really benefit from it, right? They're going to benefit. It's like ending the streak. I mean, if you beat Gunther, you've just beaten the person that's had it longer than anyone else. If you beat Roman, you're beating someone that's had the titles, I think the 5th or 4th longest reign, right? I think it's 5th longest, Universal title is the 5th longest world title reign in WWE history, right? Something along these lines. So it's significant. Let's put it that way. He's had it 3 years. So it's significant. So the person that wins needs to benefit from it, needs to get a push from it. And so I don't want it to be someone that's already a star. I don't want it to be someone that's already established. I don't want it that, like, there was people saying, should it be John Cena that comes back and beats Gunther, or should John Cena beat Roman? I couldn't think of anything worse, because John Cena doesn't benefit from that. Like, John Cena does not get any bigger than what John Cena already is. John Cena he's had his career. It's been an amazing career. He doesn't get any bigger by beating Gunther or any bigger by beating Roman. He is as big as he's ever going to be, right? He's a big, massive monster star. And why does he need such a moment? Why does he need that? I know there'll be John Cena fans that want him to have it, but wanting him to have it and him needing to have it are two very different things, right? I want to see someone get it that needs it. Someone that needs it, right? Clearly, Cody needs a world title. He needs to finish the story. No Rhodes has ever won a world title, right? So clearly Cody needs, or has a need, right? He might not be the one, but there's a very good argument for him being the one to beat Roman. And so who needs to beat Gunther, right? Now, the reason why I wouldn't have said Miz is because, well, Miz has been in the business 17 years. Surely he's done everything he's going to have done by now. He's a former WWE champion. What does the Miz need? Why does the Miz need to get that victory? Well, we've got an answer. And the answer is because he is the butt of the joke. He is someone that does not get respected. He is not, I mean, there's people out there that question whether he should go in the Hall of Fame, which is mental because he's been in WWE for 17 years. He's had multiple intercontinental title reigns. This guy has eaten up how many hours and hours and hours of TV time has The Miz provided, right? I mean, hours and hours. And if you add up all of his segments, I genuinely don't know what the number would come to. But if you add up all of his matches, all of his Miz TV promos, backstage segments, I couldn't even tell you how much content he's provided. But that is a significant contribution. That is a serious contribution that The Miz has provided. The idea that someone that's had the success that he's had with the Intercontinental titles and tag titles and even WWE Championship main event in WrestleMania 27, the idea that someone with that degree of success, but also the amount of TV time that he's had, right? You only get TV time if they trust you with TV time. If you get given TV time and you don't do anything with it, guess what? You ain't going to get any more, right? You're sitting catering. The fact that Miz has had so much TV time says that he has maximized his minutes. He's done what they've been looking for. He's made those minutes count. So he is someone that is absolutely going into the Hall of Fame. I don't know that he's first ballot, right? But if he was, I would support it, right? If he turned out to be the headliner for a year, Hall of Fame year, fine. I'd have no issue with it, right? No problem whatsoever. I don't know that they do that for him. But the fact that we're sat here and he is the butt of the joke, the fact that we're sat here and that CM Punk can say to MJF, you're just a poor man's Miz, and everyone understands what that means. Everyone understands that that's a diss. Everyone understands that Miz is just a joke. There is something that the Miz needs, and it's credibility. He needs credibility. He needs to kind of change the narrative around his legacy, and him being the one that beat Gunther clean gives him maybe the only thing is missing. The only thing is missing is the credibility, the respect. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have it, right? He's the joke. The Miz is the joke. He's the guy that gets eaten by the zombies, right? He's the guy that does hey, hey, ho, ho music videos. He's a joke. He's the guy that gets pushed over into paddling pools on Miz TV. He's the guy that gets tomatoes thrown at him during Miz TV, right? He's the joke. The one thing he doesn't have is credibility. A clean win over Gunther, ending this historic reign, gives him the one thing he doesn't have, and that is credibility. And so I don't mind him winning and getting that credibility. I don't mind that. I think that's perfectly acceptable. Would I be more excited if it was a Johnny Gargano who needs that kind of opportunity, or Chad to show that he can run with the ball and that he's not just someone that can be in a tag team, but he can be a mid-card champion, maybe even go on to be a world champion, that he is worthy of, maybe I would be more excited for them. I don't know. Until I watch the match, I'm not sure. But all of a sudden, there is a reason for Miz to win tonight. I don't expect him to. As I said in my tweet earlier, I expect him to fall short, die on his swords, go out swinging, a valiant effort, right? One of those that you go, respect. He gave that a damn good go, man. He gave that a damn good go. One of those type of situations. But I think he just falls short, but maybe he can still get respect in defeat. So who beats Gunther? I think there's a list. You could look at loads of different people. Someone, was it Russell with Andy, was saying Ludwig Kaiser potentially. That was mentioned. I thought that was a really good shout. Because Ludwig has just been the right-hand man for Gunther. Who knows Gunther better than Ludwig? And Ludwig has been made to job a lot. He sort of feels like someone that we haven't really got going with. And imagine if he got kicked out of Imperium and then started going after Gunther and was positioned to be the Gunther killer, right? That's a role that I personally like for Ilya Dragunov, who's champion down in NXT. I like him being the Gunther killer. And there's another option for you. It could be that we're just waiting for Ilya. It could be that the reason that Gunther's not lost the title yet is because we're waiting for Ilya to finish up in NXT and he is going to be the one. There's so many people that it could turn out to be. There's loads of options. So Ilya, Ludwig, Chad, Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, Dexter Lumis, LA Knight. I mean, there's a billion different people that it could turn out to be. So it's close to impossible to say who it's going to be. But the people that I've got my eyes on, Chad Gable. And yeah, I mean, maybe the Ilya shout's not a bad shout. But I think tonight is about Miz getting close and just falling short. Just falling short. Kappa Owens, shout out to you. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Appreciate the support. Kojiko said, it's official. CM Punk is returning tonight. I was driving home with the radio on and Cult of Personality started playing. Throwing up emoji. What's that? Sperm emoji. Shocked emoji. Freezing emoji. Melting emoji. Freezing emoji. Shocked sad face emoji, stunned emoji, lying emoji, dribbling emoji, crying emoji, heavy sweating emoji, tired emoji, dribbling emoji, money emoji, plain emoji, dead emoji, plain emoji, lying emoji, ill emoji, shocked emoji, stunned emoji, money emoji, concerned emoji. So lots of emojis, but CM Punk return confirmed. Shungo Tenshi Shout out to you, my friend. Shugo. It's a nice name. Shugo Tenshi. I like that. Shugo. Imagine Nakamura this whole time has been calling someone out, and at Survivor Series, Kenny Omega walks out. I know it's impossible for obvious reasons, but just imagine that. Shugo, shout out to you. I mean, that would be amazing. Kenny, I have praise for his singles matches. I'm not a fan of him with the Bucks. I just think there's a bit of silliness there, and I don't know. I like Kenny's singles matches, so if Kenny was to come to WWE and work within the system, you know, and do like the... I think that sometimes... some will disagree, but I think some of the problems in AEW is that there's a bit too much freedom. I know a lot of wrestling fans say that wrestlers should be given freedom to express themselves, but honestly, some of the best results come from the team working together, like the creative department, the producers, the talent, and everyone pulling in together. That can sometimes create fantastic results, but then equally someone being left to their own devices, that can create fantastic results. I don't think it's right to say that someone being left to their own devices or everyone being left to their own devices is going to be the best way forward every time, all the time. That to me is not correct. Sometimes you need that support and you need that input. And sometimes people need to be left alone, right? I think there's a lot of wrestlers given a lot of freedom in AEW, and I don't think it's always beneficial. I think if Kenny was to come over, work with the creative department that WWE have got, work with Triple H, work with his opponents, like actually work within that system, I would be very, very interested to see what a WWE Kenny Omega match looks like. The concern that fans have is that it would be too watered down, but I have no doubt it would bang. I've got no doubt it would bang. I think people that go, oh, you know, if Kenny goes there or if Jay White goes there, it's all going to be watered down. You know, these people make out like there's no great matches in WWE. I mean, you just have to point to like Rhea and Charlotte at WrestleMania, or point to what Gunther's been doing, or point to Ilya Dragunov matches. Like, what are they on about? Like, would their style be drastically changed? I don't think it'd be drastically changed. Some of the rough edges might have been like sanded down a little bit, you know. But it's gonna bang. If Kenny was to come in and have a match with Shinsuke, that match would bang. It would bang, right? It would be awesome. So it doesn't worry me, or wouldn't worry me, if Switchblade came to WWE, or if Ospreay had signed with WWE, or if Kenny signed with WWE, you know. It wouldn't worry me at all, because I think that they are good enough to still deliver, even under any kind of restriction that WWE might put on them. But to be honest, there's times where the restrictions get put on for their benefit, to try and sand down some of the rough edges. So, yes, there'd be people that'd be like, oh my God, I'd hate to see Kenny in WWE. I would love to see it. I would love to see it. I would love to see him have a little run, some singles matches, see where he could get to. There is a chance that it wouldn't work. There is a chance that he would come into that system and it wouldn't gel, and it wouldn't click, and it wouldn't feel right, and it wouldn't be, you know, as satisfying as we hope it would be. But there's a chance that it would also be really, really good. So, not something we need to spend too long on, of course, because as was just mentioned, it's something that's not going to happen for obvious reasons. But I completely agree. I would love to see it as well. I think there was a lot of hope around the Nakamura thing, but as of right now, he's not announced to be at this show. I mean, clearly, if news breaks at any point that Nakamura is going to be on the show and he's going to issue an open challenge, you know, all of a sudden, every conversation we have takes a very different turn, because all of a sudden, who would that person be? I got to tell you, I'd still be thinking AJ Styles. I'd be thinking AJ. I'd be thinking still someone within the WWE sphere. My brain wouldn't click to CM Punk or jump to CM Punk as the likely option, but he would be more in the conversation if something like that was to happen. But yeah, there's a chance that Nakamura thing is just going to play out on Monday, and it's just going to continue like running on the shows, and it's not intended for tonight. There's been no word of Shinsuke being on the show tonight. There's been no word of that. So unless there's been some news that's coming through, I don't think we're going to get anything further on that situation tonight. I just want to have a look on Fightful Select, because that's like, if there's any big news, that tends to go onto there. And nothing. There's a post on there about some recent signees from 4 hours ago, but they're just kind of low-level talent going to NXT. Nothing to do with CM Punk or anything. So I think the news is a bit quiet, actually. I think things are a little bit quiet at the moment. So, Shugo, shout out to you, buds. And Richard K said, do you think we get CM Punk tonight versus Nakamura? Well, that's a good follow-up to what we were just saying, wasn't it? So my answer is no. I don't know that Nakamura was ever intended to be on this show. I think the Nakamura situation is interesting, but not interesting from a CM Punk perspective, just interesting, because my concern was that when he stopped feuding with Seth, that's when I was worried that, well, we're going to lose him now. You know, they built him up for Seth, for that feud. He didn't win, and now he's just going to bob around. And he sort of has bobbed around, but he's got this little thing going, hasn't he? This little, I'm watching you, I'm coming for you, blah, blah, blah. He's got this little focus that's created a lot of speculation, and this has been good for him. I would say currently the downside is people thinking that it's CM Punk. That's the downside to it, because it's taken the focus off Nakamura and it's put in the focus on someone that this just might not be anything to do with. And I think that's disappointing, because Nakamura has been doing some incredible work recently. And I think that them giving him this mystery is a great thing. It's just really bad timing that it's happening at this time where people can make the connection that it might be connected to CM Punk. The reason why I don't think it's connected to CM Punk is because of the fact that this has not been added to Survivor Series. And it's kind of been just sort of playing out on social media. It's not been something that's been really on the show. I think on Monday, for example, Shinsuke was on the show, but he didn't mention the open challenge stuff. There was no mention of it whatsoever. It took a video after Raw for that to come out. So if you're a wrestling fan, a casual wrestling fan, and you're not on social media, you're not worrying about following every single thing that happens on social media, there was nothing on Raw to tell you about this open challenge. There was nothing on Raw from Nakamura to get you excited. I think you've really, really got to be into your wrestling, following it quite intensely, to know that there was a video that dropped after Raw on social media that had Nakamura further commenting about this mystery person he's targeting. For me, if we were bringing CM Punk back, I think we would be louder. I mean, if we were bringing CM Punk back, wouldn't you want to tease it for tonight? There's been no teasers for CM Punk tonight. There's been nothing on Raw, nothing on SmackDown, and all those little mentions, they can easily be coincidence things. Wouldn't you want something a bit bigger, a bit bolder? Wouldn't you want people excited and really speculating about it? WWE have gone out their way to make sure expectations are kept low. WWE have done loads of stuff to make sure that this speculation doesn't get out of control. They've done their best to really try and control it. I'd say the only thing that people can point to, other than like those little coincidences like about a month or so ago, The only thing people can point to is this mystery person with Nakamura. But as of right now, Nakamura's not even on this card. Nakamura's not on the cards. So it's hard to say that it's going to lead to him against CM Punk when I don't even know that there's a good chance we don't see either tonight, let alone CM Punk. We may not see Nakamura. So I don't think that it's leading to that, and I don't think that we get further development on it tonight. As I've said, I easily could have put Punk in the thumbnail. I could have put him in the title. I could have done a poll on him. We could have really, spoke about him even more than we have. But I just don't buy it. I really don't buy it. I don't see it at all. I don't see it. I give it a 1% chance, if that. I think that this is a lot of hope. I think we live in an age where any sort of little social media tease just really seems to get people so fired up and excited, so giddy with excitement. And I just think it's very easy to troll the wrestling fans in 2023. Social media it's very powerful, isn't it? Very powerful. Can you imagine what social media could have done during the Attitude Era? Imagine how that would have been utilised by what was going on in the Attitude Era. It's a very powerful tool. The fact that you can, the fact that Living Colour can just release a remix called Personality and just seemingly so many people wet their pants over it it's incredible. I'm not having a shot at anyone. I'm just saying, what a world. What a world. What a world we live in, where that such a something that just feels so irrelevant. If CM Punk was going to be on this show, would you not have really teased it? Would you not want as many people watching this as possible? Would you not have flashed up a logo or done something to make it super, super obvious? Would you not have done something to have got people talking? I mean, WWE have done nothing to hype up the fact that he could be here tonight. They haven't done anything. The only thing that you can point at are those little coincidental things, which could be nothing but coincidences. And going back about a month or so ago, there was a few weeks where, some of it was rubbish, to be honest. Some of it was rubbish. Some of it was just little comments that even at the time felt like coincidences. There was a Corey Graves one that felt more specific, but as I said, I think he was doing it to troll the fans. I don't think WWE told him to do that. I think he did it of his own accord because he knew that people would be talking about him and talking about CM Punk and talking about Raw if he was to say something like that. And I think he did that of his own accord. But the rest of it, I think, is irrelevant. The rest of it, I think, is totally coincidental. But I could be proved to be wrong. If he does come back tonight, then obviously we will look at all of that in a different light. And we will look at all of that and go, yep, it turns out all of that was little clues, little teases. I still think, though, even if CM Punk comes back, I still think some of that was just nothing more than coincidental. I would need WWE to tell me, someone behind the scenes say, yeah, we did plant these little things leading up to it. We was inspired by White Rabbit or something. I would need to hear that. Because some of it just seems so wishy-washy that I don't buy it. But we will find out. It is about an hour and 25 minutes till the kickoff show. We've been live for over about an hour and 15 minutes already. So time is absolutely flying. So to answer Richard's question, I don't think that we get CM Punk tonight, and so I don't think we get CM Punk Nakamura. But just to further elaborate, I do like the fact that we're using Nakamura for a storyline after the Seth Rollins storyline, because I think Nakamura deserves it. Richard said, Cena retirement match at WrestleMania 40. Cena against Austin would be a final match for both. It would send Cena out on a high and would lend damage Stone Cold. He would always get a pop no matter what. So Richard would like to see Cena against Stone Cold at WrestleMania 40 to send Cena out on a high. So Are you saying like Cena beating Stone Cold? Cena goes out on a high. Stone Cold can take the loss because he'll get cheered no matter what happens. Richard, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. And we move on. For those that didn't see the little, I'm going to play the little wrestling. This is cool. This is the little Wrestling Shop ads. This is sponsored. Our stream is sponsored by Wrestling Shop. And this is a little message from a certain someone.
This is the Scottish Warrior Drew McIntyre here. For all your action figure needs, make sure you check out WrestlingShop.com.
Shame he's a heel, innit? Eh? Shame he's a heel. Perhaps I'd listen to him more if he was a face rather than being a dirty heel that turned on Jey Uso. But other than that, cool little lad. Right, Tyler said, Days, people are saying that Randy Orton could be replaced by LA Knight during War Games match. Is a flat out lie, and don't believe it. It's not true. I didn't believe it anyway, but Angus said, if not tonight, do you think he could come back? I don't think this will go away. The reason why I don't think he's coming back is because I think there is genuine heat between him and Vince. I think if Vince wasn't in the equation, I think Triple H would be willing to bring him back. Triple H, I might have the complete wrong impression of Triple H, but Triple H strikes me as someone that is a family man that's been given a massive opportunity being the head of creative for WWE. And I think he is focused on what is going to get me ratings, what do the fans want, so on, right? I don't think Triple H is someone that's looking at this going, oh, I hate CM Punk. There's no way I'm going to bring him back. He sucks. He said nasty things about me. I think that Triple H is a lot more mature than that. I think that he is someone that understands this business, is a student of this business, has been booking NXT, knows how hard ratings are to get. Really, he knows the struggle in getting ratings. And he knows how hard it is to book a Raw and a SmackDown and then a premium live event, and it just never ends. It never ends. Week after week after week after week. Doesn't matter what network you're on. Doesn't matter what day it is. Doesn't matter what station you've been moved to. Doesn't matter the time slot. The whole success of WWE rests on the amount of people that are tuning in and watching the shows. And that pressure must be quite heavy. Yeah, it must be fun to, have all these wrestlers and you can do the stories you want, the matches you want, everything. But make no mistake about it, there is some serious pressure that goes along with this. So I think with that being said, he would welcome the addition of someone that can help him with ratings like CM Punk can help him with ratings. And think of all the matches you can build. Think all of a sudden, here's a load of matches that you can build. Him and Roman, him and Seth, him and Gunther, him and Sammy, him and Kevin Owens. Here's a load of ratings, right, that people are definitely going to tune in for his first match. They're definitely going to want to see his first promo. Everyone's going to want to see what CM Punk's got to say when he comes back to WWE, right? So from a Triple H perspective, I really believe he would do it. My question has always been, would Punk do it? Because he's always been outspoken about WWE. He's always been outspoken about them. The doctors didn't have his best interest. He sued the doctor. The WWE doctor got sued by CM Punk. He didn't like how he was booked. He hated the fact he was champion and he was still playing second fiddle to John Cena. I think there was a lack of respect for how he was being used by Vince. He certainly didn't get on with Triple H. He, had plenty of words for Triple H. He got his termination papers on his wedding day. I mean, it's just been an absolute non-stop slurry of just awfulness. So my question has always been, I'm sure Triple H would have him, but would CM Punk want to go back? Because he's been very vocal about not wanting to. And I think that I've been quite surprised during this process with reading that he seemingly is open to going back, right? That has been a surprise. But it seems like Vince is the problem. It seems like Vince is like, no, I've had my fill, right? I've had my fill of Phil. And also, you've got to just look at how he left AEW. So he left AEW having, like, caused drama there, been suspended, and then got fired for choking someone backstage. If you had issues with him anyway, that none of that is painting him in a good light, right? None of that is making you look at the situation and go, do you know what? I think this he's changed. I think he's changed. I think he's ready to bring back. None of that is painting him in that light. So I think Vince is the barrier. I know that people are under the impression that Vince has got no control or any power and that it's all been stripped away. Couldn't be further from the truth, right? I mean, I even read a report on Wrestling Observer the other day saying that Vince is still believed to be contributing to creative, which is, you know, I had to sit and listen to everyone telling me that he was no longer doing anything with creative. And yet on the Observer the other day, there was a little thing in there saying that it's believed that Vince is still contributing ideas to creative, which of course he is. Of course, Vince has got fingers in every pie, right? So Vince is a powerful guy in that company. He's the chairman of the board of TKO, right? He is where the buck stops when it comes to WWE. The only person really above him is that Ari Emanuel. That's the only person that's above him. And Ari Emanuel has said anything to do with WWE, he's leaving to Vince. Vince is the one that's going to run the show. But he also said, and Vince agreed, that Vince would no longer be in the weeds of the creative. It would be like Triple H that oversees creative, but Vince will still have input. This was all spoken about around WrestleMania time. And it's as if no one watched that interview because we're still in the exact same place. Yeah, we keep getting all these reports of Vince's out and all this kind of stuff, but there's no evidence of it. But anyway, that's a whole separate thing. And so, yeah, I think that Vince is the problem, and I think Vince is the barrier, and I think Vince has got the final say. Now, if Vince ever changed his mind, if Vince woke up one day and went, you know what, he would be great for ratings, he'd be a boost for our year next year, we could, you know, if we get any trouble, we'll just fire him. If for whatever reason he changed his mind, if Punk would do it, and I think Triple H would do it, then there is a chance. There is a chance. But I just don't think it's happening tonight because all the reports I've seen nothing to say that he's going to be there tonight. So if it does happen tonight, I will be thrilled. I will take the L, right? I'm not hiding from it. I will take the L and hold my hands up and say, I didn't expect this. But the reason, to be clear, why I'm saying these things is I'm going off the reports. I'm going off what's being said. I'm going off what the dirt sheets are saying. I'm going off where the conversation is. I'm going off what I'm seeing. I'm not guessing. I'm going off what I'm seeing, what I'm reading, what's being said. So if he does arrive tonight, it's a big shock. It's a big surprise. No one can actively be expecting it because if you are expecting it, you're just basing it on hope, which is fine. You can do that. And God bless you. I love you. Right. I hope for it as well. But we can't sit here and say, oh, yeah, it's definitely happening. We can't sit here and say, oh, God, we knew that was going to happen. If CM Punk comes out, I'm going to scream this house down, right? It will be one of the biggest shocks, like, in recent times. I mean, it is not something I am expecting. Equally, if when he doesn't show, it cannot factor in the score. I don't want people saying, oh, there was no CM Punk, this show was a 4. There was no CM Punk, this show was a 2. It's not a factor, right? I'm not expecting CM Punk, so the idea that would be affecting anyone's enjoyment of the show, it shouldn't. Don't go into it expecting him. If you get him, it is the biggest bonus ball. You have just been given your Christmas present early, right? If you get CM Punk tonight. So I know we keep banging on about it. It's clearly the biggest conversation that's going to be had. I knew that we would end up talking about it, but I don't expect it tonight. But it doesn't mean I don't want it. Mitchell said, Bird, I got a couple of questions. Your percentage of a Punk return, 1%. 1%. I've got no reason for it to be any other percentage than that, and the 1% is just based on hope. There's nothing. I mean, like, he's not signed to a contract. We are in Chicago. That's it. I mean, that and hope is it. But all the reports have said WWE are not interested, and they have announced Randy in advance so that people don't think it's going to be CM Punk, and that's exactly what happened. They did announce Randy in advance. We don't have a mystery tonight. We don't have Nakamura tonight. Nakamura's not on the show. So, again, there might be someone hoping that Nakamura comes out, hoping that he issues an open challenge, hoping that that challenge is answered by CM Punk. But that's a lot of things you're hoping for. That's a lot of things you're hoping for. I mean, you are really dialed in, like you are set that CM Punk is definitely coming back if you think that's definitely going to go that way. Or you're hoping that we get a Grayson Waller effect, and you're hoping that he brings out a surprise person, and you're hoping that person is CM Punk. So you see my point? Like, there's no report saying it's going to happen. And there's nothing but hope. There's no mystery area that he could be inserted into unless we do shove in a Shinsuke moment, or we do shove in a Grayson moment. And if it comes through on a report that these are being inserted into the show, one of these or both of these, then we could start having a different conversation. But as of now, I'll give it 1% chance. And 2, do you think we get any surprise segments like an LA Knight appearance? Well, I don't know, actually, because I think that WWE actually treats the premium live event weekend now like a proper weekend. So under Triple H, we get, say, like the tag title match. It's not happening tonight. It happened last night. The tag title match was last night. It was on SmackDown, and SmackDown was in the Allstate Arena, right? So, and we've seen it with Intercontinental title matches and things along these lines. It seems like they really want to use the SmackDown Go Home show, which tends to be in the same arena. They want to use that show as still a big deal, right? It's, you know, it might not be the best show, but it's still the Allstate Arena. You've still got to try and sell tickets for it. You still need people to tune in for it. You still need to give them some reason to go. So they tend to give them like a title match, and there's every chance that this weekend's LA Knight appearance was last night, and the LA Knight's match and moment was last night. You know, he got to walk out there. The crowd went bananas. It was the Allstate Arena. It was the Go Home show. I mean, would it be disappointing that he's not at Survivor Series? Yeah. I mean, I can't say it wouldn't be. People would want to see him tonight in a match that's more meaningful than what he was in last night. But he was still used last night. And there was still the opportunity for the Chicago crowd to pop for him and cheer him and, you know, get their chants out and all that kind of stuff. And actually, I would argue it's not a bad way of doing it, because that was a big pop. And it was something quite significant from SmackDown. I think the talking points from SmackDown, Becky and Charlotte, but one of the other talking points was the size of the LA Knight pop. And I think that if you was to bring him in on Survivor Series, he's gonna get overshadowed a little bit because of Randy coming back. And also, you could make the argument that you don't want LA Knight, who's red hot right now, to sort of take anything away from Randy's return. So I think there's a chance we don't see him tonight. I think there's a chance that we've actually used last night's SmackDown as the LA Knight appearance for Chicago, and that we don't actually get him tonight. In regards to surprises, well, there's a few rumors about Authors of Pain. They've been signed to WWE for a while now, and we haven't seen them. So I don't know that we're going to get them tonight, but there's a chance that we do get them because they're signed. It's a bit like Kyrie. Kyrie had been signed for a while, but we haven't seen her. And Authors of Pain have been signed for a while, and we haven't seen them. So there is a chance that something happens in one of the matches. Authors of Pain come down, get involved. You know, could it be that, like, Drew has got some backup and Authors of Pain come down to help Drew? Perhaps there's a bit of an argument between Drew and Judgment Day or something along those lines. And could Authors of Pain line up with Drew? There's been a few thoughts that Authors of Pain might line up with Karrion Kross. There's been a few thoughts that it could go that way. Kross isn't on this card, so if that is where that's going, then we probably won't see them. But there's a chance that they could make their presence felt. There's a chance that there's going to be a split or a turn or something like that. You know, Becky and Charlotte, what's happening there? Bayley and Damage Control, what's happening there? Damian Priest cashing in, what's happening there? Damian Priest and Judgment Day, what's happening there? Could we get a title change? Could The Miz become the new IC champion? Could Zoe Stark beat Rhea Ripley? Like, I don't know that there's people that are going to get involved and come back and return or make surprise appearances. But there can still be moments, cash-ins, turns, groups splitting. We can get those kinds of things. So I would lean towards no on LA Knight. As I said, I think there's a chance that he gets inserted somewhere. There's a chance he gets inserted. But I also think there's an argument that we saw him last night because he's not needed tonight. It's just one of those where he's just not needed, unfortunately. I think he's just unfortunate because I think that because there's no Solo or Jey Uso, if they were on this card, then it would be easy to get LA Knight involved, but they're not on this card. And there's no Roman on this card. There's no Bloodline on this card. So, and LA Knight's been feuding with the Bloodline. So, like, there's nowhere to kind of insert him at the moment. He's on SmackDown, and the men's War Games match has been built on Raw. So, you can sort of see that he doesn't fit into that. And there's not really anywhere else to put him. Unless you was going to book just a match on the undercard for him, do him one-on-one against Solo or something. But they haven't felt the need to do that. And I think it's just circumstance that he just misses out this time. So I don't think he's buried. I don't think it's a conspiracy. I don't think they're backing out from him, right? They can see and hear the pops. They can see the merch sales, right? They can see the people dressed as him holding up the signs. So I don't think any of those things. I just think he's unfortunate in that he's in a feud that didn't make it onto this card. But I expect him to have a big 2024. I expect him to be the one that beats Logan. I don't think nothing's changed in my mind. I expect him to beat Logan. I expect him to be the one that beats Logan Paul and gets a win for a title at WrestleMania. Which, you know, considering he couldn't even get onto the WrestleMania card last year, this year, not only is he going to get onto it, but potentially he's going to win a mid-card championship. He's going to win a US title, his first singles title, his first title of any description on the main roster. He's going to win that title against Logan Paul, whose, you know, social media following is monstrous. I mean, it just writes itself, to be honest. So I think 2024, early 2024, he's going to have a great time. And then he'll be champion, as if it does go this way. Then he'll be champion throughout the summer. So he should have a good summer program lead into SummerSlam. 2024 is going to be really good for LA Knight. And who knows, by the end of the year, he could lose that belt Maybe he loses it at SummerSlam. And then at that point, I think we can have a very real conversation, depending on if he's still got the crowd support he's got now. We can have a very real conversation about world titles. And we can have a very real conversation about, listen, if Gunther's got the belt at that point, is LA Knight the one to beat Gunther? Is LA Knight the one that gets the world title off Gunther at, say, WrestleMania 41? I mean, that is going to be way in the future. But this is the sort of trajectory and story that I'm looking at for him. So I wouldn't worry about him not being on this Survivor Series. Like, it's a bit of a irrelevance when I think the plans are pretty good for him next year. Richard, shout out to you, bud. Said, Days, you said he won't come back because of Vince. Vince is out. Triple H is in total charge now. TKO have banished Vince. He's got nothing to do with running WWE at all now, even though he still owns some. Okay, so all of that is wrong. Every single thing there is incorrect. So let's take that step by step. So he won't come back because of Vince. I do believe that. Vince is out. Vince is not out. Vince is not out. Vince is the chairman of TKO. You can look at the structure right now. Vince is the guy that is the head of the board for WWE, right? There is only one person in TKO as of right now that is more powerful than Vince, and that is Ari Emanuel. And you know what, right? Vince is the chairman of the boards. Ari Emanuel is CEO. There is, I think, only one person on a company that can get rid of the CEO. There's only one person that can remove that position, and that's the chairman of the board. So Vince is the only person that can get rid of Ari Emanuel. But this is the caveat, right? The reason why he couldn't do it is because he would need the support of the board in order to do it. And the board is made up with majority Endeavor people. And Endeavor is obviously Ari Emanuel's company. So they're not going to vote to get rid of Ari Emanuel, right? So even though Vince has got the ability to get rid of Ari Emanuel, he wouldn't have the backing and the support to do it. And Ari Emanuel knows that, which is why the board is made up with majority Endeavor people, right? So it's a little complicated once you get to the very top of like the TKO structure, but Vince is in a very, very powerful position. The idea that he is out is completely incorrect. That's not true at all. He is in a very powerful position in TKO. Triple H is in total charge now. Again, that's incorrect. Triple H is in charge of creative, so he looks after the creative side of it, right? That's all he's in charge of. He's not in charge of WWE. He's in charge of WWE's creative. He's not in charge of WWE. He's not the be-all and end-all. In fact, above Triple H is Nick Khan. Nick Khan is actually the CEO of WWE. He's the guy that kind of really looks after WWE and runs everything in WWE. Above him is TKO and Vince. So really the buck stops with Vince, but the CEO of WWE is Nick Khan. What Triple H is responsible for is creative. And what the report was saying a little while ago was that Triple H is now being left alone, basically. So they've said to Vince, don't get involved with Triple H. Don't get involved with creative. Leave it to Triple H. Triple H has got his plans. He knows what he wants to do. Let him do it, right? It's not that Vince is out. It's not that Vince is no longer with WWE. It's not that he's no longer with TKO or anything. It's just that reports are he's been told, leave it to Triple H. But the point I was making earlier was Vince told you this himself around WrestleMania time. So when this sale was announced, they actually sat down and did an interview. And the question came up, are you going to be involved in creative? And Vince's answer at that time, months ago, was I am no longer going to be in the weeds. I'm no longer going to be in the day-to-day running, but I will still have an influence. And that is exactly where we are. If Vince feels that there is something that he needs to be involved in, and that there's something that he needs Triple H to do, he will contact him and he will say, listen, I need this. This is where I need this to go. Don't forget, Triple H is still his son-in-law. He has got his number. They obviously talk all the time. He's got a direct line. The idea or notion that Vince is like completely removed from WWE is so far removed from what's actually happening. Vince is very much involved in WWE. And as I said, I only read the other day on Wrestling Observer, it's believed that he's still having significant influence with creative as well. But I do have to say, the show, 99% of it is being booked and sorted by Triple H and the creative department. Gone are those last minute changes, that Vince used to do. Used to rock up and put some last minute changes in place. Apparently the wrestlers are saying there's been none of that. There's been none of that. There's been none of those last minute Vince changes. The belief is the shows are being put together by Triple H. It seems like Vince and TKO are happy with the ratings and where the stories are going. But we've got to know that there's going to be conversations about creative. And to be honest, I've got to think that even Triple H is asking Vince for, like, what would you do with this? What would you do with that? How long would you run this for? I mean, Vince has been booking WWE since the early 80s. So it's just this fountain of knowledge of, like, things that he's tried and things that have worked and things that have failed. If I was Triple H and Vince was my father-in-law, I'd still be going to him and asking all these questions. I'd still be, like, running this stuff past him, Just like, would you do this? Would you do that? Do you think it's all right if we just stretch it that little bit more? Do you reckon I can get Roman to SummerSlam? Or do you think that's too long? Like, they're going to sit down, family meals, meet up, grandkids going round, whatever it might be. These are conversations I've got no doubt are still happening. He's got nothing to do with running WWE, as we said. He is the top guy, even though he still owns some of it. Yeah, so I hope that kind of clarifies it, because those reports that did the rounds a month or so ago absolutely did my head in. Absolutely did my head in. We ranted about those reports because I saw we actually went on to Fightful Select. We brought up the report that is all based on, right? Because everyone was saying Vince is out, he's been banished, all this kind of stuff. We went to Fightful Select, where the original report was, and we went line by line down this report, and we broke the whole report down. It was a big piece that we did on one of our, like, Raw or SmackDown watch-alongs. And to see what was reported compared to what was then being, like, how it had gone through, like, Chinese whispers, and how it had been, like, changed to what made it to, like, I don't know, Ringside News and all the other outlets. It was really quite... There's a lot of language that's... let's put it this way. There's a lot of language that is open to interpretation. Okay, so you can interpret things a few different ways, and it was just very interesting how some of the stories went to the more extreme end of that interpretation. So the idea that Vince isn't involved is madness. He's very involved. He's very involved. But what he's involved in is, sorting out, like, he was at flipping Tyson Fury and Ngannou with Undertaker, and was, like, sorting deals out and doing stuff whilst he was over there for TKO. So he is, as we said, very involved. I mean, I would imagine that he's probably sorted out some of these international deals. They're going to, like, Europe, Germany, France. They're going to Australia. the vote on which team gets the advantage, brought to you by Ruffles, Damage Control, the Women's War Games thing. I would imagine that sponsorships, advertising, running shows in different countries, all these kind of things, this is the stuff that Vince is involved in. I agree, he is not writing the shows, changing the shows. He's not behind 90% of what you see on TV anymore. I completely agree with that. But he himself said he wouldn't be when this takeover was announced back in March, WrestleMania earlier this year. There's a sit-down interview where his exact words are, I will no longer be in the weeds of creative, but I will still have an influence. I will still, of course, have a say. And that came from Vince's own mouth, back in March. So it's just amazing that really that same story managed to come back around a couple of months ago and get treated like it was brand new news. Get treated like, have you heard Vince is out? He's no longer doing creative. Yeah, he told us himself back in March. Did you not see the interview? It was everywhere. Everyone was talking about that interview. The pictures of him with the dodgy moustache, that was everywhere. You remember that? He was being compared to a cartoon villain. You remember that. So all of that side of it is very interesting. It's hard to know the exact truth. I will say that because obviously we're not privy to what's going on behind the scenes. Again, we're having to base this on reports. But having seen the initial report and how it was worded compared to what was then being reported by some of these other outlets, I thought the difference was very interesting, and we went line by line down on it. Richard said, will we see Brock Lesnar again? Yeah, I expect to see Brock again. I mean, I don't think it'll be tonight. Rumours on that are that he won't be back until next year. So I expect to see Brock tonight. I think that Brock... I don't expect to see Brock tonight. I expect to see Brock next year. I think Brock could come back at the Rumble. Definitely expect him for WrestleMania 40. I'll be shocked if he's not at WrestleMania 40. So I expect him to be at WrestleMania 40. But I don't think he's retired or anything like that. Equally, I don't think Cena's retired. I know they were making out Cena at Crown Jewel was like, oh my God, is this the last time we're going to see him? I think that was just the end of this run. I think that was just the end of where we are now. Cena will come back. Brock will come back. But, look, Randy's coming back tonight. These guys are getting close to being done. I mean, we know there's not much more for John Cena. There's not. It doesn't feel like there's loads for Brock, to be honest. I mean, there's loads of matches. You can do him against Gunther. Him and Gunther at WrestleMania would bang, man. But there's lots of things that you could do with Brock. But I don't know. You're always going to have new superstars. NXT is always going to be pumping out new talent, right? So Brock will always have people that he can face. But is there anyone big that he needs to face? That's where we might be starting to run out of those kinds of names. I mean, he's faced your Triple H's, your Undertakers, your Cenas. He's faced your Ortons. He's gone through these names. So, really those that were kind of got left now are up-and-comers. Your Gunthers, your Ilya Dragunovs and people like that, which would be amazing. But, that they're not going to keep Brock around because Brock is always going to have those kind of challenges. You're always going to have people coming out of NXT. You're always going to have a Bron Breakker. You're always going to have a Julius Creed. You're always going to have an Ilya Dragunov. You're always going to have these types of names. At what point does Brock go, I'm done? I feel like it can't be that far. He's getting paid really well, so I'm sure the money is welcome. But I get the feeling it can't be too far away. So it does feel like kind of end of an era in a way. It does feel like we are approaching like a bit of a final run for some of these legends. Cena, seemingly kind of coming towards an end. Brock coming towards an end. Randy Orton maybe in his final run. So enjoy these people whilst they're still around. Enjoy them whilst they're still around because we don't know how long they're going to be around for. Dylan said, is it possible CM Punk is just a well-kept secret? It is possible because WWE are a wrestling company, a sports entertainment company, however you want to word it. And CM Punk is a wrestler. And we're in Chicago. He's from Chicago. He's worked with them before. He's free right now. He's available right now. So from all of those perspectives, you know, he's alive. He's a wrestler. They're a wrestling company. He's worked with them before. Like, from all of those perspectives, yes, 100% he could end up going there. But you have to talk about, is it likely? Is it likely that that's what's going to happen? So is it possible it's just an amazing kept secret? They've kept it out the dirt sheets. They've thrown everyone off the scent. They've pulled a few tricks. They've said to you, we're going to announce Randy in advance because we don't want people thinking CM Punk's going to be there. And then they've done exactly that to try and get people to now think CM Punk's not going to be there. And then boom, CM Punk's there. I mean, if they were going to do that, you know, fair play, because they will have gone above and beyond. They would have gone to the absolute extreme of, like, throwing people off the scent. Because, as I said, really, the only thing you can base it on right now is hope. So is there a chance? Yeah, there's a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. There's a chance. Of course there's a chance. He's alive. He's not dead. So, like, you know, he could get there. Vince could have changed his mind. They could have negotiated. Could have been a done deal. We're in Chicago. Blah, 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 blah. Lovely, lovely. Right? So is there a chance? There's a chance. But again, I just keep coming back to that word. How likely is it? And just going off the reports that have been reported, it doesn't look very likely. It's not expected. But is there a chance? There's a chance. James, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, dude. Said, CM Punk, come back and get rid of Ryback. Yeah, I saw. So Ryback said if CM Punk returns, he will retire from wrestling. And now everyone's like, oh my God, I knew I wanted him, but I didn't know I needed him. So there's people out there that are just urging, praying that CM Punk's going to come back. I feel so sorry for Ryback. I do like this gimmick, though. This gimmick of him, do you remember that poll he ran? And he was like, where shall I go? And it was like, Impact, WWE, AEW, retire, and retire one. And he was like, I can't believe it. Load of haters have infiltrated my community. Like, I'm going to do it again. But guys, I don't want haters to take part in this. And so he ran it again. And of course, retire one again. So I think he just left it at that point. And now he's come out with this. If CM Punk comes back, then I'll retire. And so I kind of love this gimmick he's got going at the moment, which is like he just keeps threatening to retire over different things. And people are just so desperate for him to retire. I feel like there's something to it. I feel like you could definitely get something from that, you know? I mean, listen, if Tony Storm can make 1930s, 1940s Hollywood work in 2023 in wrestling, then I've got to think having a gimmick where you keep threatening to retire and the crowd desperately want to see you do exactly that. I think you could get that to work as well. So, yeah, that was a fun little comment. I did see that. James, shout out to you, bud. Off Tom, hello, Bird. Hope you're doing well. Said, do you think Jay and Randy are going to get on tonight? That's a great question. That's a great question. Not one that we've really spent much time on. I think there will be some problems, and I think there should be some problems. I don't think it's going to cost them the win. I think the babyfaces win. It's hard to see Randy coming back to take an L. So I think that he will come back and pick up a win. But I think there is a really good chance that there's going to be miscommunication. But it just doesn't cost them the match. I think that it could be that, you know, Randy spears Jay, goes to spear like someone from Judgment Day, but ends up hitting Jay. And afterwards, Randy's like, not bothered. You know? Oh, well. And we could get like little moments like that. And there might be times where they have to try and get them on the same page. So, yeah, I think there will be some looks, and there should be looks. I mean, you know, the story is that Randy's been out for 18 months, and, you know, it could even be a case that, could you imagine if we have Jay and Randy as the last two to go into the War Games? And so that means that they're actually locked in the cage with each other. Randy and Jay, the person that injured him for 18 months, they're the last two in the shark cage. And as soon as, like, that moment where, say, I don't know, Sami Zayn goes out, right? And as Sami goes, the camera just stays on the shark cage. The door is closed, and all of a sudden, Randy just turns and just stares at Jay. And Jay, like, deep gulp. Like, oh my, how have I found myself in the situation where I'm locked in a shark cage with Randy Orton? They should tease these moments, right? I'm not saying that Randy's going to do anything at that point, but they should tease those moments, and that should be where we get Randy, like, these nice little what's he going to do type moments. So, yes, I think there should be lots of little teasers along those lines. I'm not a fan of Randy turning. The reason being because he's only just come back, and I think the crowds really feel for him. He's been out for 18 months. The crowd are giddy at the fact that he's coming back. The crowd didn't know they would ever see him again. The love for Randy is going to be off the chart, man. I mean, he's one of the all-time greats. He's coming back. We didn't know we were going to get it. It's a wonderful moment. It's going to be a brilliant sight to see him again. And I think him, like, turning at this point just feels a bit like, oh, I get it, it's Randy, but it just doesn't feel required for me. It doesn't feel necessary. I think there's so much goodwill towards Randy right now that I think people would love to see him helping Cody, you know? Could you imagine if, like, Randy is a face and Randy comes down at WrestleMania to take out Solo, which just leaves Cody and Roman alone, and Cody gets the job done, and Randy's there for that moment. Randy gets to see Cody finally become a world champ. Like, I feel like you can do stuff like that if you keep him face. I don't think there's a need to turn him heel. I know people are like, oh man, you could do him and Jay and all this kind of stuff. And yeah, you could. But I think there's stuff you can do. I mean, the great thing is you can come up with like 50 ideas for a heel Randy, but you could come up with 50 ideas for a face Randy. Don't tell me that you don't want to see Randy against Gunther. Don't tell me that you don't want to see that match. Because you do. Because I do. Like, there's loads of stuff on either side for him, but I think I wouldn't turn him tonight. I mean, I would have him just come back. I'd have the baby faces win, feel good moment, end it on a high. Don't know if we get the cash in from Damian after. Obviously, we don't know what the situation with Drew's going to be after as well. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out. It's very interesting, but I wouldn't bring him back and turn him heel. I would just bring him back. That's enough of a story on its own. And we can have a look at it, like, you know, as we move forward, as we go to 2024. Right, I want to jump into the chat, see where the conversation is. Sonny said, Christmas is coming up, and you should definitely buy my book. 28 sold, 7 reviews, The Thoughts Within a Collection of Poems. Sonny, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Brent, hello, Brent. How you doing? Good. Bud said, does Orton RKO Cody to close the show and set up the Rumble? Does Cody get booed in a program with Orton? Well, I wouldn't do it. That's my answer. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do a Cody-Randy program. I don't think there's a need to do it at this stage. The reason why I say that is because I think Cody, there's a chance he's in the Rumble match. So I don't think we need him to be in one of the undercard matches. We don't need Cody versus Randy at the Rumble if Cody's going to be in the Rumble. There's not another show this year. So there's just, Raws. There's a few Raws. And actually, I think one of the Raws is on Christmas Day. So that's going to be either a best of or a taped show. So what are we dealing with? We're dealing with a few Raws to see out the year. So there's not really anything left for 2023. And 2024, as you know, when we get to January, we're on the road to the Rumble. So it's all about who's going to be in the Rumble, who's favourite to win it and all that kind of stuff. I don't feel like we need I mean, if you do a Cody-Randy feud, that would feel so big with their history that I feel like that would run to Mania. I mean, if you start a feud now that big, I feel like you run that. The payoff to that is at WrestleMania. And I don't think that's the plan for Cody. I think the plan for Cody is Roman. I mean, if it's not going to be Roman and actually we're getting Rock Roman, then we could have a different conversation, because then what do you do with Cody? And then maybe the Randy match becomes a bit more appetizing. And maybe then it makes a bit more sense. But if we're saying that Cody's going to be in the Rumble and he's going to go on to face Roman, I just don't know that you want to start a program with Randy, which is going to be a really big program. That's going to be a big, big program. I mean, you could do it. But I wouldn't. I would keep Randy face. Keep it simple tonight. Just bring him back. Feel good moments. Have him like being like, you know, a support for Cody, and actually like, you know, Cody being the one. Because I think if Roman's title reign ends at WrestleMania 40, we need to present it the right way. We need to be all in on, you know, this is going to be a big moment. If Roman's going to lose that title at WrestleMania 40, like I think he will, it's going to be a big, big moment. It's going to be the first time that he won't have had that Universal title in over 3 years. And so, like, I think we're going to need to put all our pieces in place to get ready for that moment, you know? As I said, Cody would need Randy, I think, involved. Someone's got to deal with Solo. Someone's got to deal with Jimmy. There's still outside interference. There's still moving parts. So, and who knows, maybe Solo just walks away. Perhaps Solo walks away, and that's how we end up getting the Roman Solo program, which could come further down the road. So, there's so many different ways that it could go. I mean, he could turn heel tonight. I wouldn't book it if I was booking, but it could still happen. But my sights are firmly set on WrestleMania 40 and Cody Roman. And how do we build that? How do we get from where we are to that match and make it one of the biggest matches of all time? It's the rematch. You know, what segments are we going to be getting? Like, man, next year's it's going to be cooking. It's going to be cooking. So excited. Do you know what? I always love WrestleMania season, but WrestleMania 40, right? A proper anniversary show like that. I mean, WrestleMania 30 was so special with Daniel Bryan and the end of the streak and everything that took place. Like, if WrestleMania is a big deal, which it is, it gets bigger when you do these big anniversary shows. So WrestleMania 40 is going to slap. It's going to slap hard. This is why I'm so confident that there's going to be something special. And maybe that thing is Rock Roman. But reports are suggesting it's not going to be. Reports are suggesting that they don't think The Rock is going to be the main event of WrestleMania 40. I think that we missed the boat. I think that it was meant to happen at 39, and The Rock said that it was, you know, talks had been good and it was locked at one point. It looked like that was going to be the match. So I think it was meant to be 39 and in Hollywood, and we just couldn't get it to work, couldn't get it to get together. I don't know why, to be honest. I'd love more detail on that. Roman Reigns' tell-all book is going to be absolutely flipping fascinating when he retires. Can't wait for that. Roman Reigns' tell-all biography. Can't wait for that, because I'm sure we'll get answers as to why this match with The Rock never happened. And I don't know that it happens at WrestleMania 40. I'm looking at that being him against Cody. Mr. Dow Jr. said, did you know that Rampage is live during Survivor Series kickoff show? Then Collision is live at 8 p.m. Thoughts? My thoughts are that Collision is normally on a Saturday, so that's no surprise. And Rampage moving, I mean, Rampage gets a couple of 100,000 views. So if I was AEW, I would ideally like to get Collision off of a Saturday. Certainly when there's a WWE Premium Live event, because the numbers just die. So I would want to move it, but if that's not possible, then if I can't move it and I've got to run with it, I've got two choices. I either just put out a rubbish show because I know no one's watching, or I go massive and I go big and I stack it and I make it as big as I can with championship matches, and I do whatever I can. And I think that there's an opportunity to move Rampage and make it a 3-hour super Collision. I was talking about this the other day. I was like, why don't you call it Super Collision? Why don't you go for it? Book MJF against Omega or MJF against Samoa Joe. Book Tony Storm in action. Like, get all your big names, big matches. Treat it like your own pay-per-view, but it's just on free TV. It's just on whatever show it is, TBS, TNT, whatever it is on Saturday. And you just run it on TV, but you treat it like, here you go, free pay-per-view. And you just go really, really big with a super Collision. Maybe you don't have to worry about that so much when it's a Payback or when it's a Backlash, but when it's like a WrestleMania or a SummerSlam or a Rumble or a Survivor Series, could you move Rampage over and have a 3-hour special? Because I don't think it's good marketing to have an hour Rampage and then a 2-hour Collision tonight, because it just looks bitty. Just looks weird. Like, it's a 3-hour show, but it's 2 different shows. It's weird. Just looks weird. I would join them together and call them Super Collision and go big. But listen, AEW can do whatever AEW want to do tonight. That's up to them. There ain't no one going to be watching. I mean, whenever Collision goes up against any WWE Premium Live event, it dies a death. It goes down to like 300,000 viewers, which, you know, is worse than the movies that you were in that time slot before Collision came along. So we've looked at it and said we think they need about 500,000. Looking at the movies that had been in that time slot before, they were getting about the 350 to 500,000. There was a few that were going over 500,000. So we think they need around that sort of number. Certainly if they go down to 300,000, that feels too low for Collision. But I don't know what the expectation is from the network. I certainly don't think the network's expecting 1 million, right? I don't think that. But they must have some sort of expectation. And it's hard to believe that Collision is meeting that expectation. But listen, that's their problem. That's, you know, they knew it would be a challenge. And I don't think that show has been good enough from what I've seen. You know, there's a reason why people don't feel the need to tune into it. So those are my thoughts. Do you think CM Punk comes back, said Aiden? No, I don't think he does. Certainly not tonight. If we're going to get different reports that, you know, maybe if the crowd are chanting his name all night and WWE, like, you know, maybe look at that and go, oh, okay, they actually want him more than we thought they did or whatever, right? You know, maybe there could be some movement, but I'm not expecting it tonight. I want to see Randy against Cody, said Dave. Al says we want Punk. Let's go down. Is Shane McMahon still in WWE, or was his appearance at 39 a one-off? So I believe it to be a one-off. I don't believe he's got any sort of position there, but obviously his dad is very important, right? So I think he can kind of come back really whenever he wants. I mean, his brother-in-law is the head of creative. His dad is the chairman of the board for TKO. So he's got access to come back really, you know, whenever he wants. But I'm not aware that he's got an official position still in WWE. I'm not aware that he's got a role. I mean, he might have a token role. He might have some sort of title, which doesn't mean anything. He doesn't have any responsibility. He's never at the Titan Towers. But if someone was to go, no, he's actually the executive, I don't know, climate coordinator for WWE, I'd be like, oh, right, cool. What does he do? Oh, he doesn't do anything. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, I'm not aware that he's actually like does anything, works like in any of the departments or whatever. I think that was him just coming back for an appearance. But it's not like he's on the out. It's just that if he wants, if he rocked up in the Rumble, I wouldn't be that surprised. If he makes another appearance at WrestleMania, I mean, I hope he does. I mean, it's one of my all-time favorite moments. I'm not even joking. Top 10 favorite WWE moments ever. I think Shane and what happened with him and Miz and Snoop at WrestleMania last year, or like earlier this year, it's got to be in the mix, man. It's got to be in the mix. It was amazing. Everything about it was amazing. From the disappointment of it being Shane, because people were hoping it was going to be LA Knight or it was going to be like someone else. And it turned out to be Shane McMahon, which was random. So there was disappointment, like Shane, but then surprise. Disappointment and surprise mixed together, right? So he starts walking down. And then, we get this match with him and the Miz. He tears his quad. He goes down. Miz is like, I don't know what to do. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Snoop Dogg gets in the ring and punches Miz in the face. And it's like, what am I watching, man? This is clearly not what is meant to be happening, but it's happening. And we're watching it. And it's amazing. So it was just incredible. Incredible. And, afterwards you go back, you watch it, and you can see the cameraman. The cameraman's on the outside with the camera, and he's doing this. He's saying to Snoop Dogg, hit Miz. So I think Snoop Dogg did it because the cameraman told him to. And then you can hear Jessica Carr going, rock bottom, rock bottom. Rock bottom, like this. She keeps saying rock bottom to Snoop Dogg. That's how he then knows to do that, because it's all coming from the back, being communicated through the ref. So not only is it a botch, an amazing botch on the grandest stage, but also watching how they dealt with it and the communication coming through the ref and even coming through the cameraman as well. It was like, punch him. And Miz's face where he's like, I don't know what to do when Shane gets injured. I mean, it's the biggest. It's WrestleMania. The world is watching. It's a goated moment, man. So I will have Shane coming back at any time, because I will just constantly live in hope that we get another moment as goated as what that was. So yeah, he may be in the Rumble, he may be at WrestleMania, but to my knowledge, he doesn't have like a job or anything. Kurt said the Viper is going to show his true self because he stands alone. Everyone will get RKO'd tonight. Believe that. LS Dub said, I can't imagine that Tony chose Saturdays as a time slot for Collision. I think he was given that day by the network. If TNT wants Collision to ever pull anything substantial, put it on a Thursday. Yeah, no, I agree. I think it was that they were looking at the numbers of Dynamite and they were like, these numbers are not bad, Like, on a Wednesday, it tends to be like the number 1, number 2 rated cable show. Only tends to get beaten by, like, Sport, whatever was on. So, it, numbers-wise, it might not be, like, stunning. It might not be, like, 3 million or whatever, but it does well compared to the rest of what's out there. So, on a Saturday, I believe they were just playing old movies. And so you can totally see them going, well, let's not do the movies and let's give them that second show and we'll see what they can do on a Saturday, right? Now, if you're Tony Khan, a TV company going, listen, we want another show, we're going to give you some more money. I mean, yes, thank you. I don't care what the time slot is. Thank you. Yeah, I can make that work. Nick Khan has said if he could get Raw to 4 hours, he would do it because they just want as much TV time as possible. TV time is great exposure. It's more time for sponsorship. It's more ad revenue. You can look at it the other way and go, well, it's going to be a nightmare to book and you're stretching your roster thin and good luck telling compelling stories that's going to keep people around for 4 hours on a Monday. Like, you can totally look at it that way, but that ain't the way that business people look at it, is it? Business people are like, give me the money first and we'll deal with the problems after. That's how business people look at it. So, I agree. I think he was given the Saturday date, and you got to make it work, ain't you? You got to do what you can to make it work. Danny Barnhouse, shout out to you, bud. Been a member for 40 months. That's mental. 40 months. I didn't even know we were doing it that long, to be honest. 40 months. Basically, all I know is Randy is coming back, says Danny. That's all you need to know. That's all you need. Anything else beyond that is a bonus ball. Anything else beyond that is a surprise. Anything else beyond that is a little treat. Little Thanksgiving, Black Saturday treat. Is it Black Saturday? Black weekends? I don't know. I hope everyone had a good Black Friday, though. But anything else is a bonus ball. But I expect this show to be a satisfying show. I expect this show to have lots of looks, lots of non-verbal communication, lots of body language communication, because we know the relationship's not great between Randy and Jay. We know that Miz is trying to get some honor. We know he's going to have to dig deep. So even when he's like, hanging in there or having to try and stay in the fight, like, he doesn't need to say anything, but just watching him struggle and battle and fight and show his determination through his body language, that's going to speak volumes. So, like, there's going to be lots of non-verbal communication from The Miz. There's going to be lots of non-verbal communication from Becky and Charlotte with little looks they're going to give each other. There's going to be lots of non-verbal communication between Randy and Jay and how that's going to go. What about Bailey and Damage Control and that situation? What about Damian and Finn? Or JD McDonough and Damian? Because JD is new to the group. He could let Judgment Day down. And then how does that sit with Damian Priest? Damian Priest is the leader of this group. If Judgment Day fail, then Damian Priest as leader has failed. What's the repercussions of that? And, what happens with Drew? For example, what happens with him? Because he's not really with Judgment Day. He's just sort of helping them. But equally, he's not with the baby faces. He's kind of out on his own. So as soon as this match is over, where does his loyalty lie? What's he going to be doing? So, and Randy, people are saying, is he going to turn heel? Is he not? We've spoken about if we would do it or not and the reasons why. But, I mean, you can go either way, but I just have a preference to keeping him face. But I think that, is he going to tease some up? Could he tease a little RKO? Could Cody be a bit distracted and Randy, tease, even if he doesn't do it, I don't know. I think this show is going to be very satisfying, lots of little looks, lots of body language, lots of things that can potentially happen. Some might happen, some might not go the way we're expecting. I think at the end, hopefully I'm going to feel like I've had a 3-course meal. Hopefully I feel like I'm exhausted with the amount of stuff that we've kind of watched and how it's all played out. I think it's going to be a very interesting show, which is really good because I'm so used to watching shows from WWE years ago where it would be Baron Corbin against Apollo Crews, and they had a little backstage argument, and they'd been arguing, and there'd been a few attacks, and then we get to the show, and there's not much depth to that. That is very surface level wrestling, basic, just chuck it on the card, fill out the card type stuff. Just fill out the cards, that mentality, we're very used to seeing those kinds of matches in the past. Very used to seeing those matches. You know, you kind of like Sheamus match taking on, I don't know, I'm going to pick on Baron Corbin again, right? These kinds of things that just get thrown together, these kind of matches that are there to just kill a bit of time. There's a bit of build to it. No one's really that bothered by it. It's one of those matches you watch and it's fine, but you're really looking forward to whatever the main event is. Or there's maybe another match that your title match you're looking forward to, something. But these matches are just there. We don't really have that tonight. I mean, we've got 2 War Games matches. Both of them are significant. We've got Gunther against Miz for the Intercontinental Championship, which you can easily dismiss by saying Miz doesn't have a chance. But that's not the story of the match. The story of the match is the Miz doesn't want to be the joke anymore. He doesn't want to be seen as the butt of the joke. He wants to be respected. He's battling for his respect. He's battling for his honor. He can lose and still get something from this match. And to be honest, if he gets battered, that would be worst case scenario for him. If he gets battered. But I love there could be a moment where Miz can't win. He's struggling. He's trying and he's tried and he can't win. And there's an opportunity to cheat. There's an opportunity to do something where he could cheat. Say the ref is down and the Miz of old would cheat. And this Miz doesn't. This Miz doesn't cheat. And there can be little moments like that where you go that can just mean so much, you know, and that are going to matter. Dragon Lee against Santos. Obviously, there's a lot to that with Ray and the LWO and all of that stuff. And then I would say the match I'm probably least engaged with is Rhea and Zoe. I'm still into it because I like both women, but Zoe doesn't really feel like she's been built up to champion level. I think this feud has been good for her, because I think that it's got her in TV time. It's got her in there with Rhea. We've seen some promos. You know, we're kind of being more introduced to Zoe Stark on the main roster. If we didn't know much about her before, we know a little bit more now. I expect her to run Rhea quite close, a couple of close falls. I expect Rhea to get the win. There's not really as much depth to that. That one's a little bit more standard challenger type situation. We need a number 1 contender. Here's Zoe. Let's do the match. Nice showcase for both. Lovely. Thank you. Right, that's probably the one that doesn't have a great deal of meaning to it. But I would say every other match, all the other 4 matches have got plenty in them. So, yeah, I agree. It's a card that doesn't need to be bloated for the sake of bloating. I say this all the time with AEW shows, and people think I'm a broken record, probably because I am. But I keep saying I would much rather quality over quantity. And AEW go like, here's 14 matches. Here's 14 matches. It's like, yeah, but a good chunk of them I don't care about, because the build has either been rubbish or you haven't made me care about the wrestlers. Whereas here, look at what WWE are giving us. They're only giving us 5 matches, but they matter. They're either for championships or they really have got something like, you know, considerable about them. So, yeah, I like this card. I really like this card. It's not the most exciting in the sense of there's no Roman, there's no Cena, there's no world title match. It'd be nice if Roman was defending. I think that's missing. I think a Roman title defense is missing. I do agree with that. I think Roman LA Knight on this card would have been good. If we'd have done Roman against someone else at Crown Jewel and then we did Roman LA Knight here, that would have got them both onto this card. That's probably missing. I will put my hands up to that. But it doesn't mean that the card itself is still not a very good card. So, yeah, I like it. Portington. Hello, Portington. Hope you're well. Portington gifting a membership. Shout out to you, Portington. Hope you are well, sir. Feels very James Bond whenever I speak to Portington. Portington says, Days, my good fellow, how are you? I'm doing very well, thank you, Portington. And I am looking forward to the show. We are 15 minutes away from the kickoff show. Amazingly, we have been live for 2 hours 35. I mean, like, this ain't our first rodeo. We do streams for Raw, SmackDown, NXT, Dynamite, all the premium live events. So we're doing the NXT one that's coming up soon, NXT Deadline. Obviously, we're back on Monday with Raw. We're here for NXT on Tuesday. We're here for Dynamite on Wednesday. I mean, you know, every day I feel like we're streaming. So this ain't our first rodeo, but it's so amazing that we can just talk about wrestling. And before I know it, 2 hours 35, according to my clock in the corner. It's amazing. You wouldn't think there's that much to talk about, would you, really? But there is. There is. Because we've only got 15 minutes till the kickoff show starts. So, wrestling, eh? Oof. Crazy. Jake Campbell, shout out to you, says, it's a shame that we couldn't get Bray and Randy again. Yeah, I think that, you know, that story never got the... I mean, they couldn't have botched that story more. Like, we just, yeah, it's true, innit? If you think about it, isn't that crazy? Bray came back and passed away all whilst Randy was injured. I didn't think about that. I never thought about that. That is crazy. That Bray came back and we did the Bray return, White Rabbit, everything. And Randy was injured all throughout that time. And now Randy's back, and obviously Bray has passed away. So I think that that story, you know, this, I don't know who we blame. I would love for someone that really knows behind the scenes. I'm not interested in fans, right? There's lots of fans out there that want to blame Vince or want to blame creative or want to blame Triple H or Bruce Pritchard or whoever, right? I don't know, but I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in speculation. I'm interested in someone that was actually behind the scenes, that can actually tell us about what actually was going on. Because some of the stuff they messed up, you can't quite understand how they or why they messed it up. Why did The Fiend get burnt alive, have this period where he wasn't around for months as a result, return at WrestleMania 37 to then lose that match? Like, how did that make any sense to anyone ever? I mean, how did that make any sense? How did it make sense for The Fiend, that is this, you know, alter ego, seems to be Bray's darkness, he's taught himself not to feel pain, all this kind of stuff? How did he lose so easily and quickly and seemingly effortlessly to Goldberg? How did that happen? Who, what? What? How did that happen? How did that get signed off? How did we continually mess this up? Who is responsible for these things? So I would love answers, to be honest. I would love to know. I mean, I would love to know. It was the plan that they were going to do Bray, Randy at WrestleMania 38. So we thought, let's give him the loss at 37 to then have him win at 38. I don't know. I feel like this guy just kept getting awful booking. He kept having to reinvent himself to try and create a new version of himself so that he could get himself back over again, only for us then to bury him again, only for us to then have him lose again. So, to be perfectly truthful, if we was to get Bray, Randy, I still don't know that we would have booked Bray the way that he should have been booked from the start. You know, could you imagine if The Undertaker in the early 90s had come in and just kept getting losses, key losses? I mean, The Undertaker was beating everyone. The Undertaker got a win over Hogan at a year into arriving. He arrived at SummerSlam 1990. He's winning the title off Hogan in Survivor Series 1990. At Survivor Series 1991, he wins the title. Thanks, obviously, to Ric Flair coming down. But even so, I mean, you want to talk about getting behind someone. You know, I don't know that he lost in 91. But certainly a year into arriving, he wins the title. I mean, wow, that they're giving him support. They're really giving him support. And granted, after that, he then goes into a feud with Giant Gonzalez, whatever. But visually, you've got to say, as a kid, I thought that was amazing. Giant Gonzalez, I mean, felt like superhuman. So him coming in, he might have looked a joke. The matches might have been cringe, but little old me thought that it was OMG, right? I was like, how is he going to beat this guy? I've never seen anyone this big. I mean, he was taller than Andre the Giant. So it might not have panned out to be brilliant, and we can look back and laugh at it now. But at the time, it as a kid, it felt pretty cool. So, this is how Undertaker was booked in like 91, 92, 93. Compare that to The Fiend, who's flipping losing to Goldberg and then being burnt alive and being gone for ages, coming back and then losing to Randy. So even if Bray was still around, I just don't know that I've got any confidence that he would have been booked any better. I think it's hard for The Fiend to get momentum and be credible and all this if you're going to give him such key losses. He needs wins. He needs to win. He needed good, credible, competitive wins that you can hang your hat on, you know? I know that there's a lot of love for the Firefly Funhouse match at WrestleMania 36. The problem I've got with that is it wasn't a match, was it? I mean, it was a presentation. It was whatever it was, a fever dream. It's hard to say that he got credibility from that because it wasn't a match. It was like him and Cena working together to give us a presentation. I mean, you can go into he was controlling Cena and all this kind of stuff, but it's hard to get credibility from that, right? So, I don't think he was at 35. 36, he helped out Matt Hardy, didn't he? I can't remember if that was 34 or 35. But either way, I don't think he had a match there. 36, he does that presentation. 37, he loses to Randy Orton. 38 is not there. 39, he is meant to be there, but obviously falls ill, and that's it. I mean, we've gone through Bray's history with WrestleMania. If you want to sum up Bray's booking, just look at WrestleMania. That's it. WrestleMania 30, Bray loses to Cena. WrestleMania 31, Bray loses to Undertaker. WrestleMania 32, he gets jobbed around in a segment with The Rock. WrestleMania 33, he loses to Randy Orton. 34 or 35, one of them I think he misses, and the other one he is in a Battle Royal appearance with Matt Hardy. 36 is in a match which, we all saw Titus O'Neil's face after. I still feel that way about it. 37 he loses. 38 I don't believe is there, and 39 he was meant to be there. So that's Bray. So I agree. Of course we wish that Bray was still around. Of course we do, right? For his family more than anything else. But I just don't have any confidence after seeing years and years of him not being booked right that they would actually start booking him right. Very frustrating. I can't wait for the book on that. Can't wait to get more information on that. How the flip did they drop that ball so many times? How did they drop that ball so many times? They dropped that ball so many times, it actually became impressive. They dropped that ball so many times, it actually became something which you actively would have to have it in for him, I think. You actively would have to hate him to book him as bad as what they did. Frustrating. Rhea Ripley is trending. Don't know why, but I'm going to click on the name. Rhea Ripley licked an autograph and auctioned it for $580. So she got an autograph card, licked it, and then they sold it for $580. That was, what was that on? That was on piece of paper that Rhea Ripley licked, sold for $850. I'm not surprised by that. I'm not surprised by that. It's one thing to get an autograph of a wrestler, but they used to do like kiss cards and things. Like, people have always wanted that little bit more. So a card that Rhea has signed and licked. Yeah, I could see. I'm not surprised that's sold for a decent amount. If anything, that's a new merchandising idea for them. I would imagine you'll see a lot more cards that have been licked now in the future. So that's why she was trending. JS17 said, I'm excited for Survivor Series. Tonight is Randy's return. He got me excited, even though I don't care as much anymore. Because of that, I will watch. Usually I only watch the Rumble and Mania. Well, shout out to you, my friend. I think there is going to be a lot of people tuning in tonight for Randy. I think there will be people tuning in just to see if CM Punk's going to be there, and that is absolutely fine, right? I don't think people are wrong to do that because there is a chance, and we are in Chicago, and there's been a lot of chatter. So I think that's fine. I think that'll bring in eyes. I don't know that the card is necessarily bringing in lots of people. As I've said, I think it's a decent card, a good card, but I think it's a good card if you have been watching the shows. So if you are someone that watches Raw and watches SmackDown and follows the stories, I think this is a good card. If you're someone that is a casual fan that only watches SummerSlam, WrestleMania, you know, what's the card for Survivor Series? Let's have a look. I could see you looking at this going, War Games might be all right. I don't think Miz is beating Gunther. I don't think Zoe's beating Rhea, and Santos against Dragon Lee feels like a SmackDown match. You know, I can understand people having that impression, but as we've already said, I think that there's deeper meaning to this card tonight. There's more going on here than meets the eye. So, yeah, I think it's a good one to watch, but I'm really hoping that this is going to be a satisfying show. Might not be a show that's like, oh my God, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, but it might just be, do you know what? That was really enjoyable. I really enjoyed that. Might not be one that blows your mind, but it might be one that puts a real smile on your face and makes you, just remind you as to why you love wrestling. That's what I'm hoping for. We'll see. Wrestling talent worldwide. Shout out to you, buds. What are your thoughts on Sasha Jade both coming out tonight? I'm not expecting either. Sasha is rumored to be signing with AEW. It would be, man, if Sasha came back tonight, that would be a big shock. Not expecting it. I think she's very frustrated, or was frustrated, with WWE. I think some of those behind the scenes procedures have changed. I think Triple H being in charge of creative might interest her. I think that Vince being more removed from creative, because before he was in Gorilla, he was physically there. Whereas now he's not physically there. And we believe that it's a case that Triple H is, like, you know, in charge of creative. And I believe he is. And I believe that he is responsible for 99% of what you see. These changes might be enough for her to now think about coming back. The only thing I would say is she is someone that I think loves wrestling, loves Japan, and has got an opportunity right now to face some of the best non-WWE wrestlers in the world. I think once she comes back, I don't know that she's going to look to be leaving again, because, you know, being in WWE is brilliant money. It's brilliant for your brand. It opened doors that I don't know would have opened for her otherwise. I think she will go back, but I don't know that it's going to be tonight, because she's been injured for a lot of this year. She wasn't at Wembley for AEW. She wasn't involved with AEW. She hasn't been in AEW. She hasn't faced any of the AEW women, right? I'm sure she'd love to face Britt Baker, Jamie Hayter, maybe Hikaru Shida, maybe Timeless Tony Storm. Like, I'm sure there's people in AEW that she would love to compete against. I don't think she's wrestled everyone in Japan that she wants to wrestle yet. She's faced a few names, but not all the names that I think she wanted to compete against. So very frustrating for her that she has not had an opportunity to face everyone that she wanted to face yet. I think the injury has robbed her of that. So if she comes back, I think she's back for goods. That makes me wonder as to whether she will return, but just do it next year. Just leave it a little bit longer because there's a few more names that she wants to face first. I could definitely see that. Definitely see that. I think there's people in Stardom she wants to face. There's people in AEW she wants to face. So big surprise if she's on the show tonight. That would suggest that she is willing to close that door. So it'd be a big surprise if she was on the show tonight. Jade, we don't know where Jade's going to go. I think Jade needs to go to NXT. I have watched Jade in AEW and she's not very good, right? She is, I think we now know why they made such a big deal out of her, right? And it makes a lot more sense now. We now have the answer as to why they made such a big deal out of her. Yes, she's going to be a big star. Yes, I'm sure they believe in her. But we found out the answer very quickly as to why they made such a big deal of it. And the answer was Edge. They got Jade and they were like, look at who we've got. Look at this massive star. And it meant that everyone was talking about, oh, Jade's come over from AEW, blah, 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 blah. And then a few days later, Adam Copeland goes to AEW. So I think WWE wanted to shout about, look who we've got, as a way of like going, yeah, we've got the person we want. Don't worry about the person we've lost. Look at who we've got. Wow, we've got Jade Cargill, right? Because it did feel like they were going really OTT with her. And how funny that now that Adam Copeland's been there a little while, we haven't seen anything of Jade. The Jade chatter has completely died down. She hasn't been seen on Raw or SmackDown for ages. We haven't seen her in NXT for a while. She was in NXT for the Lyra Becky match. She was actually there for that. But short of that, the chatter has definitely settled down. So I think they went big on her. Yes, because they're excited, but really because of they knew that the Edge news was coming and they were trying to have something to brag about themselves. If Edge hadn't have gone to AEW, I don't know that they would have gone as big with the Jade thing. But so I think they've built her up. And as a result, people are now like, oh, my God, she's going to be, coming to the main roster. She might be at Survivor Series. If you watch her wrestle, she's very, very limited. Very limited. She is someone that needs to be in NXT. I'm not being disrespectful. She has got great potential. She's great look. She's going to work hard. Her physique is stunning. If she had the wrestling abilities to match her looks, superstar, right? Superstar, like WrestleMania Night 1 main event, her against Rhea, her against Charlotte. Oh my God, right? She does not have the wrestling ability to back that up, right? If she was to go into the main event of WrestleMania, she'd stink the place out. I watched her matches in AEW. They weren't good, and I'm not changing my tune just because now she's come to WWE, right? We've said all along, looks amazing, great potential, but she needs work. So I think if she rocks up tonight, big statement from WWE, because that would suggest she's on the main roster. It would also suggest that they're going to have to try and protect her, and she's going to need to be in a lot of tag matches, and she's going to need to be having limited matches because she's going to need to do a lot of house shows. She's going to need a lot of time in the performance center, but they think they can do it whilst having her on the main roster, right? That would be a big statement. Me personally, if I'm Triple H or whoever's overseeing this, she's going to NXT. I'm putting her in NXT. She's going to win the women's title. She's going to have an Asuka run where she's undefeated. I'm going to build her up like a monster. I'm going to train her to within an inch of her life. I'm going to train her to the point where she's in tears and she can't train anymore, right? I'm drilling this girl, right? I am absolutely running her into the ground. And I'm going to like just try and get as much out of her as I absolutely can, because she is potential personified, but at the moment she's also very limited. So I'd put her in NXT. So for the reasons I just said about Sasha not wrestling everyone I think she wants to yet, that's why I'm thinking I don't believe we see her tonight. And Jade's limitations makes me think she would be it'd be better for her to go to NXT, better for WWE, and better for her that she goes to WWE. So I'm looking at NXT Deadline. That's where I'm looking for Jade, NXT Deadline, because I think that Lyra can retain and then you bring Jade out. And all of a sudden it's like, oh man, Jade is here. She's in NXT. She's going for that women's title. She can get it early 2024. And then boom, you know, that would mean that Jade could be women's NXT champion around WrestleMania weekend, which that's a good look. That's a good look. You want Jade on posters around WrestleMania weekend, and certainly if she's got a belt as well. So I would put her in NXT. I would have her win the title early 2024, champion around WrestleMania time. And then it's going to come down to how quickly she picks it up. I don't think there's a timeline as to when she hits the main roster. I just think do it when she's ready. You know, she might not hit the main roster till 2025. If she needs a year of being in the PC and it's going to really make her a better wrestler. I mean, she's still relatively young. I think she's like, I keep checking this. I think she's 34. Let's have a look. 31. I always get that wrong. She's 31. It's 31. So if she has a year in NXT, she'll be 32. So like, even if she's 33, when she hits the main roster, she could have 10 years. You could get to, she looks after herself. She could get to her early 40s. She could have 10 years on the main roster. And don't forget that Charlotte, Becky, Sasha got called up to the main roster in 2015. We haven't even had 10 years of Becky. We haven't even had 10 years of Charlotte. We've got to get to 2025, and that's when we will have had 10 years of Becky, Sasha, Charlotte on the main roster. So 10 years is a long time. So I think you can afford to have her in NXT for a bit, make her the best that she can be, or, you know, drastically improve her, and then you can still have 10 years of her on the main roster. So I would go that way. So I wouldn't be looking for either of those. I wouldn't be looking for either of those tonight. But again, is there potential? Yes, there is. It could happen. Right. Undercover Manager said, I don't think AEW make money from their TV deals. I believe that they pay to be on air a certain fee and then they get given a credit of ad revenue, which is why it's always talks demos and stuff. I think they do make money from TV deals. I think the number was even reported. So AEW TV deal. AEW's deal expires on December 31st, 2024. There is a number that's attached to that. I don't know if it's in this TJR report, though. In my head, it's a couple of 100 million. A couple of 100 million, I believe. And the next deal was, they were looking at $1 billion, but it was a bigger deal because... It was a bigger deal because it was going to include all the back catalogue and it was going to include the pay-per-views. So it was going to include, like, everything, which is why it was going to be such a bigger deal. But I I think it's a couple of 100 million. I don't know. I'd have to search for the number because I keep clicking on articles and it doesn't go into specifics. But I believe there is a number. Do you think Randy turns on Jay and Cody tonight, said JS17? With Jay injuring Randy and obviously Cody feud before we get Roman Cody too? I don't. We spoke about this earlier. I think a Randy Cody feud, that would be a big feud and would play out to WrestleMania in my mind. I don't know how you do that feud and build Cody Roman at the same time. It may be possible, but it's also a potential unwelcome distraction. I think, because don't forget, this is our last big show of the year, so all we've got are Raws. And one of them Raws is on Christmas Day. So that's going to be either taped or it's going to be a best of. So we ain't dealing with many shows in 2023. And as soon as you get to 2024, like, you're on the road to the Rumble, you're on the road to WrestleMania. And we know that Cody's going to have to try and get himself in line for Roman. So trying to fit in like a really intense, very rich Randy Orton feud just feels like we don't need it. I feel like we've been treading water with Cody for a while. You know, he's not been doing a great deal for a while. He's just been involved in this storyline for a bit. And before that, he did a little summit with Dominic Mysterio. He did, obviously, the feud with Brock. That was probably the biggest thing he did since WrestleMania, was the feud with Brock. But since then, it's just been bobbing around. I think we can easily bob around to get to 2024. And then it's, I need to finish the story. So trying to fit in Randy in there is possible, but I don't feel necessary at this stage. It doesn't feel like a feud that we need to get into straight away. It doesn't feel like a feud that I'm like, let's go, you know. I mean, if they give it to us, great. I wouldn't be down on it. It's not something that I would be negative on. But again, we talk from how likely is it, and I think on that I would be leaning towards unlikely again, just because there's not much left of this year, and early next year, I think we build towards Roman. In regards to him and Jay, now that's different because we don't know what the plans are for Jay, and you can understand Roman. You can understand Randy with having an issue with Jay. So that one feels a bit different. So there might be something there. The only problem is that would that position Randy as a heel? Because I wouldn't position Randy as a heel. I think the crowd love Randy, and I don't think they want to boo him. And it's going to be hard to get the crowd to boo Randy. And we're trying to build up Jay as a bit of a baby face. So if you put Jay in a feud with Randy, you're really splitting the crowds. The crowd have then got to decide, do I prefer Jay or do I prefer Randy? It doesn't... It's more likely, but it's still not a story I think needs to be told. I think you do what Kevin did. So Kevin didn't feud with Jay, but he made his feelings very well known. And I think Randy does the same. I don't like you. I'm never going to like you. You cost me 18 months of my career, and I could break you right now if it wasn't for these people. But I've got too much respect for these to do that to them, or something along those lines, you know. And maybe we find ourselves in a situation where Randy has to try and help Jay, or Jay comes to Randy's aid, or, you know, we tell that story instead. So I'm not leaning towards it being Randy Jay or Randy Cody. We could get it eventually. I just think that WrestleMania 4 is really important, and we need to be very focused on what we're doing. If I'm Triple H, I'm looking at my WrestleMania 40 cards right now, and I'm like, right, how am I getting to these matches? This is my 2 days. How am I getting to these matches? And, you know, some of that build can start tonight. Some of that build can start now. I know they say that the Royal Rumble is the road to WrestleMania, But you can put pieces in place tonight to get us where we need to go. You know, if you think about last year, we had Sammy turn on Kevin to prove his loyalty to the Bloodline. And then the Bloodline wanted him to do it again at the Rumble. And, you know, he did it once. He wasn't going to do it again. He wasn't going to keep proving his loyalty. You know, he did it once at Survivor Series. And so he refused at the Rumble and boom. So you can say that what he did at Survivor Series was put the piece in place for what came at the Rumble, which is obviously then what resulted in him leaving the Bloodline. So this is why tonight's show could have repercussions for WrestleMania, because things can definitely happen here that put us on that path. Whew. The guy, shout out to you, said, I appreciate you streaming from the arena. Yep. Survivor Series has begun, and it's good. It's good. Some really good action going on. Some really good things going on at the moment. AEW Collision is still going to have more atmosphere than the Etihad, said Dort Knight. Do you think Becky or Charlotte will turn on each other? Well, I think that's very interesting because I'm looking at WrestleMania 40. Are we going to get Cody Randy at WrestleMania 40? If the answer's yes, then I think the turn tonight can definitely happen. If the answer's no, then I don't see why we need to do the turn, right? And I feel that exact way for everything that happens tonight. So the answer to this question is, are we doing Becky versus Charlotte at WrestleMania? Or are we doing Becky and Lyra versus Charlotte and Tiffany? Or are we doing Becky, Charlotte, Bianca triple threat? Or I don't know what WrestleMania looks like. I don't know what's in store for Charlotte and Becky at WrestleMania. But if they're going to be at odds, or if they're going to be on the same sides, I think tonight is going to help us with that. So if they have a big falling out, I think it's not unfair or unwise to speculate that it could lead to a match between the two at WrestleMania, which would be amazing. Becky versus Charlotte at WrestleMania. It's a match we've seen before, but it doesn't matter because we're talking about two of the biggest female superstars in the history of WWE. You could even make an argument they are the two biggest. I know a lot of people will say Trish, and absolutely Trish should be in the conversation. And some people will say Chyna, right? But I don't think it's unfair to say Charlotte, who's won more world championships than any other woman, is only a couple behind her dad. And Becky, who I don't think it's unfair to say got to a level of stardom that I don't think any other woman has ever reached. She, for a time, was the face of WWE. For a moment, around WrestleMania 35, just before, she was the face. She was the person. She was the man. And she, got herself onto the video game cover with Roman. She was Red Heart, that with the blood coming down her nose. That was Survivor Series. With the blood coming down her nose because of Nia and all of that. That was... And we got... she was meant to be facing Charlotte, I believe. And I think, didn't we get... No, she was meant to be facing Ronda. Charlotte replaced her. So we got Charlotte Ronda instead. But, for that time where Becky's nose was busted and the blood coming down, I mean, I don't think any woman has ever been as over, as big as she was in that moment. So I think if the plan is to have them not coexist and to actually build to a match that really focuses on their friendship, very real friendship, that very real broke apart. They were really close. They were great friends. I believe it was like a professional rivalry. Becky's always said that Charlotte just wanted to see Becky held down, wanted Becky to be like put in her place. And so, like, Charlotte didn't want Becky to succeed. She wanted Becky to be Becky's friend, but she didn't want Becky to be successful, or not as successful as what she became, because of rivalry and jealousy. You know, there's a lot that you can tell with that story if they are going to split apart tonight. So if they split apart, I think it's really interesting, and I think it could be massive for WrestleMania. If they don't split apart and they actually stay together and they're working together and, dare I say, their friendship gets repaired, them two as a package, standing by each other's side, actually supporting each other and even helping each other. Like, you know, Becky's in trouble. She's being attacked by some evil faction. Here's Charlotte. Like, that could be really interesting for next year. That could be really interesting, whichever way they go with this. And hopefully they don't just drop it. There is a chance that they just drop it and that we're only telling this story for War Games. But I think that we've seen it time and time again. Normally, the most satisfying feuds are based on some sort of reality. So, for example, the Bloodline is based on an actual family, and it makes for a very satisfying story. And I think this friendship that broke apart for real and has become fractured could make for a very, very compelling story. So I hope that we're not just doing this for War Games, can they coexist type thing. I hope that we're doing this and that there's going to be some longer payoff. I don't care if it's them working together, which hopefully leads eventually somewhere to the 4 horsewomen getting together. I would give my kingdom to see Becky, Charlotte, Sasha, Bayley take on Damage Control of Asuka, Kairi, Io, and Dakota. I mean, that sounds about as good as what we can hope for, to be honest. Maybe you could change some of the personnel in Damage Control, but it's a pretty strong lineup. It's pretty strong. Asuka's goated. Io is, you know, the champ at the moment. Kairi's just come back. Lots of excitement there. Lots of goodwill towards Dakota. Just unfortunate with the injury. She's someone that they've always had high hopes for. Maybe you could change Dakota out. Maybe you could change Kairi out. I don't know. But either way, I think that's a good heel faction. And against the 4 horsewomen would be amazing to see them working together. I mean, we have still never had a fatal 4-way on the main roster of Charlotte, Becky, Sasha, Bayley. We've still never had that fatal 4-way. And I know that we need to get Sasha back in order to do it. But I do feel confident Sasha will return one day. It's just when she returns, will all the others still be there? Charlotte, I don't know how long Charlotte's got left. I could see Charlotte wanting to leave the business and be a mom and settle down and all that kind of stuff, you know? Becky, I think, has got a bit longer in her. Bayley just loves it, seems to just love it. But I hope Sasha doesn't take too long getting back. I'd love to see us do something with the horsewomen. So this is what we're saying. If Becky and Charlotte get back on the same page, where does that lead? If they split apart, where does that lead? Either way is fascinating. Worst case scenario is they just leave it. They just don't follow it up with anything. That would be a shame. That would be a shame. J-Love said, people take time out of their day to buy tickets and go to a show that doesn't have CM Punk just to chant CM Punk. Hopefully for them, he shows up because those fans look and sound mental. Alex said, breaking news, Ryback is going to retire tonight. Let's go. You missed a fire promo from Santos. I saw him talking. I'm going to cry. There's multiple Punk references already on the kickoff, said Cernsnick. What references? If Punk comes back, what theme? Fire burns or cult of personality? If he comes back, I'm sure it would be cult of personality. But I've said it. I know I will keep repeating it, but it feels so unlikely. It wasn't a major conversation that I was looking to have. It feels so unlikely that it's not something that I have plans of talking about much. We have spoken about it because people keep mentioning it, but it just doesn't feel like it's going to happen. If it does, I've already said I'll take the L. I'll wear it as a badge of honor, right? And I will be over the moon. But I am not going into this card expecting it. Inside Out again said, Days, if Damage Control boots Bayley, they'll have no one that speaks English. Well, they'll have Dakota. She speaks English. Asuka can speak a bit of broken English. I don't know about Kairi. Maybe Kairi can't. But Dakota can speak for them. So that's fine. And if Dakota's, I don't know how long Dakota's out for. If we really need to bring someone else in, we can, I feel pretty good that Bayley's not long for Damage Control. Normally you see the person that can set it up be the one that gets booted out, like their creation overpowers them. Think Edge and Judgment Day. Edge created Judgment Day. They booted him out, right? And I think the same could be true here. Bayley wanted to help Io and Dakota, bring them to the main roster. They've now got powerful, and they're now going in their own direction. Like, Bayley didn't know about Kairi, but I don't think Bayley would have wanted Kairi because of their history. So things are happening in Damage Control that Bayley is not in control of. Bayley is not in control of Damage Control. So it just feels like there are little signs that could lead to Bayley getting booted. And I'd love to see it. I am frustrated with Bayley because Bayley during the pandemic was fantastic. Brilliant. Really brilliant. Really enjoyed what she was doing during the pandemic. Because what she was doing was carrying the shows. She was Bayley DOS straps. We had Ding Dong Hello. Her and Sasha were funny, putting on great matches. Her and Sasha ended up feuding. Bayley was a proper MVP of the pandemic era. She got injured, and then when she came back, she's played second fiddle. She has been really a support to Io and Dakota. And the story has been about Damage Control, and it's not been about Bayley. And I would love for us to get back to it being more about Bayley. Because Bayley's a great talent. Brilliant talent. Great wrestler. Great personality. She's fun. Entertaining. She can be funny. She can be serious. I love her little feud she's got with Michael Cole. So I would love to see... I think Bayley's done enough. I think she's given enough to getting these other women over. I'd love to see her be a bit more selfish and actually get some time for herself. So I wouldn't mind her coming out of Damage Control, going out of Damage Control, going. I don't mind if she goes babyface or if she comes out of Damage Control and just stays heel, but just kind of stays out of their way. Maybe goes to a different brand or something. Don't know. I think if she comes out of Damage Control, she's probably going face. But I'm not a fan of people switching face heel all the time. So whatever, her coming out of Damage Control, I'm not down on it. I'm really not down on it. Am I the only one that thinks WWE needs to pay Drew whatever he wants? What he did during the pandemic era was huge for WWE, said Eric. I think it's a business. I think that as a business, WWE look at merch sales. They look at YouTube views. WWE isn't interested in what you did for them yesterday. It's what you're doing for them today. It's what you can do for them tomorrow. And I think that they will pay him what they think is fair for them. And if Drew wants more than that, they've got to weigh up as to whether they think it's worth it or not. So it's the business. WWE is a business. And I think saying that what he did for him 3 years ago means he should get whatever he wants now, it just doesn't work that way. I think it's, where is he now? How good is he now? What can you get out of him now? Is there other people that you can use? I mean, how old is he? How much time has he got left as well? Because, I mean, if he's coming towards the end of his career, he's 38. I mean, I reckon he's still got a good 5 years. So maybe this would be a different conversation if he was 42. But he's 38, so I reckon he can go to 43, 44. I don't think that's a problem. Once you get to your mid-40s, you know, your body struggles a bit. I mean, there is a decline. There is a decline. I'm not saying it happens the same for everyone. Sometimes it's a bit earlier. Sometimes it's a bit later. It depends on what you've put your body through. But in this day and age, wrestlers seem to be able to get to their 40s quite comfortably. So 38, you know, in football, soccer, that would be seen as really old. In wrestling, that is seen as, you know, you should be in your prime now. You should really have achieved a lot of stuff by now. And, like, really, you've got, you know, 5 years or so left. So I think Drew is interesting. I don't know how far apart they are. I certainly think if it's relatively close, just give him the money, because you don't want to see him go to AEW. I think there is something in saying thank you for what you've done, right? But if WWE feel that their offer is more than fair anyway, then, you know, it might just be that they decide not to do it, and he ends up going to AEW. I mean, if Edge going to AEW doesn't massively move the numbers for AEW, I've got to think that Drew going over there probably ain't going to massively move the numbers either. So from a threat to WWE point of view, I don't think that that's going to be a problem if they lose Drew. I don't want to be disrespectful because I really like him, but I'm just being honest that if Edge, who I see as a bigger star than Drew, going to AEW, has not seen AEW's numbers change, I think Drew and going over there isn't going to do much either. So WWE have kind of got that in their back pocket now. I don't think WWE need to worry so much about who goes over there. You don't want to lose Roman, or Becky or Seth, but I don't know, perhaps WWE are looking at it going, the honeymoon's over for AEW. We don't need to tie people down to these big, massive contracts like we had to in 2019 and 2020, because that's when AEW were like establishing themselves. And actually all that's happened now is things have gone a little bit flat and a bit stagnant and a bit stale. So perhaps the big contracts of a few years ago, perhaps they've just settled down a little bit now. So all nuances said CM Punk comes out with the red bag, throws the AEW title into the trash, and AEW is finished, said Subtle Nuances. Big Time said, Days, the 4 horsewomen fatal 4-way can still happen in WWE. We just need to get Sasha back. Tony will try to lock her down to a 3-5-year deal. If you check the ages on Wikipedia, some could begin slowing down. We can have a look at their ages. Sasha, I think Sasha's still relatively young. She's 31. I mean, you wouldn't think it. She's 31. I mean, in my mind, she's like 38. She's 31. I mean, she's still got loads of time. But I think Becky is a little older. Charlotte's 37. So she's got time, but I think she has said, oh God, I think she has said that she's looking to go to about 40. I think like Charlotte and Cody have kind of made those kind of noises. I think Charlotte does want to settle down. So Charlotte might only have a few years left. I don't know that Charlotte's looking to really go like for the next 10 years or whatever, you know. Becky is 36. And how old's Bailey? Bailey's 34. God, even Bailey's just a little baby, man. 34. No age. She could have 10 years. I always think like around the mid-40s, 43, 44. I think if you're getting 45, 46, you're starting to get on a bit. But yeah, 43, 44. I suppose the only difference with the women, and we haven't really had to worry about this before, is obviously they have got to have kids by a certain age if they want to have kids. So, if she wants to have children, Bailey, then that is something she's going to have to really think about. Because that clock, it is ticking. I mean, that is biology. So it is maybe a little bit different for women. Becky obviously has had a daughter and is still competing. She might want to have a second kid, though, which obviously would take her out the picture a bit more. And who knows, maybe she wouldn't want to have 2 kids on the road. Perhaps she would be thinking, if I have a second, that will be it then, So it is a little different for the women than it is for the guys in regards to juggling home life and work life, because they obviously are affected physically by pregnancy, where the guys aren't. The guys can still go out on the road and as the wife's at home during pregnancy. So it is a little different, but I don't know. I mean, obviously, I don't know their personal lives. I don't know what they want to achieve, if they want kids, if they don't want kids, if they're planning on having kids, if they've even thought about these things. But I mean, Sasha being 31 makes me think she's got tons of time. Bailey being 34, I mean, she's got years. I mean, I think they've all got a good amount of time. It's not like, I don't think there's panic stations there, so it definitely can happen. But like most things in wrestling, we need to not dilly-dally. You gotta take the opportunities as and when they arise, because you don't know if they'll ever arise again. Like Flair Hogan. We didn't do it at WrestleMania 8, and we forever regretted it. I mean, I don't know if WWE regretted it, but I regret it. Prediction on Gunther and The Miz. Well, I think Gunther wins. I think it's going to be a banging match. I think it's going to be a bangarang. And I think that, I hope it is. And I think that The Miz is going to really put up an effort. I think Miz is going to open some eyes tonight. I think Miz is going to impress some people tonight. And I really hope he does. I really, really hope he does. I really hope that... I want to finish... I don't know that Gunther shakes his hand after. It would be lovely if he did. It's not really a heel thing to do, but Gunther is about, professional wrestling, respect, and all that stuff. I think Gunther wants Miz the wrestler, and I think he will get that tonight, and I hope he recognizes it, because I think it'd be really cool if Miz pushes him to his limit, puts on a banging match, just falls short. But there's honor in defeat if you're defeated the right way. I think, as I said earlier, there could be an opportunity where the ref gets knocked down. Miz has an opportunity to cheat. He doesn't take it. And then the Miz just looks like really cool. He looks like, oh man, he could have cheated there. He could have cheated, but he didn't. And so there's honor in that. And Miz is the butt of a joke. As we said earlier, CM Punk said to MJF, you're just like a poor man's Miz. And think about how disrespectful that is. That on a different show, one wrestler is putting the other wrestler down by basically saying they're an even more rubbish version of you. Think about how that feels if you're the Miz. And the thing is that it makes sense. That's the disappointing thing. It makes sense. We don't look at it and go, why has he said that? God, I'd love to be the Miz. Why has he said that? We all looked at it and went, that makes sense, yeah. The Miz is a joke. He gets eaten by zombies. He loses matches all the time. He does hey, hey, ho, ho, and has tomatoes thrown at him and all this kind of stuff. He is someone that either takes losses or wins thanks to Maurice and her bag or cheating or in some way, right? He's not a guy that has got much honor. He's not a guy that people look at fondly, right? He's someone that deserves respect because of being in the business 17 years and the amount of TV time he's had. but he's someone that I don't think gets that respect. There's an opportunity for him to get it tonight. I don't expect him to win. I think it'll be a valiant effort, and I think he just falls short. So I'm going to go with The Miz, but it is a match that I am genuinely really looking forward to. I'm really looking forward to seeing what The Miz is going to bring for us on this show. I've said I think the card's great. I'm guessing we're going to open with one of the War Games matches. We're only 20 minutes away, you know. I think we open with one of the War Games matches. I think it'll be the women's. Then I think we'll go into the mid-card stuff, the one-on-one matches. And then I think we'll end with the men's. I don't know that that's the lineup, but that's what I'm expecting. So I think we'll start with a bang, women's War Games, and then we'll work our way through these other matches. And I think every match looks good. It's only Rhea, Zoe, that I'm a bit like, if I miss it, I miss it. I mean, I just expect Rhea to win. I don't see Zoe having any chance. I think it'll be a nice, decent match, pay-per-view match. I think it'll be a decent little contest, but I don't think it's anything really earth-shattering, I don't think it's going to be a match of the year. It could be. I mean, Rhea is great. She had an incredible match with Charlotte, and Zoe can go. But you just don't know what the chemistry is going to be like. I don't know what their chemistry is going to be like. I would imagine that Rhea and Charlotte did a lot of preparation for their WrestleMania match because it's WrestleMania, and they both know that match is going to matter for their legacies. I don't know that you put that same level of preparation in for a Survivor Series match. This one might just be a little bit more, let's get there and play it by ear. And it might result in a match that's, not as great, doesn't hit as hard, not as memorable. I hope I'm wrong. That's the only one that I'm like, if I miss it, I miss it. And then I'd say Santos Dragon Lee feels like, I don't know, Phoenix against Roosh from AEW. That wouldn't be a match I'd be that bothered by. I think the build for this makes this feel quite good. I also think that in AEW they do a lot of moves just move, and there's not loads of selling. There's not loads of like drama. It's all action all the time. Move. It's not really change of pace. It's not really anything other than just full on, go. I'm doing this, now I'm doing this, now I'm doing this, now I'm doing this. So for me, it just sort of washes over me. It passes me by. I don't feel like I'm emotionally connected to the match because I'm just watching people do move. I feel like Dragon Lee Santos will bring out a bit more drama in this encounter. That's what I'm not looking for move. I'm sure you're going to get some really impressive moments because they're both capable of them. But I think in order for those moments to really land, you've got to let them breathe, and you've got to sell them, and you've got to present them correctly. And I think that's where we can sort of lose our way with AEW. But in WWE, because it's not million miles an hour, all action all the time, we can allow it to breathe a bit better. So I am quite hopeful for Dragon Lee against Santos Escobar. I think that it is going to be full of big moves, but hopefully it's going to be given room to breathe as well. So I would like to watch that because honestly, I will be watching that and I will be comparing it to what I see from AEW because that is a very AEW match. But I want to see if it feels like an AEW match, or are they going to present it a bit differently? Are they going to allow it to breathe? Are they going to sell? Is there going to be drama? Are the crowd going to be involved and brought in? These are the things that I think I'm looking for in that one. So, there's some interesting stuff on this card. Right, let's go back to the chat. I can see that we are 16 minutes away. Let's go. Right, The Beach Kevin said, do we see Jade Cargill tonight? I answered that one earlier. I don't think so. For me, I would put her in NXT. Could she turn up in a car? backstage to watch the show like we've seen her do previous? Yes, that could happen. We could do that. Do I think that she comes down, gets involved in the match? I'm leaning to no. I don't think that's what we're going to do. I think if she was going to come onto the main roster, I think that you would do it in the Rumble. I think there's a good chance she'll be in the Rumble anyway, actually. Really good chance. Because even if she goes to NXT, they put NXT people in the Rumble. So I think Rumble is what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at her here tonight. I think if she's going to be on any show this year, I'm looking at NXT Deadline. Because I just think she needs to be in NXT. I just think that she's not good. Right? She's not good. She's not a good wrestler. If you watched her in AEW, she's not good. She is someone that can just about do the basics. She's someone that is improved, but you can't say that she's good because she went 50 matches unbeaten in AEW, right? That's booking. There's a difference between how she's booked and her actual ability. And her actual ability was that the matches she was having were pretty non-eventful. You know, she can do a power bomb, she could do a clothesline, she can do a drop kick, you know, she can do like pretty basic things. What she can't do is really build the drama of a match and really put a match together. She hasn't got a wide move set. She hasn't got like a really varied move set. She's got no innovation. She's not innovative. She doesn't have a wide move set. She's like not the best when it comes to like selling or allowing certain parts of the match to breathe. She's not very good at like extracting drama from a match. Like some of the nuances of wrestling, some of the things that can take a so-so match and make it an incredible match, which are things like selling and pacing. These things, you know, your timing, your pacing, as we keep saying, the selling is so important, your facial expressions, all of these kinds of things, like your submission moveset, your aerial moveset, your ground-based moveset, all of that kind of stuff. She has got limitations in pretty much all of those areas. All of those areas. We have not picked up one of the world's best female wrestlers. We've picked up one of the world's best looking females wrestlers. We've picked up someone that's absolutely jacked and looks incredible, but we have picked up someone that would heavily benefit from being in NXT. So I am excited for her to get going and to see how WWE are going to use her and book her. And I hope it's right. And I hope they protect her, and I hope they invest in her, and they work to improve her. And I think the best place to do that is NXT. So I'm not expecting her to be there tonight, but if WWE feel that they can put her on the main roster, and they can continue to invest in her at the PC and use her on house shows, and try and improve her that way, then maybe they do go down that route, that route. But I would put her in NXT, personally. I would put her in NXT. Right now, they're eating Ruffles on the kickoff show. She's about to eat one. What's her reaction? Jackie? No reaction. No reaction from Jackie. Jackie just had a Ruffle. She broke a bit off. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. What I've learned is that those are trash. They are trash. She's just had a bite of that. She looked bored. She looked offended. It's a chip. Come on, Jackie. Wow. Oh, my God. This is the best thing I've ever had. What are the Ruffles, you say? Wow. Yeah, Ruffles, call me. Just saying. I am available. Edward, shout out to you, buds. Hope you are well. I'm good, thank you. I'm excited. Meet for CFC 1992 said Rosenberg just called the fans the best in the world. Are they not? Is that a lie? No lies detected. WWE fans are the best in the world. Well done, us. That's what I say. Well done, us. Nate said, do you think we see Punk? I want to believe. Well, you can hope, but I wouldn't go beyond that. For me, it's not a conversation. I keep saying it. I genuinely didn't have any intention of really coming and speaking about CM Punk on the stream, because not because I hate him, but just because there's been nothing to suggest that it's going to happen. There's been a lot of reading into things which I just don't think are things that should be read into. I think there's a lot of comments that get read into, or there's a lot of social media posts that get read into. But as I keep saying, and I'm sorry for those that keep hearing it, but the conversation keeps coming up. If you was Living Colour and your biggest song is Cult of Personality because of CM Punk, now is the best time to release anything, to do anything, to release any video, any CD, any album, because anything you do right now is being watched, because everyone's looking to see what CM Punk's, is he coming back? Is CM Punk coming back? CM Punk is the conversation. And if you're Living Colour, you can be a part of that conversation. Now is the time to do something, anything, release any video, release any single, any album, any remix, anything, t-shirt, anything, right? Anything that you can put out right now is going to be spoken about. And that is great for your brand. That is great for your engagement. People will click on it, watch it, read into it. Is there any little CM Punk references? You know, people will be engaged with it. If you release it 3 months ago or whatever, there would be far less engagement. So people look at like these things that happen on social media and they're like, why would they do that if Punk wasn't coming back? But the answer is very obvious. Of course you would do it. I would do it. You would do it. Now is the best time. If you've got any connection with CM Punk, now is the best time to do anything, because everyone is looking for that stuff and it's great for engagement. So I think that there is trolling and teasing and coincidences that go on. It does not mean that they are indicators that he is returning to WWE. I put more stock, not in teases, but I put more stock in the reports. You know, there are clearly people that have connections in WWE. I mean, for example, I didn't see the WrestleVotes tweet from yesterday. I saw it after. And WrestleVotes put a tweet out saying that Dragon Lee was going to replace Carlito. And they put that out before the show started. And it turned out to be correct. Fightful on Select also did the same. They said, we can confirm what WrestleVotes tweet says. Carlito is going to be replaced. There was also a report that said they're going to tell you that Randy Orton is the mystery person of Cody's team because they don't want you thinking that it's CM Punk. Lo and behold, what happens on Monday is we find out who the person is. Adam Pearce said, I want to know by the end of tonight. He didn't say, you know, find a partner. He said, I want to know by the end of tonight. And they told us who the mystery person was on Monday so that we didn't go into Survivor Series thinking it was CM Punk. WWE have actively gone out of their way to try and make sure that you don't come into this show with an expectation of CM Punk. They have gone out of their way to ensure that you don't think that. The only thing that you can point at is the Shinsuke thing. And to be perfectly truthful, WWE might not even have thought about it. Shinsuke saying, I'm coming for you and all this kind of stuff. WWE, in their mind, might be thinking, well, Shinsuke's not even at Survivor Series, so it doesn't matter. But of course, the fans will be like, but what if he gets added? What if he's a surprise appearance on the show? What if this is going to be CM Punk and he gets added to the show? WWE aren't even thinking that. WWE are thinking Shinsuke doesn't matter because he's not at Survivor Series. So no one's going to think that's CM Punk. But of course, fans are still like, yeah, but he could be added. He could get added. And he could be added. He could be added. But he also might not be added. And it's probably more unlikely that they're going to spring Shinsuke match on us without announcing it in advance than it's likely. And then even if it is, how likely is it that that mystery person turns out to be CM Punk? So, you know, as I keep saying, there's nothing there. There's nothing but hope and trolling and teasing and speculation. I think if WWE had CM Punk, I think that they would have made it a lot clearer that he was coming. I think that there would have been something. I think they would have had a mystery. I think they would have done something. And because you could... right now, the CM Punk conversation's bubbling away, right? I would say it's controlled. We keep getting people coming in going, what do you think about CM Punk? What do you think about CM Punk? What do you think about CM Punk? But at the moment, I would say it's controlled. WWE could have had this fire raging, man. They could have done some stuff that had this really on fire. You know, mystery person tonight, going to be on Cody's team in Chicago. Some little references, just little things that they could have done to like, oh, I think it's happening, you know, I think it's happening. There's been none of that. There's been none of that. There's no mystery person tonight. There's no mystery situation. You would have to create one. You would have to have Nakamura on the show, or you'd have to do a Grayson Waller effect. You would have to do a segment that's not been announced. Could they do that? Yeah. Is it likely? No. I can't say it's likely, because what are we basing it on? We're only basing it on hope. It's only hope. There's no report out there that says he's here. In fact, the reports say the exact opposite. All the reports say is not going to be on the show tonight. The reports say that they told you about Randy because they didn't want you to think about CM Punk. If I was a good YouTuber, if I was actually good at what I did, if I actually had no morals, right, and I just wanted to get you to watch and stay on the channel, it would be in my best interest to have CM Punk in the thumbnail, CM Punk in the title, do a poll about CM Punk, and be like, guys, I don't know. I think there's a really good chance, you know. I think there's a really good chance he's going to be there. It would be in my best interest to do that. But if you're new to the channel, you'll learn very quickly. I am not good at this. If anything, I'm a disgrace, right? So instead, I've gone down the road of being brutally honest, which, you know, again, has probably not benefited me. But that is the truth. The truth is I haven't seen anything to indicate he's going to be here. If he does turn up, I've said it a billion times. I'll say it a billion more. I will take the L. I've took L's before. I'll take an L. And I will wear it with pride. It will not bother me. I will take the L. Because I am basing it on what's being said. I'm basing it on the reports. I'm basing it on where the conversation is. I'm not basing it on hope. I don't see the point in basing it on hope. I'd love for him to be there. I'd love for him to show up. If he does, I'll scream the house down. But I can't say it's something I'm expecting. I can't say it's something that I was planning on really having in-depth conversations about, because I just haven't seen the conversation saying that he's going to be there. So yeah, I am. I'm hopeful, but I'm also silently hopeful. And if he doesn't show, it doesn't affect my appreciation of the show at all. My appreciation of the show doesn't change at all if he doesn't show up. If he shows, it's a bonus. And that's how I think it's the best way to look at it. Go into the show not expecting him. If you don't get it, you're not disappointed. If you get it, oh my God. Oh my God, they've gone out of their way to make sure and throw you off the scent. Right? If you get it, wow. Wow. Right. So, Nate, shout out to you. Jake Campbell said, according to Fightful, Stephanie McMahon is there. Let's go. Let's go. Stephanie McMahon is getting involved. She's going to be in the War Games. Sean said, Days, what if Damage Control turn on Bailey and they write her off TV until the Rumble? If she came back as a face, she'd get a solid pop. Thoughts? Love it. Love it. I'm not a fan of people going face, heel, face, heel, face, heel. I'm not a fan of it. Bailey is someone that hasn't done it loads. She came in as a face. It wasn't working. She turned heel. Brilliant. If we're now going to change her again, okay. Yeah, I don't... If the plan is to do her and EO, okay. The only thing I would say is I'd want to run with face Bailey for years, you know? I don't want to be going face, heel, face, heel, face, heel, right? We had her as a face. She turned on the wacky inflatable men. I'm still not over it. They turned her heel. She's been heel for a good number of years now. If it ends and she then goes back to being face, okay. So I'm not... No double standards, right? I've said that I'm not a fan of face, heel, face, heel, face, heel. I hated what we did to Big Show. So I would want to run with her being a face for years, right? Don't turn a face, do the thing with EO, then turn her back heel again and all this kind of stuff, right? So, yeah, her being attacked and written off TV till the Rumble where she comes back sounds pretty damn good to me. I like it, Sean. Do it. In fact, do it. Sean, do it. Just do it. Tell him to do it, Sean. I'm on board. Mitchell said, has anyone mentioned that Nakamura could be calling out Kenta Hideo Itami? No, they haven't. I don't know Nakamura. I don't know Kenta's contract status, so I don't know if he's available. I don't know what the situation is there. I mean, he is in New Japan, so I believe he's still signed to New Japan. If he's available, brilliant, but I honestly don't know his status. Geordie316, shout out to you, my friend. Geordie said, I've been watching wrestling for 20 plus years now. Let's go. OG. The return of Randy tonight is one of the most excited I've ever been. I can't wait for an excellent show, and I hope that you and everyone have a great night. Geordie316, shout out to you, my friend. I really appreciate the kind words and the support. I really appreciate it. I agree. I think Randy coming back is massive. I think it's easy to overlook how massive that it is. I think that he's one of the most beloved superstars of all time, and it's going to be amazing to see him back. That moment where, you know, all the faces will come out. I mean, I would imagine Randy will be the last person to go into the shark cages. And so he'll make his way out, and this place is going to go bananas for him. It's going to go absolutely bananas. So, yes, I agree. I think this is one of the biggest returns. He's one of the most beloved superstars, and he's been away for 18 months. It might not be Edge levels, right? I mean, Edge at the Rumble was, you know, maybe the best, but I mean, that moment was incredible to see Edge finally return. But I think this is absolutely in the conversation as well when we're talking about best returns. This is going to be something special. There was a lot of disappointment that it was announced. But as we said, the word on the street is they did that because they didn't want people thinking that it was going to be CM Punk. So you can sort of understand why they did it. So, yeah, you know, sit back, relax. So we've been talking for nearly 4 hours. I mean, we started at 9 o'clock UK time, or just after, and it's now just gone 1 a.m. We have been talking and talking and talking about wrestling, approaching this show from all different angles, and very excited to see how this show plays out now. The time for talking is continuing because we are going to the show. We've got the intro and we are about to get underway. So, Geordie316, shout out to you, my friends. I hope you have a great evening as well, as we are seeing inside the Allstate Arena We've got 2 rings. The night that will change the careers of many. Sold out Allstate Arena. The 37th annual Survivor Series. The 37th Survivor Series. Wow. Ruffles are on the desk. Corey Graves, who came back from paternity leave, he is with Michael Cole. Corey Graves has got Flaming Hot. Michael Cole has got Cheesy Cheddar. Makes sense, doesn't it? Makes sense. I'd say Corey Graves is Flaming Hot, and I would say that Michael Cole is cheesy. Right, sirens are going off, and a cage is being lowered. It's time for War Games. Let's go, man. Let's go. I bet there's some old boomers that are having some really bad flashbacks right now. It's very strong World War II vibes. Who do you think you are kidding, Mr. Hitler? It's probably a load of old women that have just dived underneath the table in the kitchen. As the air raid sirens sound in the arena. It's War Games. It's time. Why did Corey need paternity leave? He didn't have the baby. No, but fathers are very important, you know. I think it's fine for him to have a couple of weeks with the baby, you know what I mean? Say hello to it and stuff. Load up the cannons! Load up the cannons! It's cool, man. There's not enough air raid sirens in wrestling. King Yeti said, let's go! Let's go! Where's Nan gone? Nan! Right. Talking of Nans. Here's Bianca. I'm sure she'll make a sexy Nan one day. Well, she's got double whips. So Bianca swinging around her hair as usual. We could do something fun with that. She could get tied up with those. Bet she does. Right, here's Shotzi. I say this with nothing but love. Shut up, mate. Shut up, mate. James, shout out to you, buds. Ooh. What's on the back of Shotzi's jacket? Is that like a saw? Is that the saw? Doll. Why is that there? I want to play War Games. Oh, I want to play War Games. Do you want to play a game? So, Shotzi with the back of her jacket had the saw puppet. Sounds like the same voice that says bow down to the queen, actually. Bow down to the queen. Look at this. Look at that robe. Woo. Charlotte Flair making her way out. I hope she's starting the match off because that's going to take up a lot of space inside the cage. I'd be like, couldn't you have a smaller robe? There's only so much room in this cage, you know. Here's Big Time. Big Time making her way down. Can they coexist? I just saw someone's had a green face. Looks like someone's come dressed as Shrek. I didn't see them in the crowd. I just saw someone bouncing around and they had a green head. Becky staring at Charlotte. Little nod as Becky is going to the ring first. Big Time is going to start us off. It's not that impressive. Michael Cole just gave us a stat, which I was like, oh, okay, here we go. This is the first time that Becky and Charlotte have been in a match together. Yeah. Apart from last night. Okay, yeah, apart from last night. Yeah. Since when? 2 years. All right. Cool. Oh, cool. 2 years. Oh. I thought he was going to say, like, 2016 or something like this. But apparently it's the first time since 2021. Whoa! Mad fact! Mad fact! This is the first War Games match since War Games last year. Did you know that? Mental. Right, here's Damage Control. Yeets. Oh, hello. Everyone's wearing masks. Look at Bailey and her mask. Damage Control have all got, like, masks on. Asuka-type masks. A show of solidarity. I don't know some of those Asuka masks, to be honest. I think they're all new. I don't think I've seen any of those before. And I don't know if you see, they've actually got bands around the side. Asuka doesn't tend to have that on her masks. Her mask, she has a little thing that she bites on and that holds it into place. I never knew how she did it before. Someone told me that in the chat. She bites onto something on the mask. Because if you look at her mask, there's no string or straps or anything. It's just there. It just stays there. Apparently it's some extra bit that goes in her mouth and she bites onto it, which holds it in place. These are fake. These have got like elastic around them. Fake masks. Bailey is going to start us off. It's going to be Bailey and Becky. Look at her making her way down. She's like, yeah. She's ready. People are booing. A little bit of a dance there by Bailey. Bailey trash talking the crowds. Knocks the guy's hat off. There was a guy, I don't even think he said anything. She just went, and his hat just went, loser. So, second War Games, the heels all need to get inside the cage. Asuka dancing her way in, as is Kairi and Io. Io's got her championship in there. Sadly, Bailey's not wearing the red hot leather pants, said David. Days, I thought that was a universally known fact, said Alex. What about the mouth thing? No, I never knew how they did it. To be honest, I never thought about it. But then one week I was like, oh yeah, it's got no straps or anything. And then someone in the chat was like, yeah, it's just a bit in the mouth. You see, I bought an Asuka mask from WWE Shop and that had string on it, like elastic. It sucked. I hate it. Who are you leaning towards, said Macca. I am leaning towards... Oh, I actually think this is the hardest match to predict tonight. I'm not just saying that. I said that in my predictions. I've gone with the face team. The reason why I went with the face team is because I said Becky, Bianca, Charlotte, Shotzi. That is a strong team. Granted, you could take Shotzi out and, adding in Bailey would have been better. But it's still a very, very strong team. Damage Control feel like they're not on the same page. It's interesting because we've been teasing that Becky and Charlotte on the same page, but there's a chance that we've teased it and they actually work together quite well. There's a chance that it's like, can they coexist? And then they actually do. Equally, there's a chance, can they coexist? And they don't, right? Either is possible. I think the success of the relationship between Becky and Charlotte could be critical here. Also, the inexperience of Shotzi could also be critical. Shotzi could take the L for this babyface team. But I do just worry about Bayley being in Damage Control. I just don't think there's much more left for her in Damage Control. I think that Kyrie might have said, I don't have a problem with you, but I don't believe it. And I don't buy it. So I am with the baby faces. I'm with the baby faces. And actually, that has been the question. I wanted to ask a question, but I didn't know which question to ask. So I've gone with who's going to win, and we've had over 4,000 votes. So we should have a look, actually, and see where we are with the answers on that. Becky gets thrown into the side of the cage. King Yeti said, let's go. Mitchell said, this is the first Survivor Series since last year. Honestly, these facts are stunning. Michael Cole has excelled himself this evening. Worth mentioning as well that we've got Ruffles on the screens, and they've really spent some money, haven't they, Ruffles, to sponsor WWE. So Ruffles are on the screens around the ring and everything. There's 2 minutes to go until the next person comes into the ring. Who is going to win? 64% of you have said that it's going to be Becky, Bianca, Shotzi, and Charlotte. So it seems like that's the direction that people are leaning. And I agree. I agree. I think the same. So I'm with the baby faces, but I think this is the hardest one to predict. I think this is the hardest match to predict. Okay, according to Fightful, the next match after this should be Gunther against Miz. So the next match, Gunther, Miz. So what we'll do is we've had over 4,000 votes. Let's end the poll and we'll ask the question for the next match, which we think is going to be Gunther, Miz. Who leaves as champion? Gunther, Miz. Becky, dropkick to Bayley. Bayley goes crashing into the side of the War Games cage. Now that Becky's got a disarmer being applied. Dakota Kai on the outside with a kendo stick. No DQ in War Games. No DQ in War Games. Dakota Kai doesn't seem to have her knee brace on. Unless it's underneath those quite baggy, like dungarees. Are they dungarees? Or are they just baggy jeans? I don't know what you would call them. Trousers. Either way, Dakota getting involved with a kendo stick. So I think it's going to be the baby faces that are going to have another person coming in soon. Looks like Shotzi is getting ready to get into the match. Shotzi is ready to come out. The clock has counted down and Shotzi is making her way down to the cell. She's making her way down. Bayley comes racing over. Bayley closes the door. She's trying to prevent Shotzi from getting inside. Shotzi slams the door on Bayley's head. Shotzi's looking to go underneath the ring. She's grabbed a load of chairs. Where's Dakota? Shouldn't Dakota be stopping her right now? Where's Dakota gone? Come on, Dakota. You got one job. You're on the outside of the ring and you should be stopping Shotzi. I don't know where Dakota has disappeared to, but Shotzi has grabbed a load of chairs. Crowd are chanting for tables. So the crowd want tables, but we don't have any tables being introduced at this stage. Shotzi getting into the ring. Bayley with a chair, charging over. Oh, my God. Wow, Bayley had the chair up like this. Shotzi just drop-kicked it, just smashed into Bayley's head. Damn. That's that spot, man. Whoa, Bayley face first. Shotzi, good introduction this by Shotzi. She's come in and done a couple of moments there that have been quite eye-catching. Bayley is slumped against the ropes. Shotzi goes against the ropes, off the chair, collides into the back of Bayley. Bayley comes crashing down. Shotzi has actually got the sore makeup around her cheeks, so she looks a little bit like the puppet. Whoa! I tell you what, Shotzi is channeling her inner Darby Allin. She just goes against the ropes, suicide dives through the one ring, through the other ring, into Bayley. That was a great little spot. Shotzi has been a little firecracker since she came into this match. Becky with a kendo stick, walloping Bayley. Bayley goes down. Obviously, with War Games, you get a lot of spots. But as long as the spots make sense and they're credible, I don't mind them. And I think some of the stuff that Shotzi's done there has looked really good. Right now, the women are climbing up. Bayley is on top of the cage. Becky and Shotzi have gone up after her. Bayley at the top in a very precarious position. Shotzi is on the side of the cage. Becky is throwing in some shots. I don't know where this is going. Yeah, I mean, she's... are they going to try and, like, pull her off the cage? They're smashing her face first into the side of the cage. Looks like it's going to be one of those where she goes into the cage, goes flying back. Boom. Bayley fighting back, though. Clock was ticking down. There's going to be another heel that's going to come into the match very soon. And there we go. Bayley, bang. She goes shooting off. So Bayley goes down. Becky is on that top rope. So is Shotzi. These two are waiting for Bayley to get up to her feet. Bayley is slowly getting up. Look, Becky's like, come on, come on, come on. And then they come jumping off the ropes, go down. That was a whole lot of nothing, really. We just did a lot of stuff there, which didn't really lead to anything truly satisfying. I like when Shotzi first came in, though. There was some nice spots there. Here comes Io. Io normally delivers a big spot in these types of matches. She goes straight underneath the ring. I still don't know where Dakota is. Io has gone and grabbed a load of chain. Dakota could be round there helping get stuff out for the heels and trying to stop the baby faces from getting items. Instead, she just seems to be like over in the corner, just sort of standing there. Io goes in with some chain, wraps it around Shotzi. She chucks Shotzi around. Bayley is down. Becky gets thrown into the center part in between the two rings. Forearm strike there by Becky. Chain gets chucked away. It's Becky and Io right now. Becky on that top rope goes back over to the corner. Right now, we've got Becky and Shotzi in one ring. We've got Bayley and Io in the other. Io jumps across. Missile drop kick to both Becky and Shotzi. Kip up by Io. Mitchell said, we know that Cody is jumping off the cage, right? I'm sure there's going to be some big spots in that. Yeah, he did a big jumping off the cage in AEW, didn't he? I wonder if he's learnt not to jump onto flaming tables after the disaster that was that spot. Bayley has got a trash can. Wrestle with Andy, hello. Will we see a great moment, all four on each team across from each other? I'm sure we will. That is my frustration with these matches, and it's something that's been said by a few people. I would like this to be elimination. I would like for the match to have already started. I would like for there to be potential pinfalls and whatever. Like, the match doesn't actually technically begin until everyone is in. So all this stuff right now is just largely irrelevant. It's about advantages and who can get the advantage and wearing your opponents down, but it just never seems to achieve anything, and we never seem to get anywhere. We just get a few nice moments in this kind of opening 20 minutes. Superplex there by Bayley and Io on Becky. So Becky goes down, superplex by these two. Ennad said, we need Randy and we need an RKO out of nowhere. Cody is going to do a moonsault off the cage, said James. The Internet Menace said Nakamura is in the building. James said Cody is going to do a moonsault. EO was funny with the dive inside the trash can, said Zoe Killer. Lynch's face is busted open, says Scott. EO has got Shotzi in the corner. Strikes coming in there by Bailey and EO climbing up. Are you watching the Benavidez fight? No, I'm not. I'm fully focused on this tonight, buds. Here comes Bianca. Bianca making her way down to the ring. So Bianca getting inside the cage. So that's going to take the faces up to 3. She comes in and whips. Oh, wow. You can hear it as well. Loud. Oh, she's using the hair whips to whip away. It sounds brutal, man. I tell you what, if you was a female wrestler, you would not be thrilled at taking that. I mean, that is going to sting. That is going to sting. There's no way that doesn't sting. The sound is sickening, said Corey Graves. Bianca goes over into the corner. Back elbow there by Bianca. Bianca picking up EO and hurling EO face first into a trash can. Bianca has got like camo on her attire. Look at this. Bailey with a chair. Bianca with a hair. Bailey gets hurled into the corner. She goes face first into the chair. Planted. Spine buster. Spear. EO goes, ah! EO definitely feeling the effects of Bianca there. As Bianca rains down some shots. Bailey from behind. Bailey grabbing the hair. Grabbing the hair of Bianca. Look at this. They're using her hair against her at the moment. They've both got the hair. Bianca flips over, though. She grabs the hair, pulls them both in. Into a... Wow, that was cool. Into a double suplex. So they both had hair. She pulled them over, got them, and suplexed them over. Becky is up in the corner. She's going to look to deliver a leg drop onto Bailey. Shotzi, Bianca, Becky are in control against EO and Bailey right now. There's only one more babyface that we need to put into the match. We're just about to get our third heel. Is it going to be EO? Is it going to be Kairi or is it going to be Asuka? It's going to be Kairi. Kairi is stomping her way down to the ring. What's she doing, man? She's gone full on Tatanka. Yay! Dun, da, 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 da. I'm loving how she's making her way down to the ring. So she goes underneath the ring, gets a trash can lids. The Kairi stomp. Why is she skipping like that? Mate, she is full-blown signed up to the Tatanka fan club. Duck underneath there by Kairi. Bang, smashing Shotzi in the face with the trash can lids. She chucks it at Becky, then drop kicks it. Goes over, kick to the midsection there by Bianca. Kairi Sane is coming in with the trash can lids. Kairi taking a while like a bad teammate. I know. She could have ran quicker. Instead, she was skipping her way down. Kairi goes against the ropes and collides into Bianca. Heavy collision. Look at this. We're doing more. I don't know what this is, but we're doing more of it. EO has got Shotzi up. She slams Shotzi down. I mean, it is non-stop action. It is like go, go, go. Things are looking very, very bad, says Corey Graves, for Shotzi right now. Shotzi is down, and a load of chairs are being piled up on her. And right now, Io has got Kyrie against the ropes, picks her up, and elbow drop. That was a big elbow drop by Kyrie. Big elbow drop. Bayley likes what she sees. She applauds away. Look at that. In the air. That didn't hurt Kyrie, though, because she went right up and came down on a load of chairs. But doesn't matter. Either way, it looked good. Got good height. 1 minute 15 till we get our next babyface coming in. We've had half an hour of Survivor Series already. Strikes coming in by both women. Naka said, is Bayley the one to beat Io for the title? I don't think so. I don't think she'll beat her for the title, but I think that she will be an opponent for her. I think Bayley has kind of had a good few title reigns. She could beat Io. You could tell that story. Or, there's so many new faces in the women's division that we need to build. We've got Raquel's, we've got Zoe's, we've got Xia Li's, we've got Kairi Sane's. There's lots of women that have kind of come up to the main roster recently. I don't know if we don't use it to try and get one of them over. Don't know. It's a tricky one, that. I think she definitely will face her, but does she win? Tricky. Io with a chair, and she's going to look to drive it into Bianca. Here's Charlotte. Charlotte making her way down to the ring. That means we've only got one person left to enter. The Empress of Tomorrow, Asuka. Big boot there by Charlotte. So this match is going to get started soon. Don't worry, guys. The match will start soon. Charlotte has got Io. Hurls Io into Bayley. Kyrie with a chair. Chop coming in by Charlotte. And again. Teased another one, but didn't get it. Goes over to Io. Another chop coming in. Woo! Bayley always looks great, says Corgus. Never F with a woman's hair, said James. George said, I can't wait for Asuka. The guy says no tables. I'm sure we'll get them. Lee said, Charlotte's wrestling gear is fire. Tom said, Charlotte better sell and not be stubborn. John said, beautiful, talented women. Shots coming in by... I thought Io was throwing shots at Charlotte. Oh, man, that was sick. She threw Io against the cage, and Io just, like, in a cartoon fashion went, shh. It looked so good, because we were behind Io. She got thrown, and then she just slid down. It looked really good. It looked like something out of Looney Tunes. When they go, like, face first into a side of a mountain, and then they go... It looked like that. Charlotte into the corner. Goes over the top rope. Shoulder tackle to the midsection. Kick coming in. Bayley goes down. Charlotte's walking over to the side. Climbing up top. Charlotte perched. Ready. Comes. Oh, that was like a natural selection to both Kyrie and Bayley. Off the top. I feel like they're waiting for everyone to get in and then the chaos begins, said Nathan. Leo said Charlotte is cleaning house. Bianca is one of the worst sellers, said that Jeff Delaney. There is a tables chant, LS Dub. We've got the faces working to try and regain the advantage. Becky is... with Kyrie. Bayley's come over, though. Charlotte has got Io on her shoulders. What are we doing? I don't even know what we're doing. Charlotte's going up. Is she going to do a moonsault with Io on her shoulders? What is her plan? Io has got a chain in her hand. Whatever. Is she going to turn that into a reverse Rana or something? What are we doing? Io What are we doing? We've got Charlotte on the top. She gets kicked down. Io's going up. She's going to do a moonsault. Io, she loves it up there. Io climbing up. She's got a chain in her hand. The chain has been dropped to the outside. What are we doing? What are we doing there? Attaching a bin. We're attaching a bin to the chain. And now she's bringing the trash can up from the outsides. So Io is on top of the cage. We've seen her do that. Is she going to do it again? Where she puts it on her head and then jumps off the top. She did that in NXT. Io is... She's up. She's got the trash can. She is putting the trash can on. She's already done this spot. We've seen this spot. I don't know, man. I don't know. She's done that in NXT. So Io puts the trash can on and she lands on top of a load of women that were waiting underneath. Chicago react to it. Here's Asuka. Asuka making her way down. They should have moved. They definitely should have moved. And would it not hurt Io being in the trash can? Could you imagine jumping off that height? Would you not get smacked? I think it's such a stupid spot. I think it's so illogical. I mean, if I was up there with the trash can, I would hurl the trash can as a separate thing and then crossbody. Crossbodying in the trash can. I don't know, man. Listen, with war games, you turn this off, and you just watch it. Yeah, if you try and bring logic in, sometimes you're gonna be found out. It's gonna be your downfall. I wasn't a fan of that spot when it was done in NXT. But it was one that people enjoyed, so I think they've decided to just bring it to the main roster. And now the match begins. So now the match begins. Right now we've got all the heels in the one ring. The faces are down in the other. So the heels are going over to the faces. The faces get up. And now we've got all the women brawling away, fighting away. And I think the crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." I think they're chanting, "This is awesome." Right now, we've got the heels in control then. They've got kendo sticks. Yeah, this is awesome, chant by the crowds. We've got Becky and Bianca being tied together in the middle of the ring. So we've got Becky and Bianca chained together, all the heels with drop kicks into Becky and Bianca in the middle of the ring. Darwin Jones. Really appreciate the support, dudes. I will get to your comment in a second, but that is... did you make a mistake? Did you hit one too many zeros there? Is there like... do you reckon there's panic going on in Darwin Jones's world right now? Do you reckon there's like mass panic? I will get to you in a second because this match has just begun. Missed by Asuka. Asuka missed Shotzi. Shotzi goes down. Asuka laughs her head off. Asuka's absolutely loving it. She drop kick to Becky. Becky was inside the trash can. 1, 2. See what I mean by that? They put the trash can on Becky as a way to cause more damage. So they put the trash can on Becky and then they drop kicked it so that it would hurt her more. Yet earlier we've got Io willingly putting the trash can on herself. It just doesn't make much sense. It's just... I'm going to let it go. I'm letting it go. Right, the crowd is still chanting for tables. Cynthia said, I think we will see either Bianca turn or a Charlotte turn tonight. Well, the crowd wanted tables. They've been very vocal about tables. They're getting tables. Bayley, Asuka, and Kyrie are setting the table up. And they've got the table set up in the ring. The heels going after the faces. The faces are still down. So they're going over. Where's Shotzi got misted, didn't she? I was just about to say, where's Shotzi? But she just got misted by Asuka in the other ring. We've got kendo sticks being used there. I'll be really interested to know what people are going to score this, and be very interested to know what people's thoughts are. Days, think about this. We're almost 45 minutes in and only one match. I love this, said AJG. Jared said, greetings, salutations. Days, on the Tom and Jerry cartoon, Tom would usually crash and slide down Summer, and Nia might be the one that takes Io's title. Charlotte is going to look to climb up. Charlotte's looking to go up top. Oh, come on now. Come on now, says Michael Cole. Come on, you can't be serious, Charlotte. She's looking to do a moonsault from the top of the cage. Oof. And she clips. Is that Io that she caught? 1, 2, kick out by Bayley. So Charlotte with a moonsault from the top of the cage. And she comes down on the women. Could the women have moved out the way? Sure. But she clips them with her leg, knocking them down like 10-pin bowling pins. And she seemed to actually catch Io with her knee there. Had she have pinned Io, I would have felt quite confident she would have got the 3 on that one. Kick coming in there by Becky and Charlotte. Becky and Charlotte picking up Io, slamming Io down. And kick to midsection there by Becky and Charlotte. They're picking up Kyrie. Kyrie, oh, planted down. And Becky screaming out, which way is this going to go? Which way is this going to go? We got Becky and Charlotte staring at each other. Oh, they hug! They hug! They hug! Oh! Is they going to get pushed into each other or something? They both get rolled up one. So Becky was all fired up there. And they hug. Oh! That means so much more than a moonsault from the top of the cage. So we've got Charlotte with a figure 8. We've got Becky with an arm bar. It's not a disarmer. Bayley breaks it up with an elbow drop. We've got Dakota. Oh, Dakota. Kyrie off the top. Broke up, but she's in a disarmer. Kyrie's in trouble. Knee strike by Bayley. Oh, it's all happening. It's all happening. Big shot there by Bianca. So we're all in the one ring, the ring on the right at the moment. Shotzi's up top. Big drop kick. Down goes Asuka. She was on the shoulders of Bianca. Shotzi with the pin. Bayley makes the save. Bayley makes the save. Whew. It's fast-paced, action-packed, lots of near falls. We got Charles Robinson in one ring. We've got Jessica Carr in the other. Becky coming over, throwing in some shots there with Kyrie. These two unloading on each other. Oh, back fist misses. Oh, lovely momentum here for the baby faces, but Bayley's broken up the action quite a few times here. Bayley's been, is that like a sliced bread? Oh, missed by Asuka, but Bianca with a fire extinguisher. Shh. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Some good spots in this. I don't like the stuff off the top of the cage. Looks stupid. But some of the other stuff looks quite good. Kick to the midsection. Ah! Did you see Kyrie? Kyrie, bang, with a trash can lid. Spun like a back elbow, but with a trash can lid. Ah, man, sick. Charlotte in the corner. Looking to charge. Oh, she spears. That, oh man, is that blood on the face of Shotzi? Charlotte spears Bayley. I think Shotzi's got blood on her face. Shotzi, senton, comes crashing down on Bayley. Bianca has got Bayley. KOD. Oh my God, it was horrific. Oh my God, man. That was, I don't think she took that quite right. She seemed to really land hard on that KOD. But either way, I mean, they've set a table up. This has got to be the beginning of the end, unless there's going to be a heel that's going to somehow stop this. All four baby faces have, we've just KOD'd. There's been a senton, there's been a KOD. Bayley's about to get manhandled through a table. Becky, 1, 2, 3, and the faces win. Bayley was pinned. If someone's going to be blamed for this defeat, Bayley did so well in this match. She kept breaking up the pins. She kept saving the day, but she is the one that takes the pin. I tell you what, after this match might be interesting. Damage Control might not be too happy with what Bayley's just done there. We said it was going to rest on whether Becky and Charlotte could get onto the same page. They hugged. They got onto the same page. That is a big moment for them. And it meant that the babyface team secured the win. This one going, I thought this was the hardest to predict. It's gone the way we predicted. We said baby faces. You lot said baby faces. I saw plenty of people saying Damage Control were going to get it though. I think it was a tough one. Could have gone either which way. But what next for Bayley? Darwin Jones, really, really, really appreciate the support, dudes. I really appreciate the support. And any donations go right back into the channel. And actually, I did just buy something for Black Friday, so it can go towards this. I've just bought a brand new camera for streaming and everything, and this one's meant to be even sharper. So I kind of took a bit of a gamble on it. Black Friday'd it, and so it can be definitely going towards that. Otherwise, it was going to go on the credit card. So, Darwin, I really appreciate the support, dude. Whatever happens tonight, just know that you have made watching WWE so much fun. It reminds me of the Attitude Era, when I would be excited for the next show and having all week to speculate and create possibilities with friends. This has been a good ride, but I am always here for him. Darwin, I really, really appreciate the support. I really appreciate it. And it's, our community is something which is very special. And, when you see people that have got like memberships that have been members on the channel for like 40 months, and when you see people that are being like as generous as what Delwyn has, like, definitely don't take any of that for granted. And I suppose in a way it must be an indicator that we do something good somewhere. I mean, I don't know, but somewhere something good must be happening. But no, massively appreciate it, and I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself, my friend. It's lovely having you around. We're backstage with Alpha Academy and Piper Niven and Chelsea as well. They're all eating Ruffles. Okay, so they're eating Ruffles. Oh, hello, we got Pretty Deadly. Is that cheddar and sour cream? Crisps. They are crisps. No, they're crisps. Yeah. It's a chip. It's a crisp. Chip. Crisp. Chip. Oh, the crisps are on the floor. Okay, so all the crisps are on the floor. R-Truth! R-Truth! Ah! Let's go! When did you get here? I've always been here. Yep. These are Ruffles. And they're goods. R-Truth! Hit it. Ruffle, shuffle. The ruffle shuffle. Wow. Oh, hello, Rumble. Hello, Rumble. Is that the Rumble? 30 will enter. So, oh my God, this is the next premium live event. The next premium live event on the main roster is the Royal Rumble. Surprise-filled road to WrestleMania, Tampa Bay, Florida. The Rumble, baby. Bailey is going to get kicked out now. She's going to get kicked out now. Right. Delwyn says, Days, I hope you are well. Did you chance to get the new Undertaker old school chokeslam tombstone last ride t-shirt? I did not get chance to get the new Undertaker old school chokeslam tombstone t-shirt. I didn't. Last ride t-shirt. I got it from Redbubble and it looks awesome. Let me have a look at it. That's a lot of words. Undertaker tombstone last ride t-shirt. Oh, hello. Jay, Sammy. Jay and Sammy backstage. Oh, yeah, I know this. What's worrying him? Randy Orton is still not here. I knew this would happen. I put him on the shelf almost 2 years ago. None of this is your fault. If WWE have thought to themselves, okay, we haven't gone into the show with any surprises, we can afford to do a bit of a will Randy be there or not story. That's a bad move, man. Because immediately you've got the crowd going, CM Punk, CM Punk. And you'll have everyone at home going, oh my God, is this how they're going to do it? If they've done that because they're thinking, okay, we haven't promised it, we haven't teased it, we haven't done anything, maybe we can just play around with will Randy be there or not, you know? Is he going to let the team down? I mean, I can't see them promising Randy's return and then not delivering it. I can't see that. I can't see them saying, oh, is Randy going to be there? Yeah, he is. And then they don't give you that. I can't see that. So, but all you're doing is you're getting the crowd fired up, and everyone on social media now is going to be like, you know. It is Gunther, Miz next. And this is the... That's not the shirt. This is the shirt. This is the Undertaker. Oh, and it's on Redbubble as well. Undertaker, Chokeslam, Tombstone, Last Ride. It is quite cool, actually. I do like shirts, you know, that I think you can feel comfortable wearing to a pub. I'm not a fan of, like, shirts that have got, you know, like the Tony Storm one has got, like, tits out written on it. Chin up, tits out. I probably wouldn't want to be wearing that, you know. But to a pub or a night out, meeting up with friends. But so I always look for something that's a bit like this one. You know what I mean? Italian strongman Bruno Sammartino. Let's go. This is very much cut from that same cloth, isn't it? Old school Chokeslam, Tombstone, Last Rides. I agree. It's a cool shirt. It's a cool shirt. And it's on sale, 35% off. Let's go. Black Friday on a Saturday. If CM Punk replaces Randy, I'm going to riot, said Theodore. Zycamy said, I think Liv Morgan returns tonight. Nando said he'll show up when it's his turn to enter. He won't wait in a pod. That's a good shout. That's a good shout. So that's a good shout. I genuinely right now think that they are stupidly telling a story of, is Randy going to show later or not, or is he going to let the team down? I think that's I feel like that's the story they're trying to tell. And then when we get to later, he will be there and he will not let the team down, right? But the problem is that you're going to have the flipping crowd are going to think it's CM Punk. You're going to have the crowd thinking it's CM Punk. Silly billies. Shots said, Days, here a good question. Do you think Judgment Day split up tonight? I don't think so, no. I don't think they split up tonight. I think there's a lot of potential for people to split. And I looked at it and went, right, will Becky and Charlotte be able to work together? Will Jay and Randy be able to work together? Will Judgment Day be able to work together? Will Damage Control be able to work together, right? 4 teams, War Games. I feel like one of them splitting, okay? I looked at it and said, I think Damage Control are the ones in the biggest trouble. And the reason why is because I think any group that has got the current women's champion, Bayley, Asuka, all in the same group, it's too strong. That is not sustainable. It is too strong. There's going to be a power struggle. You've got a lot of powerful people there. You've got the current women's champion who's going to not want to take a back seat. You've got Bayley, who's, you know, a massive star. You've got Asuka, massive star. Like, all right, Kyrie might take a bit more of a back seat, so may Dakota. But I just think it's too strong. That doesn't feel like it's sustainable. So I expect that group to split soon. So I looked at it and said, I think it'll be Damage Control. And I'm not too dissatisfied with how it went. You know, Bayley took the pin, and I think there will be repercussions for that. I think there will be repercussions. Bayley took the pin. So that's going to be interesting. And also what's going to be interesting is... oh, hello. Little slip there by the cameraman. Oh, hello. Chris Jericho mentioned he will tie Chris Jericho if he wins for IC title reigns. Miz is motivated. So Miz has made his way down to the ring. Is all kinds, several shades of fired up. So, no, we didn't, Cynthia. We didn't get the Bianca or Flair turn. Mitchell said, we know that Cody's jumping off the cage. To be honest, we haven't left much for the guys, have we? I mean, the women just did the EO in the trash can jump. We just got the Charlotte moonsault. Here comes Gunther. In the chat right now, right? How did you rate that first match out of 5? Out of 5 stars, what did you think of that opening contest? I said I was going to ask you. I didn't get round to it. What do you rate that opening contest out of 5 stars? What did you think? Did you like it? Did you rate it? Did you love it? Did you hate it? Was it mid? Was it average? Was it exceptional? Was it bland? Out of 5, what did you think? What did you score it? And as I said, Delwyn, really, really appreciate it, man. Certainly not forgot about your super kind generosity, dude. And King Yeti as well. King Yeti with a yeets. Yeeting away in the chats. Yeets. King Yeti, if Jay can't make it, maybe you should step in instead, bud. Let's have a look, shall we? Ellis Dub said 3.5. Slow start, hot finish. Just like my sex life. Little JB said 4.25. Halloween King said 3.5. Bad Karma said 4. Tyler said 4.9. Christopher said 4.5. Who is the official 5th member of Cody's team? Randy. Yingy says 4. Cynthia said 4.5. Blue Shirt said 2.5. Arborus said 4. Mitchell said 3.75. Danny D says 3. Halloween King said 3.5. Brony said 3.75. Daniel said 4. Dark Angel said 4. Victoria said 4. El Leon said 4.25. David Connolly said 4. Lone Wolf said 4. Jeff said 4.5. Zachary said 4. Jessen said 4. We're underway with our second match. So coming up now, we have got the Ring General. Now, I want this to be a banger. I really want this to bang. I'm really hoping that we're going to get a great contest here. So, Gunther is the pick that people have gone with. People are thinking that Gunther, the Ring General, is going to be victorious. The next match after this is believed to be Dragon Lee against Santos Escobar. Dragon Lee against Santos Escobar. Who wins? Let's ask question as to who wins the next match. Miz looking for a chop as Gunther moves out the way. He's got no respect, Gunther, for the entertainer, Miz the Entertainer. We're wrestling in the ring on the right. Normally what we do is the next match will go into the other ring on the left. We tend to alternate the matches. And then, of course, when it's War Games, we do both rings. Yeah, if you're not watching, if you're out with family or whatever, driving and you can't actually watch, this is War Games. It means we have 2 rings set up next to each other. So during the War Games matches, we use both. When we do the singles matches, we're just using one. So we've got Gunther Miz in the right-hand one, and I think Santos should be in the left-hand one. We tend to alternate them. Chop coming in there by Miz. Gunther looking over at the Miz. Gunther goes after the Miz. Miz goes to the outside. Miz grabbing a hold of the leg of Gunther. It is a bit distracting having that other ring. I mean, obviously not a problem. But it means that we've only got like 3 sides. The other one is another ring. Miz has got Gunther and he's going to wrap his leg around the ring post. So Gunther selling at the moment, in pain as the Miz comes over, and what's he doing? Oh, grabbing him round the face and throwing in a big chop. And now he's going for a figure 4. Figure 4 on the, he's using the ring posts. Oh, Draping figure 4 by The Miz. Gunther in all kinds of trouble right now. Miz in control. And breaks the holds. Miz on the outside of the ring. Puts his arms out as the crowd cheer. Miz going up. Looking to springboard. I think he was looking for a springboard double axe handle, but he ended up getting caught by the ring general. So Gunther back in control. And yeah, look at that. You see the double axe handle, but it was a big boot. I think it was a boot to the face, you know. Boot to the face. Chop coming in there by Gunther. Big news as well is that R-Truth is back, baby. So I'm guessing that means he's back from injury. It's probably been about 12 months. He got injured in a match against Grayson Waller down in NXT. Grayson Waller's been on the main roster for a little while now. I'm sure it was the end of last year. So it's probably been 12 months. Gear up for Survivor Series War Games at the official Survivor Series Superstore. Talking of stores, shout out to Wrestling Shop, of course. They are sponsoring the stream and big supporters of the channel. Miz going down. You can get Legends Series 21 there now, which I believe I was told is not even out in Target yet in America. I don't know how they've done that. We couldn't even get the Legends Series over here. So the fact that not only have they got them, but they've got them before America is... I don't even know if Ringside have got them. I should look at that. If they've beat Ringside, that is historic. History has been made. Gunther with The Miz. Gunther is bulking. He seems a bit bigger. Robert said the WWE ring around the post usually have digital corners, but not when we've got War Games. That's true. Same when we do like a cage match as well, isn't it? Any sort of cage that has to fit around the ring does tend to take those LED screens away. James said, I think it's telling that WWE hasn't removed Punk signs, nor did they mute those Punk chants. What do you think that's saying then? Do you think that's meaning that what do you think that means? What does that say to you? Are you leaning towards it being a good sign or a bad sign? Big boot there by Gunther. Stop complaining about the spots. WWE is not meant to make sense. It's meant to be entertaining, said Jay Lim. Well, I would argue that it is meant to make sense. I think that WWE, when it's at its best, is a form of entertainment that you can get lost in. I think when it's at its best, you're watching two people or two teams battling to be the best, basically, to prove that they are the better side, using whatever they can to get that advantage. So if there's going to be spots that look nonsensical, if there's going to be spots that look illogical, then that's hard for me to buy into. So I just don't like that stuff. I mean, if there's people out there that it doesn't bother them, then fair play. Fair play. If you enjoy WWE in a different way and you just watch it and don't think about it, that's cool. I don't have an issue with it. But that's not how I watch the product. I enjoy watching wrestlers trying to basically, I mean, wrestling is built on that. Two people trying to convince the audience that what they're doing is real and what they're doing is legit. That's what wrestling was. That's the history of wrestling. People believed it. You know, kayfabe. Kayfabe was people believing what they saw. And I appreciate that things evolve and things change. And I appreciate that kayfabe is dead. But it's still real to me, damn it. And even if we do kind of like colour outside the lines a little bit now, the lines are still there, you know? We haven't completely lost our mind. So for me, when you've got like some spots that look just illogical, nonsensical, I'm going to say they look illogical and nonsensical. And I would do the same if it was AEW. Kicks coming in by The Miz. In fact, I do the same when it's AEW. Not I would do the same, I do the same. Gunther is in the corner. So Miz with some heavy kicks and The Miz charging over. Knee there to the midsection. Strike coming back by Gunther. Miz goes over against the ropes. Duck underneath by The Miz. Miz goes round the houses into a DDT. 1, 2, and a kick out by Gunther. Gunther kicks out. So Miz going round the houses. But what about Braun Strowman, said Sean. He's injured, isn't he, at the moment? I don't think I've seen a return date for Braun Strowman. Miz round the back. Goes over in the corner. Drop kick by Gunther. Gunther comes over. Looking to pick up the Miz. Powerbomb. 1, 2. Kick out by the Miz. Kick out by the Miz. Gunther looking in shock over at the referee. So Miz kicking out. It's a good little scrap, this. It's a good little contest. Both of these are really throwing a lot at each other. Gunther getting back up to his feet. Next match after this, we believe, is going to be Dragon Lee against Santos Escobar. Shot coming into the side of the head there by Gunther. And again, the Ring General in control. Miz covering up. Gunther now grabbing Miz. And he's picking him up. He's got a sleeper hold applied. So a sleeper is in, and Miz is trying to get over to the ropes. Gunther, again, has got the hold applied. Goes over, and Miz grabbing onto the turn. Oh, man, is this going to go the way that we said? Low blow by the Miz. And another low blow. It's not going the way we said. We said, what if Miz decides not to cheat? Well, he's cheated. 1, 2. So I said, what if the Miz decided not to cheat? He couldn't have gone in the other direction more if he tried. 2 low blows from the Miz. I thought the turnbuckle would be ripped off, and then the Miz would have to decide, do I use the turnbuckle? That's what I was thinking. Instead, that's not what happened. The ref went to put the turnbuckle back on, and Miz just booted him in the nuts. He just booted him in the nuts twice and tried to get the victory. So Miz is getting back up to his feet. Gunther back up on his feet as well. Round the back, sleeper hold applied. Over in the corner. And again, another sleeper hold. Down goes the Miz. Miz rolls over. Gunther pinned. Oh, 2.9. 2.9. Kick to the midsection by the Miz. And again. Kicks coming in. Strikes coming in. More shots there by the Miz. Shot coming back there by Gunther. Another big boot coming back by the Miz. Miz charging over. Big clothesline by Gunther. Gunther going to the outsides. Goes over to the other sides. We said we wanted a banger. I think we've got a really good match. I don't know that it's in banger territory, but it's a really good match. Big splash by Gunther. Rolls Miz over. Gunther knows that he didn't get all of it, so he's not gone for the pin. Instead, he turns him over. Oh, look at that. Into the Boston Crab. Boston Crab by Gunther. Miz trying to get over to the ropes. And Gunther drags Miz. Oh, beautiful. Look at that, the walls. And he's tapping. He makes Miz tap. Gunther taps out the Miz. I think it's a good match. It's a really good match. It's an enjoyable contest, a real battle. Both guys trying to get the better over the other. Both guys digging deep, and Gunther gets the victory. We thought Gunther would win, but it was about The Miz putting in a battling performance. I think he does that. Feel free to put in your scores as to what you thought about the match out of 5. I think it's a good offer him. Did The Miz do enough? I suppose that's the real question. Was that match enough to kind of change people's opinion of The Miz? Was it enough? Not sure. I don't know that I've got the answer to that. But what I know is that it's one of the best Miz matches I've seen in a hot minute. 3 said Arborus, 3 said Bishop, 2.5 said JP, 3.75 said Chris. Daniel said Miz is underrated. Leo said 3. Spike said 3.5. NZ Viking S says 3. Theodore said 3. We got another 3. David with 3.3. Zachary said 4.5. Robert said 4.68. Ryan with a 4. Clay said, what do you think will happen if Shinsuke comes out? I don't believe Shinsuke is going to be there tonight. So I'm not expecting him to be there. So it's hard to say what will happen if he is there. I think if he is there, very interesting segment. But I'm not expecting him tonight. Blue Shirt says 3. Ezra said good match 4. How do they end the Gunther reign? He loses. I think he definitely should lose. There is an argument for him going undefeated and just forfeiting the belt. There's an argument for that. I think it's a shame because it doesn't put someone over. But if you really want him to go to be undefeated... Oh, hello. We've got an advert here with Liv and Jay. He's living it large. Everything in his house is massive. The credit Visa allows you to live large. Look at the size of the spoon. And the phone. So, Liv and Jay, credit card commercial. Oh, hello. One of its kind. What's this? It's coming. What's this? What's this? Ultimate fan experience. WWE experience. January, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WWE experience. Wow. But what is it? Looks like some sort of, like, the Hall of Fame thing. Is that going to be permanent? WWE experience. Finn said, if Randy shows, it'll be 5 against 4. If he doesn't show, he'll poison them from the inside. So, wow, that experience thing looks amazing. Jay, back at it again with the simping, said Wrestle with Andy. Yeah, Dragon Lee Santos Escobar coming up next. So, seems like people weren't crazy about Gunther Miz. I thought it was a good match. I don't know that it was a great match, but I think it was one of the better Miz matches. I'm really interested in that WWE experience. Gunther should ultimately lose to the only person capable of beating him, Andre Chase, said JP. Elshon said, I want to see Chad Gable defeat Gunther for the IC title and then set up Gunther versus Brock. I don't see why Gunther won over The Miz, said Johnny. Scott said, Orton's still not there. It feels like we're in for a swerve. Why say he's going to be here, then he's not? David said, WWE are going to put the Hall of Fame in Saudi. That should have been a lot better. Gunther's leg didn't give out, was bad storytelling. WTF is the WWE experience. There's probably going to be some sort of press release. Have they put some up on? Have they put some up on social media? No, is the answer. They haven't. Hopefully they'll put a press release out. There was some rumblings of like some sort of experience thing, some sort of Hall of Fame thing, but I don't know if it's temporary. I don't know if it's permanent. I don't know what's actually in it. I mean, there was just some like computer renderings, which are very interesting. I mean, I don't know if someone's took some screenshots. Experiences. Let's see if there's anything on. Let's have a look. Okay, Santos and Dragon Lee is what we're building towards. They spoke about the experience at the last Saudi show. No way Randy doesn't show. That would be suicides. Seemingly no one cares. Seemingly we're the only people that care. There's just a couple of screenshots of the logo for it. But no screenshots of what was actually shown inside. I suppose it's because it's in Saudi Arabia and everyone's thinking, well, I ain't going to that. I ain't going to make it to that, am I? Right, we are just seeing some footage of how we got to this match. Dave, CM Punk is going back to WWE tonight. What are you watching War Games on, PS4 or TV? I am watching it on laptop, buds. I hope Randy shows up, said Volksy. Randy not cleared, might get KO or LA Knight, said Mr. Unfamiliar, as a fifth man, according to Wrestling Jobbers. Randy will show, the faces will win, Randy KOs Jay after. I realised that Damian Priest's voice fits Brock Lesnar better than his own, said Jen. It does. Here's Santos. Bum, bum, bum. Here he comes. Yeah, there's no images from this thing. I'll have to go back afterwards and pull them out. I feel like it's definitely worthy of like a separate video. I think it's really exciting. It's just a shame it's not in the USA. Okay, Santos is making his way down. It's a boy Mason said, name a European country. Bulgaria. Here comes the most promising heel in the company, said Ellis Dub. Name any country in Europe. Bulgaria. Randy is returning. I saw him on my way in, said Passionate. This match sucks, said Nathan. I wanted Carlito, not Dragon Lee, said Theodore. Randy is returning. I saw him on my way in. Why is this at Survivor Series? I think they've got really high hopes for both of these guys. I think you've got to move now with Santos. I think he's 39. It's not old, but like, you know, you can't mess around too long. If you really want to do some stuff with him, you got to get going. And I think he is a very promising prospect. He is still a prospect because he's only just arrived, really, on the main roster. And certainly he's only just gone out on his own solo. So at the moment, he's still in that kind of prospect range. But I think, 39 years old? We got to get moving. So this is a check out these guys match. That's what this is. This is one of our. This is the guy we think might be the next Rey Mysterio, and we've said that many times. So I love his cape though. Love his cape. This is the guy that we think could be the next Rey Mysterio, taking on the guy that we think could be the next. I don't know. Who would he be the next? Don't think he'd be the next Eddie. I don't think he's got the charisma, but he is someone that can talk. He is someone that can wrestle. He's very impressive. He's a bit on the smaller side. I suppose you could compare him to Eddie in that regard, but that feels like a lazy comparison, to be honest. Either way, they've got high hopes for both of these. So here we go. Dragon Lee, Santos Escobar. Dragon Lee coming over and getting caught by Santos. And Santos unloading on Dragon Lee. They need this match to bang. They need this to be like, whoa, these two seriously look good type thing, you know? That's why it's on Survivor Series. They could have just played it out on SmackDown, but they're trying to give these two a platform. He picks up Dragon Lee, tilt-a-whirl backbreaker. And he gets it. I didn't predict this match because this match is one that... I didn't predict this match. This one only got made last night. It was meant to be Carlito against Santos, and I think that was very easy to predict. It's become a bit harder now. But surely if we want Santos to get somewhere, he's going to have to win this. So the pick was Santos, and it stays Santos. In our chats... 54% of you have gone Dragon Lee. 46% of you have gone Santos. So very close in the chat. Very, very close in the chat. Can you believe that this has already been on for an hour and 26 minutes? An hour and 26 minutes Survivor Series has been going for so far. I'll never understand the hate. The guy is so talented. The skull-crushing finale doesn't look the best. That's his heel work. Make the fans hate his finisher, says Jobson. It's the New York restaurant all over again. Sources close to Peacock indicate the first match at War Games already broke peak viewership over last year's event. This is going to be the most watched Survivor Series of all time, says A. Jobson. I think this is a Survivor Series that's going to do well. I think Randy's return is definitely driving some numbers. I think, you've got a lot of big names in this as well with Cody and everything. It's great to not have Bloodline, not have Roman, and still deliver a show that is going to be as strong as what this show is going to be in the ratings. Yeah, that is absolutely fantastic that we can do that, you know. Head scissor takeover there by Dragon Lee. Is it going to be bigger than Undertaker's... farewell? Do you remember that? Undertaker, wasn't that 20... Was that 2020? 2020, 2021? That was Survivor Series, wasn't it? No, it wasn't his farewell. It was his 30 years, wasn't it? So that must have been Survivor Series 2020. That felt big. Is this going to be bigger than that? The 30 years of The Undertaker. Dragon Lee is in control. He went up over the top to the outsides. Boom. Mr. Unfamiliar says, Sean Ross Sapp says, no CM Punk surprise backstage. For me, Gunther Miz was 3.5, said James. Saucy said, Undertaker's farewell was... he's better than his brothers Roosh and Dralistico, said Jeremy. We did say that. We were going to look here to see how this was going to play out. We was looking to see how this was going to go. I was looking to see how this would compare to, like, Roosh or Phoenix or Dralistico. Santos with a top rope Inzaguri there, and Dragon Lee spills to the outsides. Hashtag Survivor. I love his boots. Santos' boots got some lovely detail on. Climbing up. He's in position. Santos has got Dragon Lee and head scissors. Takes him over. Dragon Lee goes down. Santos quickly looking for the pin. Kick out there by Dragon Lee. Some good selling there by Dragon Lee. Santos goes back. Looking quite surprised. So he's looking quite frustrated now. Looking quite angry now. So Santos with some gritted teeth. Looking over at Dragon Lee. He's coming over and stomping away. Throwing in some kicks. He's ripping at the mask. Over goes Dragon Lee, and again Santos pulling at the mask. And look at that, he's ripping at the eye hole to make that big. He's really pulling at it. Really pulling. Hopefully it's reinforced. So right now Santos is looking around at the crowds. And kicks coming in by Santos. I couldn't hear what the crowd were chanting. Look at that. He has messed up that mask, though. Elbow coming in there by Santos. He's got Dragon Lee, dragging him over to the ring post. Santos climbing up. Again, look at that. He's pulling at the mask again. Dragon Lee is in the corner. He's looking for... a superplex. He's going right up here. Santos at the very top. Shots to the midsection by Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee has got Santos in a Tree of Woe type move. Dragon Lee is perched, comes stomping down. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out by Santos Escobar. So they were looking for a superplex there. He didn't get it. Dragon Lee turned it into a Tree of Woe. Dragon Lee back in the corner, charging over. Kick coming in there by Santos. Dragon Lee goes down. I thought this was going to be Santos against Carlito. It got changed last night. Why does the ref care about Santos ripping off Dragon Lee's mask, said JP. It's a good question. Perhaps he just respects wrestling tradition. Perhaps he upholds the rules and the tradition. Do you think Cody wins the Rumble, said Redemption? I think there's a good chance. I don't know that it does go that way. It could be that they want to throw a curveball and that actually Cody doesn't win. The winner of the Rumble might end up challenging Seth. So it could be that Cody doesn't win and we have to find a different way. You know, we've seen it so many times where you have to put obstacles in people's way as they're trying to get to the title. So it could be that Cody is gutted at not winning the Rumble and then ends up going into Elimination Chamber and winning that instead. So I don't think it's guaranteed, but that is one way that they could do it, yes. Dragon Lee with a beautiful powerbomb there. Carlito was taken out last night. Cynthia said it's a pretty good match so far. And Survivor Series has been pretty good so far. Dino said, I'm tired of Gunther winning, but I feel like he puts a lot of meaning into the IC Championship. Here we go. Straight over into a destroyer. Grabs him on his shoulders. Driver, 2, 3, and Santos wins. Santos Escobar picks up the victory. Santos Escobar getting the dub. Gato. So Santos beats Dragon Lee. Not a bad match. I think I preferred the Gunther match. I think the Gunther match just felt like it meant a bit more. Clearly benefited from the fact there was a title at stake. But feel free to put in your scores. What did you score that one? Coming up next, we're going to have Rhea Ripley's match, of course. I'm guessing we will start our War Games with... So if we do Rhea Zoe next, we should get to the next hour mark, and that'll give us a good chunk of time to do the final match. This thing might clock in at just under 3 hours. I don't care about Lee Escobar. I was excited about Carlito having his first singles pay-per-view match, but now that isn't going to be on the show, that's killed everything. It was disappointing. I don't know why they did it. I don't know know if it was a case that Carlito had a little knock or if they just decided that they wanted to do something else. I don't know. But I agree, disappointing that was built and booked and teased and everything and promoted, and then they don't give it you. Rude. Bit rude. A bit Robert Rude. This season, WWE Shop. Woo! Days, would you like to see Seth against CM Punk for the World Heavyweight Championship or Seth against Randy for the World Heavyweight Championship? Well, if I could choose, I would choose CM Punk because that would mean that he is in WWE. So if I could choose, I would take that one. But Randy and Seth doesn't strike me as a bad alternative. Right, we've got another advert. Oh, yeah. This is that LA Knight one. LA Knight, snap into a Slim Jim. Well, I think we've seen this one before. Well, I don't know if it was this exact one. Oh, it's great that Macho's on the TV, innit? It's great that Macho's on the TV. No, rock. We got a Slim Jim car arriving, and we got New Day. That's nice. Look, we can see. Is that Drew and Damien just having a word? So New Day have arrived with some Slim Jims and a Slim Jim car. Okay, so they're eating some Slim Jims. So the New Day arrive in the Slim Jim car. In the background, we had Drew and I think Damien just having a little word with each other. Maybe strategizing. Seth against Gunther, title versus title at WrestleMania after Gunther wins the Rumble. Okay, Rhea and Zoe is our next match. I can't stand New Day. New Day sucks, said Source in Sam. They've just gone a bit stale, haven't they? Just gone a little bit stale. They used to be really fun with Bootios and all that stuff. It's just been so long since we really gave them something that they could get their teeth into, you know? It's just been a while since we gave them something that we could really get behind. Pancakes and all that sort of stuff. Injuries haven't helped, to be honest. Mitchell said, Days, for an A show, this has felt like a B show. Sad face. Well, Randy's coming. I'm still confident that Randy's going to be here. Johnny said, I don't care about this match. I am not a Zoe fan, and I hope the match is over fast. Big Time said the advertising can be really cringy at times. K-Dub said New Day doesn't hit the same without Big E too. Good point. Randy said WWE has got too many jobbers. Ezra said, could Liv Morgan interfere in this match? Maybe, yeah. I wasn't expecting Liv Morgan, but yes, she could. I mean, I don't know when she's due to be back. I don't know if she's back this year or do you just save her for the Rumble? So I'm not expecting her, but could we get that? Yes. Yes. As long as she's still, like, you know, she's recovered. Just seeing a video package of how we got to this match. I like Dragon Lee, but boy, he's already blown his load on movesets. The dude pulls out the same moves. And the formatting of his matches are becoming more similar. Yeah. It wasn't a match that blew my mind, to be honest. I thought there was some selling in there. You know, there was a few nice facial reactions and whatever, but yeah, I don't know what it was. It was a match I just was struggling to really care about. And, you know, I think part of the problem wasn't them. I think part of the problem was the fact that the match got chucked together last night. You know, maybe if it had been Carlito and Santos and there'd been some bad mouthing and, you know, they've had a bit of history. Obviously, the LWO split up because of their breakup in relationship, whatever. You know, maybe if we'd have done something along those lines, we could have got a bit more drama out of it. We could have got a bit more depth out of it. That match did feel quite nice in places, looked good in places, but it didn't have the depth that I was hoping for. So, yeah, I don't disagree. King Yeti said, well, it's a big show. It is a big show. It is a big show. Mitchell said, that felt like a SmackDown match. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I'm not down on this. I mean, there's been nothing that's like, the first match was fine. It was decent. The War Games match, I mean, it had some nice moments. I thought the Miz Gunther match was good. I don't know that it was great, but it was good. The last match was probably the weakest point. But it didn't stink the place out, you know? And now we've got Zoe Stark. She's got paint on her face. Zoe Stark with black marks on her face, making her way down. It's, I don't know that that's a good look. She's all kinds of fired up. Will return tonight and Judgment Day have plans to take out Sammy and Punk take Sammy's place for him, says Shots. Here's a good question. Will return tonight and Judgment Day take out Sammy and Punk? Well, I'm not expecting CM Punk to be on this show. So I'm not expecting them to take out. For me, I think the story they're telling, which I think is a stupid story, right, is they're teasing that Randy might not be here. So later, when he is here, it feels a bit like, oh, good, he is here. Thank God. The problem is, a lot of people are sat there going, oh, brilliant. If he's not here, it might be CM Punk. Which is why I just don't think that's a very good story to be telling during this show. Okay, here is Rhea. Or do you know what? There might be a seedier reason why they're doing it, and I hope this isn't why. But are they teasing Randy might not be here because they want people to speculate that it might be CM Punk, so that people that aren't watching tune in just in case, and then it's revealed that it is Randy as expected? Are they doing it for ratings? I don't know. I hope it's not that. I hope it's just that they think it's a good idea to kind of, you know, tease the fans that Randy might not be here and then, oh, thank God he is. That's what I think they're doing. We'll see. So Rhea has come down. She's wearing like Shawn Michaels chaps, and she's got like Joker kind of smudged face paint. It's only on the one side, I think, actually. But Rhea has made her way down to the ring. 86% of people think that Rhea is going to be victorious. Zoe, Rhea, Women's World Championship. These two trash talking each other. Zoe is not scared or intimidated by Rhea Ripley. Look at that. There's a smile on the face of Zoe Stark. And the bell has sounded. The Women's World Championship match, brought to you by Slim Jim, is underway. These two exchanging some slaps. Zoe ducking underneath, taking down Rhea. These two are really fired up. I like seeing the verbal exchange at the start. It does just make it feel like these two don't like each other. Rhea is up, charges over. Zoe, big boot, drop kick. Rhea goes against the ropes and spills to the outside. Zoe telling the ref to move. Zoe goes up and comes down crossbody to the outside, lands on Rhea Ripley. And the crowd are fired up, baby. Jenny said, when do you think we see Jade Cargill? Well, there is a chance tonight. There is a chance. But I suppose the question is, where do you think she's going to go? If you think she's going to go to the main roster, then there's a chance tonight. But equally, there's a good chance for the Rumble. If you think that she's going to go to NXT, well, then NXT Deadline in 2 weeks' time, that obviously looks good. That would make sense. I think she's in the Rumble. If we don't see her tonight and we don't see her at Deadline, then I think there's a good chance that she's in the Rumble. We got some mommy chants. And Zoe, at the moment, needs to the midsection. So I don't think tonight. I would say Liv. If I had to pick between Liv or Jade, I would go Liv. I'm looking more at NXT Deadline for Jade, but she could be. I mean, she could be if there was rumors that they were looking to put her straight onto the main roster. But those rumors were a little while ago now. It was a lovely twist in senton by Zoe there. Zoe with a boot to Rhea. Rhea goes down. Rhea on the outside as Zoe throws a knee in Rhea's direction. Rhea picking up Zoe. Zoe on the shoulders. Boom! Face first into the edge of the ring. Alvin said, do you think Jade isn't wrestling because of a no-compete clause with AEW? I don't think so. I'm not aware of any clause. I don't think there's anything in that. I think, to be honest, they went big with her arrival because they knew that Edge was going to AEW. So they wanted to make sure people knew that they had got Jade and that they were like over the moon about it. We're not worried about Edge because we've got Jade. Look at this girl. You might not have seen her yet. She is special. We've gone and signed someone special. Problem is, they've signed someone that can't wrestle. I mean, she really is not that great in the ring. No disrespect to her. She can do the basics. She can do a few bits, right? It would be unfair to make out that she is, breakout tournament level. She can do a few bits, but not this. She ain't this level. She ain't doing what Rhea Ripley's doing. So for me, she needs to spend a bit of time in NXT. I think the reason we've not seen her is because they've looked at her and gone, we need to do some work here. We need to do some work. She needs to spend a bit of time in the Performance Center. If we were to put her out on the main roster, she'd get found out. Just go and watch her matches in AEW. Just go and watch her matches. They got better. And it would be unfair to say that she can't do anything. But her look greatly outweighs her ability. But the potential is there. She's, you know, still young. She's looks $1 billion. I mean, oh my God. If they could get somewhere with her wrestling-wise, amazing. Amazing. So I don't think it's anything to do with that. I think, honestly, it's to do with her ability and the fact that it really needs a bit of work. Rhea is in control. What if Randy doesn't show up and CM Punk is in the War Games, says A. Jobson. Well, then that is going to be quite the moment. Rhea is built like a brick house goddess, said Big Bun. Such a beautiful woman. David said Jade is the $6 million woman. They are reprogramming her. That's a really good way of wording it. She is the $6 billion woman. I mean, she really is. WrestleMania main event looks-wise. If they can improve that in-ring ability. I mean, it doesn't even need to be as good as Rhea, but just if she can hang, if she can just play her part. Rhea, Charlotte, Becky, they can do the bulk of the work. Shot coming into the midsection there by Zoe. And the Performance Center is so good. So good. So many of the talents you watch came through the PC, came through that Performance Center. It really is the heart. It's the heart of WWE. It just pumps out all these great wrestlers. I mean, look at NXT and what they're doing down there at the moment with like Carmelo and Braun and Trick and Lyra Valkyria and just pumping out like Creed Brothers and all this great talent. So she's in the best place, man. She is definitely in the best place. Rhea is going up top. Rhea is looking for a superplex. She's got Zoe up there. These two chopping away at each other. Choppity chop. Another slap coming in there by Rhea. She's got Zoe around the throat. And, she plants Zoe down. I don't know if Zoe was meant to land on her feet, but she landed a bit awkward. I think Corey just said that she landed quite awkwardly there. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out. Is this what you wanted? Said Zoe. Zoe selling her arm a little bit as she goes to deliver a knee strike. Rhea round the back, picks up Zoe, looking to plant her face first. She rolls up Rhea. Rhea on her feet, going over. Kick misses. Kick coming in by Zoe. Zoe getting back up to her feet. Looking for a German, but a back elbow there by Rhea. Again, we've got a battling little contest here as both of these are trying to get the advantage, trying to get the win. Kick coming in. Rhea has got Zoe. Zoe is up, gets planted down. Rhea bridging over. Rhea 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Zoe. Shoulder up by Zoe. What a botch. It looked crazy, though. Shout out to the cameraman. Crowd is pretty dead for this, says Real Kyle. I want to see Drew McIntyre. He's on later. We've got push to the head there by Rhea. Zoe on her knees at the moment. Hit me. Oh, she did. Kicked her in the head. Kicked her in the head. Now she picks her up, grabs her. She's looking for a riptide. Zoe goes up, lands on her feet. German suplex by Zoe. Zoe on her feet, gets the ropes, knee to the side of the head. Bridge of the nose. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up by Rhea. Shoulder up by Rhea. And Rhea is just checking for blood. I think she took a real shot to the side of the mouth there. Went for a knee strike. Back elbow coming in there by Rhea. Kick coming into the side of the head. Headbutt coming back there by Rhea. Riptide coming up. Riptide coming up. Riptide connects. 1, 2, 3. Rhea Ripley retains. Smile on the face of Rhea Ripley. She's checking her teeth. She's had issues with her teeth before. There was a moment last year where she rolled against the ropes, and as she stopped rolling, her knee carried on and smashed her in her own face. Sounds funny. It was awful. She knocked herself silly with it, and she had to have like dental work done and everything. So I would imagine when she's checking her teeth, she's like, "Oh my God, not again." The replay is brought to you by Slim Jim Long Boys. That's the name of my group. We're the Long Boys. 10 more likes to 1,000. 10 more likes to 1,000? No way. Oh my God, we haven't even mentioned that once. We normally sit here having to pull out our flipping fingernails as we're trying to get to 1,000, so 10 more likes to 1,000. Guys, if you haven't dropped a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. Mitchell said, "What is going on? That felt like a SmackDown match too." It is true, actually. It did not feel, did it? It did not. It did. We didn't reach the dizzy heights, did we, of what you would expect from a premium live event. That is true. It is a bit disappointing. I did like the words that they exchanged to each other. I did like how vocal they were. I thought that was quite good. Okay, here we are backstage at Shoosh Alpha Academy. Look at all this stuff. Get your scores in. Everyone needs one of those. Yeah! LA night. Oh, thank you. The Undertaker thing's awesome. The Brawling Bruddy. Here's Bianca Belair. We've got loads of these superstars shilling stuff, haven't we? Who's this thing? Could I ever be the EST? No. The 5G woman's the cutest. The cricket woman's the cutest. I think she's fat. Cricket thing's fat. Arbora said 3. Master of Fake said 5. Miles Stone Comics said, "I wish Samoa Joe was returning." Jenny said 7. Yeet, said Randy. 3 said John. 3.5 said Blue Chew. What's his name said CM Punk. Miss Clown said 2.5. Ray said 1 out of 5 because of Mommy. Terry said 3.5. JP said 2.5. The match started strong, but it fell into a ditch. Yeet, said Justin. David said LA wipes, yeah. Mitchell said, "Come on, for an A show, this hasn't been the best. I'm sorry to say, and I love WWE." Well, it doesn't sound like you love WWE. It sounds like you're a hater, actually. War Games press conference immediately following the show. Mike said, "Wouldn't it be hilarious if they bring Randy in as right as he gets into the match ends and we don't get to see him in action?" Yeah. Ding, ding, ding. 1, 2, 3. Done. Have you heard anything? Seth hasn't heard anything. Here's Cody. Listen. We're good. He will be here. Trust. Cody says, trust me, he'll be here. Just trust him. Trust him, Sammy. Trust him. Right, one more match to go, and that match is Wargame! Ding, ding, ding. I hear voices in my head. And then RKO Jey Uso, said Theodore. They're not thinking he's going to show, said Jenny. So far, this event is great, said Mr. Dale Jr. Mummy is always on top. J-Love said, so this match is going to be an hour long. Well, it'll be 40-odd minutes, and then don't forget, we've got all the entrances. So, I mean, by the time we get underway, it might be like 10 past. So, yeah, clocking in about pushing towards the 3-hour mark, yeah. Why are they making people Randy won't show, said Suzanne, it's stupid. So that when he does, it becomes a bigger thing? I don't know. It's not the direction I would have gone. Because I don't want to think they're doing it for this reason, but are they doing it so that people go, could it be CM Punk? Could it be CM Punk? Dude, if you're not watching Peacock right now, get Peacock on, because it's meant to be Randy and apparently he's not there and it might be CM Punk. Make sure you're watching. You know, is it something like that? I don't want to think these things of WWE. I don't want to be a WWE hater like Mitchell. If Orton shows, I think it'll be where it left off. To Judgment Day, big build, get in the cage, slide in, RKO to Judgment Day and Jay. Imagine we don't get Randy nor CM Punk. Twitter would go crazy, said NWE Figure Wrestling. If the show is awful, do yourself a solid and tune out. Watch something else like goat porn. Goat porn. That's the greatest of all time porn. I wonder what the greatest of all time porn is. Don't know. I'm not looking for suggestions. I'm just saying. I wonder what... If there was, like... There probably are porn Oscars, aren't there? I would imagine. Do you reckon there's, like, best porn film every year that gets given an award, like an Oscar? You know, like how we get Best Picture and it's Moonlight, stuff like that. Do you reckon, like, there's porn films that get these awards? Wow. I wonder what the Citizen Kane of the porn industry... I wonder what the GOAT porn film is. I wonder what the Space Odyssey 2001 is of the porn world. It's probably Debbie Does Dallas. That's a classic. Debbie Does Dallas. Emmanuel. Two Girls, One Cup. I don't know. Two Girls, One Cup. This show has been pants. AEW made this look like old Raws we used to moan about, said Jaden. This has gone down a rabbit hole. I don't know that one, but it sounds great. I'm not expecting this, but Punk could show up at the end. I wouldn't bet on it. We'll have to wait for the Rumble, said little JB. Well, I like that. I have no issue with people hoping to see CM Punk. I have no issue with people even thinking we could see CM Punk. I have no problem with that whatsoever. Could it happen? Yeah. It could happen. I still am not expecting it, but as we've said from the very beginning, I think a lot of us are in the same boat. It's just there's not been anything to indicate that it's going to happen. And my score for the show will not be affected by if CM Punk does not show here at all. So it's not something that was expected. It was not something that was anticipated. And just over 2 hours into this show, it's not something that is seemingly arriving. But as you said, the match could end and he could come walking out, you know? So I'm not trying to give people false hope. I'm just saying that it could happen. It could happen. But that's based on only hope. But the time for finding out is coming up. Here comes our first heel. Boo!
This is the Scottish Warrior Drew McIntyre here. For all your action figure needs, make sure you check out WrestlingShop.com.
It's that guy. I think that was when he was a face, though. I don't think he recorded that when he was a heel. Maybe he did. I don't know. Here he is, though. Drew McIntyre has come out, and he's still got his stupid sword. I thought he would have got rid of that by now. I thought he would have binned it off. I mean, I know it's meant to symbolise his mum or something, but the heel thing to do would be to bin her off, get rid of her. Right, here's Judgment Day. Everyone is clutching at straws, thinking he will return. He won't. Personally, I think he's done with wrestling after being fired by AEW, says Paranormal Presence. Here are Judgment Day, and they've got their little masks on, their little bandana things, lots of belts there. Obviously, we got the tag titles. We've got the NXT North American Championship. They all look really small. Look at this, like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Only we've got two Snow Whites. Damian and Drew face to face. Didn't we see them chatting backstage, though, when the New Day pulled up? Because there's all a bit moody in it. Drew and Damian staring at each other. King Yeti said Amazon has got a book called The Thoughts Within. People should buy it, says King Yeti. I heard it's trash. I heard it's trash, mate. I heard it's overrated. I heard it was a disgrace to publishing. That's what I heard. I, of course, am joking. The Thoughts Within, a book of poems by our very own Sunny. Sadly, I don't believe there's any pornography in it. I did try and convince her to put the odd picture in there. Not of herself. This isn't that kind of a channel. Just of any random boob she could find, you know, on the internet or anything. I just think that would be a better way of increasing sales. Poetry is boring. Nudity is excellent. That's my motto. That's my motto. Poetry is boring. Nudity is excellent. God bless. In fact, that could be... Days hates poetry. That is true. But I am a big believer in nudity. Heel turn midstream, said Trini. Mate, come on. People are waiting for a face turn from me. They're not waiting for a heel turn. They're waiting for me to turn face. Okay, Finn Balor is inside the cage. Finn Balor is going to be starting us off. That's what she said. Here's Cody Rhodes. Daze is going to replace Randy. I'm already here. All I've got to do is turn around and go running down to the ring. Na, 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 na. Do you know, my background was going to be a CM Punk graphic. I was going to do that. I thought it would be funny, but I also thought it would very quickly get annoying. Because people would keep jumping in going, oh my God, do you think? But I didn't do it for that reason. But now that we're in the main event and towards the end of the show, we could change it over. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You see, the great thing is, if he does come back now, it'll look like we believed it all along. Oh, clever. Dude, did you have that the whole stream? Yeah. Never doubted it. Never doubted it, mate. We said from the start we thought he was coming back. And if he doesn't come back, no one needs know, do they? No one will ever know. It's genius. It's perfect. Right, here we go. We've got Jey Uso making his way down. Oh, he's on. I hope he's been working on his cardio. He was doing this not long ago and he was blowing himself up. Yeets. Yeets. Okay, so Cody has come out. Jey has come out. Drew shaking at the cage. Here's Sami Zayn. Let's go! Sami Zayn, all kinds of fired up. He's got a green shirt on. He's ready for battle. He's got a few choice words for Damian Priest. Sami in with the fans. Go on, Sami! Go on, Sami! I love this guy. Okay, so Sami's all kinds of fired up. He hasn't gone to the ring, so I'm guessing Seth is going to start us off. Because I can't imagine that Randy will come out and go straight to the ring. Here's Seth making his way down. Oh, let's see how Clown Rollins looks. He looks good, actually. He looks all right. He's got like camo gear as well. His jacket is green with like puffy gold shoulders. That bit's a bit elaborate, but his actual ring gear, I think, looks quite good. Oh, hello. Handshake between Cody and Seth. And it is Seth that says, let's go. And looks like he's heading down to the ring. Heading down to the ring. What's his name? Shout out to you. Said, appreciate the support, dudes. Said, CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk. Guys, it's happening. It's happening. You know me. I speak it as I see it. It's happening. Right, Cody, Jey, Sami in the ring, Seth getting in the ring. Can Priest cash in mid-War Games against Rollins? I believe he could. I don't think it would be a wise thing to do. CM Punk is not returning. Bucket, said Slick81. CM Punk is confirmed. Oh, boom, we're underway. Seth launches and jumps onto Finn Balor, and the men's War Games match has begun. If this thing's going to go for about 40-odd minutes, it's going to clock in just under the 3-hour mark. How long did Survivor Series go last year? How long did that clock in for? See if I can find it. Survivor Series. Survivor Series. Survivor Series last year went 3 hours, 7 minutes. 3:07. So if this one clocks in at about the 3-hour mark, it's about in line. And this is going to be a bit longer than the women's because the women had 4 on each team, whereas this has got, the guys have got 5 on each team. So the women's one, how long did that go for? Survivor Series War Games. 2023. The time should be on Wikipedia by now. The women's one went 33 minutes 35. Gunther Miz went 12 minutes 20. Santos Dragon Lee went 7:40. Rhea and Zoe went 9:15. This is got 40 minutes written all over it, isn't it? Written all over it. Into the side of the cage goes Seth. Balor grabbing Seth, throwing in a chop, choppity chop. The CM Punk chants are loud. If it's Randy returning, not Punk, it's going to sound like the time The Rock helped Roman win and gets booed loud to the end. I don't... There are loud CM Punk chants. I think WWE have really botched this. I've really botched it. They didn't need to put themselves in this position. They didn't need to put themselves in this position. They've either done it to get people to tune in to see if it is going to be him, or they've done it because they've either got CM Punk, right? Or they've done it to get people to tune in, or they've done it because they just want to create a bit of last-minute excitement. But if you haven't got CM Punk, it just strikes me as a really stupid thing to do. You've tried to build up Randy's return even bigger, create a little bit of doubt, but all you've done is you've sold him down the river. Because now when he comes out, people are going to be like, oh, this ain't CM Punk. And all of this could have been avoided. Do you know who I blame? Vince McMahon. I blame Vince McMahon. This is Vince's fault. Shots coming in by Seth. Punk definitely isn't coming back, but Orton will show up when it's his time. He will be the last dude that comes in. Yeah, I mean, look, when Randy comes out, I don't think he's going to get booed. I think there will be an initial hit of like, oh. But then people will be like, okay, look, it's Randy. It's Randy. Randy is so loved and well respected. Any disappointment that people have got, it's got to go away, hasn't it? Any disappointment people have got, I'm sure will disappear once they see Randy for the first time in 18 months. He is an absolutely beloved superstar. But they have done him a bit dirty here. The clock is counting down. Here comes JD McDonough. Kick coming in there by Seth. We want Randy, not Punk. Well, I tell you what, we haven't done it. Let's see what people think. Will we get CM Punk? Let's ask the question. We've avoided it all night. We're finally at the end of the show. Even if he's not the final person, will Punk walk out at the very end of the show? Don't get triggered by the question. It's only a question. You can vote no, right? But do you think we get CM Punk? Will we get CM Punk? Yes or no? Right, the heels have got the advantage. So JD is in there with kendo sticks. And Seth Rollins is down. The crowd will boo Randy, said Steve. I know that it's going to be Randy or Punk, said Kashon. Punk or Randy Pole, said Chris. Well, I still feel very confident that it's going to be Randy. I can't believe WWE would tell you that Randy is coming back and then not give you Randy. Randy is a big star whose return is a big deal. And I can't believe that they would advertise it and then not deliver it. McDonough, wow. So I feel like this last person is going to be Randy, but it doesn't mean that CM Punk can't come walking out right at the very end of the show or something, you know? Against the ropes goes Seth. Kendo stick, clothesline. Undertaker's coming back. Yeah, that's the swerve. Everyone's going Punk, Randy, Punk, Randy. It's Undertaker! Ah! It's Tony Khan! Right, we've got Balor. Oh, comes crashing down with a kendo stick across the back of Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins now has got that kendo stick right in his face, right in his mush. And the crowd are booing away. Tyler said, hear me out. Okay. I think at some point during the match, they're going to show a car. It's going to pull up in the arena. It's going to cause even more questioning. But I think it will be Randy. Tyler, shout out to you. Here we go, 10 seconds left to go. Well, the clock is counting down. A baby face is entering. It's Jay that's going in. I was really excited about the idea of Randy and Jay being alone in the shark cage. I really like that idea. Yeet. He grabs a chair. Jay gets in the ring. Goes ramming it into the midsection of JD McDonough. Boom! Across the back of Finn Balor. Shot coming in, strike coming back there by Jay. These two exchanging blows at the moment. JD and Jay. Oh, bang! Down goes JD. Big shots coming in there by Jay. Blows being exchanged. Oh, a little bit of a shimmy. Bang! Down goes Balor. Kick to the midsection. Enziguri there by Jey Uso. Another kick there by Jey Uso. Let's go. Randy's wife, Kim, is sitting at ringside for his return on Instagram, said NWE Figure Wrestling. Maybe she's a CM Punk fan. Just saying. Just saying. Perhaps he's at home going, Kim? Kim? Where's Mom gone? Oh, she's gone to Survivor Series. She heard a rumour that CM Punk's going to be there. Kim? Kim? She's actually wearing a CM Punk shirt. Right, here we go. We've got Jey Uso up. Ooh, he gets on his feet. Super kick! Down goes JD. Down goes Finn Balor. Maybe replaced by Punk. Maybe Orton is there. And Orton's going to be in the match. But it's Kim Orton. Oh, swerve. Kim Orton. It's not Randy. He's not quite ready yet. So instead, we're going to put his wife in. Yeah. Kim. I tell you what, if that happens, there ain't no one thinking about CM Punk. At that point, everyone's going to be like, what the... What's going on here? Who's Kim? Technically, it is an Orton, isn't it? Technically, it's still an Orton. Just not the Orton we were expecting. JD over against the ropes. Jey Uso has got his foot right in the throat of JD. The clock is counting down. KKO. Oh, my God, a KKO. We stick We stick to the plan. Damian Priest said, we stick to the plan. Drew said the plans have changed. Damian said, not my plan. Damian Priest is making his way down to the ring. So JD is down, Finn is down, Seth and Jey Uso are waiting for Damian to step inside. He does. He does, and he gets jumped. Throwing in some big shots on Jey. There's a lot of star power involved in this match. You know, we've got the likes of Drew, Seth, Finn Balor, Sammy. I love Sammy. Kim Orton. I mean, everyone's involved. Big shots coming in by Jey Uso. Now, what's he got? What is that? Baton. Is that like a baton? A baton? He's got a baton? Damn, man. What is it? It's sick. It's like a steel pole. Looks like an extender. What happened to the good old nightstick, eh? What happened to a good old nightstick? Can you imagine if we were doing this back in the golden era and what some of them matches would have looked like? With like Hogan and Warrior and Big Boss Man and Jake the Snake and all these involved in like a match like this. Oh, Macho Man. Oh my God. That would have been sick. Damian Priest going up top. Damian Priest, so the heels are in control. Where's he going? Comes crashing down onto Seth and Jey. Cannonballs onto them. The Big Boss Man, R.I.P. Legend. I wasn't a big fan of him in the Attitude Era, but when he was in his blue shirts, that era, Boss Man, let's go. There's some weapons that are just absolutely synonymous with people. You can't really look at a sledgehammer and not think Triple H. You can't look at a nightstick and not think Big Boss Man. Or nails, but more Big Boss Man. Chair to the midsection there by Finn Balor. Boom! Right across the back of Jey Uso. Jey Uso down. We got 15 seconds to go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. It's going to be Sami Zayn shakes Cody's hand, makes his way down to the ring. Go on, Sami. Go on, Sami. Sami with using a kendo stick. Boom! Wallops Finn. Bang! Door gets closed into the head of Finn Balor. Sami on the outside, having a little look, jumps out the ring. He's going to go underneath the ring. Why do we make such a big deal of this? Literally everyone has grabbed a weapon before they've gone in. Granted, Sami has just got a table, though. But it is kind of funny how we make such a big deal of, like, shall I get a weapon? Everyone's got a weapon. I'd love to see a War Games match where we don't have weapons. Clothesliners. Wow. Damian Priest clotheslined over the top rope, came crashing down onto that strip of metal that's connecting the two rings. Sami then's like, ah! Shaking the gate. He's gone full on Warrior. Ah! Let's go. Let's go. Duck underneath. Blue Thunderbomb. Boom. Blue Thunderbomb connects. Finn Balor down. Sami climbing up. Lots of bodies in there. Lots of people down. We've got an Olay chant. Oh, is he going up higher? He's teasing that he's going to go up higher. Here's the pop vinyl. Big shots to the back of Sammy. Man, pop vinyl. They need to make a JD quick, don't they? There's been so much talk about him looking like a pop vinyl that I think that pop vinyl would sell very well. Oh, hello. There's a pole. Where did that come from? He just pulled it out of the cage. Now he's got a steel pipe. Actually, turns out there's one in every corner. Didn't even know that. There's one over the other side as well. I wonder what that purpose is. I wonder what it does. It probably doesn't do anything. So we've got lots of bodies down. Sammy going over. It's going to be Cowboy Bob Orton. Let's go. Let's go. Who gets the pin? Who takes the loss? I think that's Judgment Day lose. I think that the loss will be blamed on Damian Priest. I don't think he takes the pin, though. I mean, it would feel like JD McDonough is probably the weakest member. I mean, you could have Dirty Dom take the pin, but I don't know. I don't know that I would have Dirty Dom getting pinned. I think I would have JD McDonough take the pin. So, I mean, Randy coming back and being on the losing team is, I don't know, that seems mental. I think I feel a bit more confident about the faces winning this than I did the faces winning the women's one, but I went with both face teams winning the War Games matches. Here is Drew McIntyre. Drew McIntyre making his way down to the ring. Dirty Dom shouldn't be pinned yet, says Ale. Randy takes the pin because of Cody. Ha ha ha, says Mike. I think CM Punk will take the pin. I think CM Punk takes the pin for the face team. Drew, back elbow to Seth. It's going to be Brock or Roman, said Justin. I think Damian will get blamed too, said Suzanne. Sammy is down. Seth is down. Drew is a wrecking ball and he's got his sights set on one Jey Uso. Sheamus Uso is in a lot of trouble right now as Drew McIntyre is standing in the ring. These two fought just the other day, didn't they? These two represented their teams. So, like, these two have already gone at it before. It might have been a bit better if these two hadn't faced previous. McIntyre, kick to the midsection there by Jey. Jey with the shirt, puts it around the neck of Drew, throws in a big shot. Net breaker. Kip up. We've got our next face coming in is going to be Cody. Cody's still not in the ring yet. We are getting close, though. We are getting close. Let's get close. Into the edge of the ring. Into the cage goes Jey. Acknowledge what the hell you did. Again, into the side of the cage. Drew is very upset with Jey. He's very upset with him. He should probably get some therapy. Wow, face first, Jey gets driven into the cage. All of a sudden now, Judgment Day are regrouping. Finn Balor and Sami Zayn. That'd be good. That would be good. One-on-one, that would be good. Wrestle Andy said it's going to be Zip from the Body Donners. Fusion Cow said, come on, Randy. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friend, said it's going to be Ted DiBiase Jr. on work release. Oh, man, that would be so good. That'd be so good. Legacy reunited. It would not. Do you reckon he would come? He would come out to crickets, wouldn't he? A load of people would be like, "Who's this?" 3, 2, 1. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes is making his way down, and he's going to enter the match that his dad created. This match is in his blood. This is his father's creation. Into the side of the cage goes Damian Priest. Oh, I bet Dusty is just beaming, isn't he? I bet he's absolutely beaming. When this match was created in the 80s, I wonder if he ever thought that one of his kids was going to be competing in it. Big clothesline. Was Dustin ever in one? In, like, WCW? I don't know if Dustin was ever in one. Cody's never been in one. Kick coming in. There was a nice line, actually, from Michael Cole, who just spoke about Dusty on commentary. He's going over, and he's going over to... What's he grabbing? He's grabbing something. He's grabbing bull rope. Bull rope! Where did that come from? So, Seth has grabbed the bull rope. Cody's grabbed the bull rope. What's happening? I don't... One night. One night, we're going to work together. So Cody and Seth said, come on, look, just one night, let's work together. So they've both got one end of... Oh, that's a good spot. So Finn was standing on top of the bull rope. Both Seth and Cody pulled it up. Woo. Even I felt that. Jeez. You can forget jumping off the top inside a trash can. Ain't nothing more brutal than what I've just seen Finn Balor go through. Right. Since when was there a bull rope in the ring? Well, okay, they're counting down. There's 13 seconds to go. It's Dominic Mysterio that's going to be coming in next. That'll be it for their heels, which will mean we've got one more entrant. That's the longest that he's ever spent behind bars. Dirty Dom gets in the ring. He goes over, down goes Seth. So, kicks coming in by Dominic. Dominic in white and black. We've got 2 minutes 50 to go. So, we ask the question, will we get CM Punk? Not next, but just at any point for this show. And it's actually very close. We've had over 1,000 votes. 57% of people have said no. 43% of people have said yes. Which way is it going to go? Who is going to be making their way down to the ring? Who is the next entrant? Whoever comes out next for the faces, it feels like it's going to be a moment, doesn't it? Whatever is about to happen feels like it's going to be a moment. If it's Randy, it's going to be amazing to just see him back, see what he looks like, see what he's wearing, hear that music again. If it's CM Punk, then the internet might break. And Chicago might break. And if it's someone else, then there might be a lot of boos. Right, we've got Dominic getting thrown into the side of the cage. Trenton said, I hear voices. I think it's Brock, said Brandon. Okay, there's a table set up in the corner. There's no one else left to come out of the cages. There's no one else left to come out of the shark cages. Kicks coming in. Strikes coming in. Kick coming in there by JD. There's a big brawl going on. You know that Judgment Day are going to get the advantage now because whoever's about to come out needs to be the hero. Okay, so we're waiting for this. Can't be long. Is there Randy chance? So the Chicago faithful are hoping there was Randy chance. We're getting to the crunch moment, and even Chicago have abandoned the CM Punk. Even Chicago's like, nah, it'll be Randy. Randy chance. A triple choke slam to Sammy, Seth, and Cody. Judgment Day are standing tall. Judgment Day are in control. The faces are all down at the moment. We've got Finn, JD. Oh, JD with a moonsault. Balor with a coup de grace. Dominic with a frog splash. Judgment Day are standing united. Table is set up in the corner. We're doing a little bit of rearranging at the moment. So the table is set up. Balor is grabbing Seth. I think we're going to look for a power bomb through the table. Seth. Oh, we're looking for the Razor's Edge through the table. Seth Rollins is razor edged through the table. And here we go, the countdown clock. So the countdown clock has got down to 1, 0. Looking in the entranceway. Everyone's waiting. And hello. We've got Rhea. Huh? Rhea's coming down with the briefcase. Rhea's racing away down with the briefcase. Jessica Kari's coming down with her. Rhea's going to look to cash it in on behalf of Damian Priest. And there is Randy's theme. Randy Orton's music hits. Randy Orton's here. He looks jacked. He looks jacked. He looks great. No facial hair, just plain black trunks. I hear voices hits, but he is looking ripped, man. He is looking toned. He is looking amazing. The Viper, the Apex Predator. Oh, wow. Welcome back, Randy. Welcome back. He's in the ring. The bell sounds. And Dominic's just getting smashed around. Boom! Oh, absolutely brilliant. Look at these power slams. It's been 18 months. And Chicago are chanting for Randy. There was a lovely pop when Randy came out. There was obviously concern that if it wasn't going to be Randy and it was going to be CM Punk, there was obviously going to be concern that there might be a few boos. But from what I could sense, there was no evidence of it. Look at that, Randy looking out at the crowd. There's an RKO being held up. They love Randy. Everyone loves Randy. Think of some of the matches we can do now that not only is he back, but he's out of RK Bro. Think of some of the matches. Think of him against Gunther. He looks so big. He looks big. He's got such a size to him. I don't know if I just haven't seen him in ages, but he looks bigger than before. So it was Randy's involvement that meant that we didn't get the cash in So it was certainly being teased. Rhea came running down, and she was about to cash it in, and then she stopped as the I Hear Voices music hit. And so we are underway with the match for real. All the competitors are inside the ring right now. Dub, Randy said, Declan, this is MFing awesome, said Kareen. Randy, we missed you, said Mariam. Oh, we really did as well. It's not until you see him in there and you see, like, the size of him. He looks so big. He looks so much bigger than anyone else. Not taller, but just there's real bulk. There's real size to him. I mean, we know that he's been at the Performance Center. We know that he's been putting the work in. He looks... This was the question, you know, because of the surgery, because he's been out for so long, is there gonna be a limitation? Is there gonna be any sort of... Is he gonna be a little bit out of shape? Or... I am not just saying this. I genuinely think he looks better than ever. I think he looks better than ever. So Randy and Jay, this was a moment people were excited for. Oh, Jay super kicks Damian Priest. Jay coming to RKO. He can still do the RKO. There was a concern if he wouldn't be able to do it. We know, I mean, like, there was real concern about what can he do. Everything is the answer. Everything. What can't he do? RKO from Randy. Oh, come on. How do the faces lose? How can they lose? JD McDonough looking around. He's got Sammy in front of him. Cody to the sides. He's trying to climb up, trying to climb out. Oh, man. So good. It's amazing, isn't it? Because we knew that he was coming, and I know that people wanted CM Punk. I know this, but it's so good. It's so great to have him back. Headbutts coming in there by Seth. I still think it was a stupid thing for them to tease that it might not be him. Is he going to go for an RKO from here? So we've got... Man, this could be sick. This could be sick. Randy Orton is underneath. JD is up top. He gets pushed. RKO! JD gets pushed from the top of the cage. And Orton, boom! RKO, it was sick. I can't say it was out of nowhere, but it was sick. I tell you what. Oh, my God. And the faces win. The faces win. We've seen enough to know he might not be in match shape. Him having a singles one-on-one match. It might not be, he might not be ready for that, but he can certainly still go, and he can certainly still deliver RKOs. He can certainly still deliver moments. And as soon as he gets back into the swing of things, we can definitely start to see him then moving towards singles matches. So Cody's music plays. Look at that, Sammy coming over, embracing Randy. Cody applauding him. Welcome back to the 14-time. Look at that team. Jay, Sammy, Randy, Seth, Cody. The Viper's going to turn on Jay. That was a badass match, said KW. The Beach Kevin said, okay, it's time for Punk now. He hears steroids in his head. Do you reckon they are? I don't know. If he is, God bless him. God bless him. If he's on steroids, Respect. Because he is pushing himself to the limit. He's going old school. I love the golden era. Steroids everywhere in the golden era. He might be. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. He looks bigger than ever. It was great. All that. It was great, said to heel. Yeah, put in your scores. What did you think of the match? What did you think of the match? King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. Mitchell, appreciate the support as well. Everyone's been amazing tonight. And of course, a massive, massive shout out to Delwyn. Amazing, amazing support. Delwyn Jones. We've got the little trademark thing in the corner. We've got the graphic that says the press conference coming up next. They have done this before where they put that up and then boom, something happens, but... No. 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 Is it CM Punk? They're playing the music. They've got the graphic. I mean, it's got to be. Is it CM Punk? Oh, my God! Oh, my God! It is CM Punk! CM Punk is back! Oh, my God! It wouldn't... Oh, man. It wouldn't compute. I saw the graphics, but it wouldn't compute. It wouldn't go through. It's still not going through. Everything's changed. Everything has changed. There's not a single thing that hasn't changed. Everything has just changed. CM Punk has just walked out at Survivor Series in Chicago. We knew it as well. We knew it. We knew this was going to happen. We called this. Oh my God. How did they keep that so quiet? How did they get that out of the dirt sheets? That is one of the biggest moments, one of the biggest surprises in wrestling history. Everyone was looking for information on this. Every dirt sheet was looking. Everyone was looking. And it's cut away. The show has come to a close. It's happened. The impossible has happened. I am legit shocked. I am legit shocked. Everything I said, I stand by. Didn't expect it. Didn't expect it. Didn't predict it. Didn't call it. How could you? All there was hope. How could you? Wow. Wow. Everything has changed. Everything has changed. What does WrestleMania look like? What does 2024 look like? What does anything look like? What does the world look like? What does anything look like now in WWE? Tony Khan is fearing for his life right now. He is literally behind the sofa fearing for his life. Can we all just bear a second to think about the well-being of Tony Khan? This is not fair to Tony Khan. This is not fair. Tony Khan made this man. He made this man. This man would be nothing without Tony Khan. Oh, man. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Do you know what? This show, at times, it might have felt a bit, whatever. Do you know what? If you're WWE, you just did not care, did you? This show could have absolutely bombed. Could have bombed. Could have been a disaster. People could have been chanting refunds. But they knew what they had up their sleeve right at the very end. They knew what they had. They had CM Punk. So they knew that it didn't matter. Go out there, do whatever you want. We're not bothered. We've got CM Punk coming out. Do what you want. Welcome to the wrestling business, Tony Khan. It's amazing. Listen, I take the L on that, and I take it with the biggest smile on my face. I am absolutely over the moon. I was a CM Punk defender when he was in AEW. I was someone that was sort of on his side. I said he's a difficult guy to manage. You've got to know what you're doing with him. And I just didn't think that AEW knew what they were doing with him. I didn't think that I think he was given too much free reign and all of this kind of stuff. It was something which we've spoken a lot about. But no, not in a month for Sundays did I see this. Not in a month for Sundays. I hate Cody's theme, said King Yeti. King Yeti said, I don't like CM Punk. Why am I so excited? What's his name said, what's his name, Days? It's CM is big. Mitchell said, I also take the L. Listen, you can call me Leslin Lays. I don't give a flip. Call me Leslin Lays, right? I ain't bothered. I don't care. That is, look at what we're getting. This is every Christmas and birthday come at once. It is, I should have done a video like 20 minutes ago. But we're still talking about it because it's amazing. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Can't even do the video. Wow, look at it. Look at it. Massive news coming out of Survivor Series. How do you even put this into words? I don't know that you can. I don't know that you can. Massive news coming out of Survivor Series. CM Punk is back. It is true. I'm sure you've seen the images. I'm sure that word has got around by now, but it is true. CM Punk came walking out at the end of Survivor Series. They just gave you a taste. There's really not much to talk about. The match ends. Randy returns. The faces win. They celebrate. You get the little graphic in the corner, and then CM Punk's music hits. And honestly, I was in shock. I could see the graphic, and if my brain was working correctly at the time, I would have known they wouldn't be playing the graphic if they didn't have him. But I was not expecting this. I was not expecting this. This is not something I predicted. This is not something I expected. It completely caught me off guard. The dirt sheets had nothing in them about CM Punk. They were caught off guard as well. WWE have just pulled off the biggest surprise in recent years. Even when CM Punk came in at AEW, everyone knew about it. They could have teased CM Punk so much better. They could have done so much more. But they did very little. You know, the word going around was that they told us about Randy in advance because they didn't want us to think about CM Punk. They have put so much work into catching us off guard. They have really sat down and thought about this. And I love them for it. I really love them for it because as a wrestling fan, I'm so frustrated at having these kinds of moments ruined. And really, anyone saying that they were expecting this can only say that because of hope. They were hoping for this. You can't have been expecting this. There was nothing to indicate this was happening. So there was a lot of hope. But wow. Everything has changed. What does WrestleMania look like now? What does 2024 look like now? Is this the guy that beats Roman Reigns? Or is it still going to be Cody? I mean, not only have we got CM Punk in, Randy Orton returned tonight, and he looked amazing as well. This changes everything. Everything. Everything is different. I don't even recognize wrestling anymore. Whatever conversation we had planned, or whatever plans we had in place, whatever we were talking about in regards to the Royal Rumble, whatever we were talking about in regards to WrestleMania, it's all gone. It's all changed. Everything is different. I don't recognize this world that I'm living in right now. I know that sounds dramatic, but I cannot even begin to tell you how much I was not expecting this. Ignore this. Ignore the background, right? Amazing. The impossible just happened, said Sugar Boy. Is it the biggest story of the year? CM Punk returning to WWE. I don't know that there's a bigger story other than maybe the sale of WWE. I don't know what to tell you other than we eating good, boys. Boys and girls, we eating good. I do need to get to these super chats. I am going to get to these super chats. I want to get to everyone's thoughts. Keep throwing in your thoughts as to what you think about Punk's return. Throw in your thoughts as to what you are thinking about. I mean, God, everyone's going to be talking about this. Everyone's going to be talking about this. This is all you're going to hear about now for flipping. I hope you're not sick of hearing the name CM Punk, because that is all you're going to be hearing now for, well, forever. Wow. I can't praise them enough. I can't praise them enough. When in wrestling do you get a surprise like that? When does that happen? Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Oh, Punk beats Rollins. Cody beats Roman. Bucket, said Macca Rice. I'm not sleeping tonight. I'm not sleeping either. Let's all stay up. Wrestling is the best. Oh my God, there's going to be new CM Punk merch. There's going to be CM Punk merch. I can't cope. I'm going to buy the game. I'm going to buy 2K24. Oh, God, it's the best. It's the best. It's the best. All I need is Sheamus back now, said Zoom Station. Sheamus? It's got CM Punk. I can't believe he's back, said Luzian Gamer. I'm dead. Ryback's gone. Ryback. Ryback. Oh, no. Oh, God. Ryback. He's got to retire. Oh, my God. Man, he should have looked down the camera and he should have gone, real glass, cry me a river. Oh, that would have been the best. Would have been the best. Gaming in real time said, I told myself it wouldn't happen. And it happens. Dudes, I told the world it wouldn't happen. I told everyone I could meet it wouldn't happen. I said to everyone, don't get your hopes up. WWE would have built it up more. I mean, I don't think you've ever seen anyone take an L the size of I'm taking the L on this. But I could not be happier. I could not be more excited. I am just... It's like a fever dream, man. Oh, there's new merch! WWE have released a brand new CM Punk shirt. When did it come together? I mean, I don't want it because it's got Survivor Series on and all that. I want like a proper one. Hey, do you know what? The fact that they don't have a proper shirt implies maybe they've not quite had, maybe this is a bit last minute. I'm sure there's tons of questions. Yeah, I bet there is a ton of questions. We want to unpack that moment during our press conference. Just get to it. So Triple H should be able to provide some insights. Oh, I'd love it if Triple H came out and went, oh, God, I can't stand him. I can't believe he's back. This wasn't my decision. I just want you to know I didn't want this. This is not my call. Blooming Endeavour. Blooming TKO. I didn't want this guy back. He's a nightmare. Have you heard what he said about me? Oh, God, right back. James Chadwick said Tony Khan didn't just fear for his life. He just feared for his company. Oh, God. But I thought this guy was meant to be the devil. I got told he was the devil. Oh, man. Right, Triple H. Triple H, you better clap louder. Stupid journalist. This man just changed my life. How you doing, everyone? How you doing? Yeah, we're doing well. Love you. Love you, Triple H. Slim Jim. Okay.
So I put my glasses on and they're all covered with somebody's sweat and baby oil or something, I think.
He said his glasses are covered in sweat and baby oil. Must be Steph's.
Amazing night.
Amazing night, says Triple H.
Everybody, I'll start off by saying thank you all for being here. As I made my way up here through this crowd, it was hard not to feel the excitement.
It was hard to not feel the excitement, said Triple H.
Chicago, this has always been an amazing market for us.
This has always been an amazing market for us.
This has been, in my career, probably my favorite building.
Probably my favorite building in my career.
Definitely loud in here, the way the acoustics are set up, the wood roof. People in Chicago are just
People in Chicago are just loud.
be here, and you can just always count on it being an incredible night. And tonight was no different. The last two nights were no different. Two sold out back-to-back
Two sold out back-to-back nights. Do you know what? I feel like WWE needed this, actually. I feel like, yeah, the Randy moment. But this is just going to be such an injection into the company.
conference happened.
Yeah, talk about CM Punk, dude.
Wonderful Thanksgiving leading into tonight.
He had a lovely Thanksgiving. Good for you.
A little bit about business. Tonight was the
Highest
highest
gross in Survivor Series.
matter of fact, the highest grossing event here,
Highest.
exception of WrestleMania that was here.
So with the exception of WrestleMania, this is the highest grossing event in the Allstate Arena for WWE.
WrestleMania, so it doesn't bother me that much. But that's something pretty special right here.
That's pretty special. I agree.
Series to be the biggest one ever.
Well done. Are you watching Aberdeen Rangers? Not right now, but
And then the
viewership.
just spectacular tonight
He said spectacular viewership tonight.
with the women's war game match, and right out of the gate, by far largest viewership of all time.
He said largest viewership of all time, according to Triple H for tonight's show.
This one was a whopper. So, very, very exciting. A lot of things to talk about in the show. Let's talk about the big return.
Yep.
Truth.
R-Truth. Let's talk about the big return. R-Truth. R-Truth, baby, yeah. Let's go.
Chips just going to town.
Eating chips, going to town.
Yeah, and, I never saw it coming. You know what I mean?
He never saw it coming.
That quiet, mind-blowing, but R-Truth is back.
R-Truth is back, baby.
Headlines everywhere for all of you. Let's talk about the return of Randy Orton.
And the return of Randy, right?
Incredible. Randy
He knows what he's doing. Doesn't he? He's a cheeky one. He knows what we're waiting for.
WWE Survivor
So we spoke about R-Truth. We're talking about Randy Orton. I forgot Randy Orton came back tonight.
I met Randy Orton as a kid.
Seth was peed off at Punk's return. Seth is all elite, said George. Tony Khan has a major announcement on Wednesday.
For a long, long time. And to see where he is
Wow.
to see
Punk Orton to NXT. Triple H is going to cry talking about Randy said can't stop, won't stop.
Things are touch and go. I've been there where they tell you might never do this again.
I wonder what this show would have scored if we didn't have CM Punk return. I still think it would have done okay.
Here tonight and have the moment that he had was just
It was nice vibes when Randy came back. It was good vibes.
happy for him.
I don't even remember when CM Punk came back. I don't remember. I am really eager to go back and watch because I just can't remember.
4 games, sort of the pressure off him a little bit to come back and be able to just be
Wow. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's such a Christmas present.
they've been gone for a long period of time and they have to fight back through something like that.
So he's talking about Randy.
Let's use a really bad word. The tricks that your mind play on
It was an 8 out of 10 without Punk said Fortnite. Jenny said it's 10 out of 10. 9. It went up 1 because of our truth. Let's go.
just no matter how
That's how it should be.
confident you are, that runs through
So he's talking about Randy at the moment.
get him out.
Obviously, we're sticking around, so I know that goes without saying. We're not running after that. Jeez. Jeez Louise.
I thought to get into the rest of the I thought an incredible night. I thought the women
He said, I thought it was an incredible night. I thought the women did amazing.
still sailing out of the park. Amazing job.
Amazing job by the women, says Triple H.
I think solidified role in that upper tier.
Right, let's bust down this. So, Raish Mind said, my lord, this is big. Mitchell said, I also take the L. King Yedi, shout out to you, says, Charles Montgomery Punk is back. Lol.
Is out in that whole South.
Charles Montgomery Punk is back, baby. It's another person that's jumped over from AEW. Can you believe it? I think he was inspired by Jade Cargill. He thought, if Jade Cargill can make the jump, I'm going to make the jump as well. Coach Co said the best part is Ryback tweeted this yesterday, that if CM Punk returns tomorrow, I will officially retire from pro wrestling. Bye, Ryback. Lol. That does make it sweeter, actually. King Yeti said, what did I say yesterday? Yeah. Gaming in real time said, I told myself it wouldn't happen. And it happened. Mitchell said, CM Punk Hall of Fame this year. Well, hang on. There's a really good chance that he has a falling out backstage and he doesn't make it to WrestleMania. There's a good chance he might not make it to the end of the show. I think they would be best to not have CM Punk actually on this press conference because historically it doesn't go well. So Triple H is wise to not have CM Punk around. Do you think CM Punk was like, do you want me on the press conference? And Triple H was like, no, definitely no. If there's one thing I don't want you to be on, it's definitely the press conference. You just go relax, bud. You just go relax. Paranormal Presence said the first words he's going to say is, I need a vacation. Do you know what? He's already provided the goated moment of the year. He can have a vacation. He can have a vacation. James said, Tony didn't just fear for his life. He just feared for his company. Bray Wyatt, Hall of Fame, said Erasure Minds.
Something like this tonight, but if you look up Star Dictionary, his picture Rhea Ripley said that it just has it on every single level, and just continues to get better and better and better every single time she's out there, and I see her. So, and then the men's war game match was just off the chart. You know, a lot of story there, a lot of nuances there that I thought delivered on every level. You know, these matches can be just
Action in the War Games matches. He still hasn't mentioned CM Punk. He's such a boomer.
and the action has to match it. A movie with just a bunch of crazy good CGI is not very good. The story has to be there, and I thought the story was there for everybody across the board, and sort of, in a lot of ways, it leaves you with a lot of questions answered, but a lot of questions still existing, and I think that's a good thing.
No. I thought that was it. Then he went and across the boards.
Tampa, it's going to be amazing. It'll be interesting to go in there with actual people going crazy in there instead of video boards going crazy. Can't wait for that.
Yeah.
We will be in Perth, Australia.
We'll be in Perth. Oh my God, their ticket sales, their ratings, everything's just been boosted. What an exciting time this is. He's back is trending. AJ Lee is trending. That's a great shout. We could get AJ Lee back. She could be in the Rumble.
So, the last thing I'm not mentioning, obviously,
Here we go.
the elephant.
The elephant.
Open it up to questions because I'm sure somebody is waiting to ask that one first.
Hands are up.
First question here in the front row.
First question.
Emily May was Swansea last night. We all want to know.
You want to know?
Just saw it happen. CM Punk made his return.
Oh, coward. She mentioned CM Punk. I would have asked about R-Truth.
And what's next for CM Punk?
Here we go. Here we go.
So, this is one of those things.
Oh,
Is that me? She's all right.
he went to answer. Yeah.
This was one of those
One.
lightning in a bottle moments,
Lightning in a bottle. It came about quickly,
but we are incredibly excited about it.
but we're excited.
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time.
In some ways, been a long time coming.
It's been a long time coming.
You can say this about CM Punk. Love him, hate him, positive, negative, whatever you want to say. People talk about him.
Love him or hate him, people talk about him.
He is a magnet for that
He is a magnet for that.
starter. And it's tough to look past that. And for me, if our fans want
So it came about quickly.
the WWE Universe is excited to have it, then let's go.
If the universe,
We'll figure out the rest of it from there.
if the universe wants it,
Super quick,
super quick.
which I'm sure is why it stayed very tight.
That's why it stayed tight.
Speculation at that point, it was nothing but speculation. For most of the time, it was speculation. It didn't really start to come to fruition until everybody stopped thinking it was going to happen.
Wow. So all those speculation was speculation. He said it wasn't until people stopped speculating that it actually came together.
A lot of time has gone by, almost 10 years, right? And if you are the same person you were 10 years ago, 10 years later, you've messed up.
If you're the same person you was 10 years ago, then you've messed up.
And
Wow.
different person. He's a different person.
He's a different person. I don't think he is.
This is a different company.
This is a different company.
We're all on the same even starting now.
I love wrestling. Nothing else gives you this much bang for your buck. I know, all this $9.99 a month. Amazing. Amazing. $9.99.
I'm interested to see that myself. I know whatever it is, it'll be talked about. It'll be exciting, and it'll be a thrill ride for the WWE Universe, no matter what.
It's going to be a thrill ride, says it really is. Oh my God, the ratings for Raw. Is he going to be on Raw?
Here and to have him back, cliche to say, but have him back home in WWE. It's where he belongs.
It's a cliche to say, but to have him back home in WWE,
House of Wrestling.
it's where he belongs.
On Emily's question there, how much of this was something that you were pushing for as opposed to TKO?
How much was you pushing for it or TKO pushing for it? Good question.
There has been zero push
No push from anyone.
past WWE. It's myself, Nick Khan.
Me, Nick.
To be honest, very few people knew about it past that.
Other than me and Nick, no one really knew.
So it's a funny thing now because all of a sudden there's like this mystery entity behind
I think a lot of
WWE.
people are interested to kind of know how that dynamic is working. That's why I asked it.
Yeah, we're doing our thing,
We're doing our thing,
and we're trusted to do our thing,
and we're trusted to do our thing.
what we feel is right for business. And I gotta be honest, I'm probably the top people at TKO were watching the show, going, "Holy,
He said, I've got to be honest, probably the top people at TKO were watching the show going, holy. It's a crazy cool time. That's a boomer statement, isn't it? Oh, kids, it's a crazy cool time. Are you having a crazy cool time? Yeah. Dad, you're being embarrassing. No, come on, this is a crazy cool time. King Yeti said, hell yeah. Angel said, CM Punk versus Roman. Do you think that would happen? Mate, I've given up. I've given up predicting. I've given up trying to talk about wrestling. I don't know nothing. All I know is that I love this game, and I agree. What else is giving you moments like this?
Alex Lamas from Church of Joshi. I wanted to switch gears for a little bit. I know we're talking about Punk. I
Yeah.
want to get into the women's division.
Boo! I'm from the house of Joshi. Who cares about Nintendo characters? Not bothered. Boo! I don't want to talk about Punk. I want to talk about women. Okay, talk about AJ Lee then. Ask an AJ Lee question.
Funny thing is, I didn't even know there was a term Joshi thing. I didn't know that was a term until like a couple of years ago. I was like, what is that? Anyways, I see that all the time. And to me, it's just like what we do, right? And
He said he didn't know the term Joshi till a few years ago. I thought he was a student of the game. Let's Killer said, I'm looking forward to Monday Night Raw. Guys, we're here for Monday Night Raw. Oh my God, CM Punk Mattel figures. CM Punk Mattel figures. CM Punk, I need CM Punk Christmas baubles. I need a CM Punk shirt, but I don't want the Survivor Series one. I need a CM Punk bobbleheads. I need what other CM Punk things? I need everything. Blanket. Pants. I need all of these things. Seth is fuming, said James. Sean tweeted about what he was told backstage right now. It's incredible. What's he saying? God, I bet everyone's just scrambling around, aren't they? 2 minutes ago, Sean said, please, question mark, picture of Punk and Stone Cold. Correct. WWE feels if they want CM Punk, they can have him. WWE higher-ups have told me that they aren't in talks. Oh, that's an old tweet. I'm told there was no signed CM Punk with WWE contract as of this morning. CM Punk had not signed any contract as of this morning. What the beep? Beep. It's mental, innit? No, CM Punk. According to Sean Rassat. Here, look, I'm told there was no signed CM Punk with WWE contract as of this morning. Full stop. Wild. Wow. Just wow. This is awesome. Wrestling is the best. Right, they're talking about Jades. Is this a press conference? This is the press conference, yes. So Angel said, CM Punk Roman, do you think it could happen? I think it should happen. I think it should happen. Should CM Punk be the one to beat Roman? I still feel like it should be Cody, to be honest. I still think Cody needs to finish the story. But I mean, how do you book CM Punk? I mean, that's a no-brainer video, isn't it? That's a no-brainer video. How do you book CM Punk? What do you do with him going forward? I mean, the answer is you can do anything. What can't you do with CM Punk? Put him against Roman, put him against Seth, put him against Gunther. Not for the IC title, but just when Gunther loses that and he's free.
Going back to CM Punk, we talked about it. His claims of when he left 9 years ago. You look at the Return of Our Truth, and
John Moxley.
Call in pro wrestling related to a concussion he had. What are your thoughts on that? What are your thoughts on injury and return in his comments? I won't say anything about his comments because I don't know what he went through or the situation.
Triple H said, I won't say anything about Moxley's comments because I don't know his situation.
Medical protocol, I will put our medical program, I will put our wellness program, I will put all of it up against any sport on this
I will put our wellness program and our medical program up against any sport
medical programs in the world.
in the world.
When it comes to concussion, our people are trained,
When it comes to concussion, our people are trained.
given seminars on it regularly. But
Regular seminars.
our crew, our staff are trained to see it, and we don't mess around with it.
We don't mess around with concussion.
Stuff that we had a few months ago.
Interesting, because concussion wasn't mentioned. He just said, I don't know the situation with Moxley. But then he starts talking about concussion. I don't think concussion was mentioned.
Storyline we were building, PLE, whole thing. We saw it happen. Referee spotted it happen. We shut it down. Right there. Done. Finished.
This show has been one of the best, if not for pay-per-view years ever, said Mr. Dell Jr.
This is all about
Look at Sean Ross Sapp's tweet that says production didn't know Punk until after the trademark was on screen.
after you're done in that ring. So
Oh, I don't know if I've got that. Have I got that tweet?
we're very diligent about it.
Props to you for keeping the surprise alive. I lost faith. Sean said, I didn't know until 2 minutes before his music hit and he walked through backstage.
To have that protocol be what it is, there's
The talent in ring didn't know.
back into the ring, and
Here are the details. CM Punk told at least one person close to him he had an hour-long conversation with Triple H last week. WWE staff reps creative had no idea. He walked through the back in plain sight minutes before he appeared. They had cleared an area out. Triple H took over calling the show in the last couple of minutes and called for the copyright logo for the corner. Even many in production didn't know. It's incredible. This is the gold standard. This is the best. It's the best. It's the best. But to be honest, the reason why it's the best is because we're starting to find out now that it was done last minute. So all that speculation before, it wasn't anything. When we said that, felt like it wasn't just, it was coincidence. So it seemed to prove. It seemed like CM Punk, from what Sean is saying, had a chat last week for an hour with Triple H. And as of this morning, if I'm to believe Sean, as of this morning, there was no contract signed. We've been told it all came together really quickly. I mean, I think the reason why this has caught a lot of people off guard and why it's not felt the way that other returns have felt is because it's been executed completely differently to anything we've seen before. The reason why the dirt sheets didn't get it is because it wasn't happening. The reason why it didn't feel like it was happening is because it wasn't happening. And then it's all come about like lastminute.com. And it's all been chucked together seemingly over the past 7 days. Seemingly since the conversation last week. And this is why the dirt sheets didn't get it. This is, I mean, they're saying that there's a chance that the wrestlers in the ring didn't know. They're saying there's a chance the wrestlers didn't know. They're saying that production didn't know. They're saying, I mean, Sean is saying that staff, reps, creative had no idea. Creative don't know. There won't be any plans. I mean, whatever plans they've got for WrestleMania now, you've got to find a way of inserting CM Punk into them. He walked through the back in plain sight minutes before he appeared. Triple H took over calling the show and called for the copyright logo. Many in production didn't know. Wow. It's insane. It's insane. I don't know that I've ever seen anything like it. Not in the internet age. I mean, even one of my favorite returns ever is Sting at Survivor Series 2014. But even that had people speculating because he'd been in the advert for the video game. So even that was like, even people knew that was coming. AJ Styles had been rumored. That was a good one. AJ Styles is definitely in the mix for recent returns or whatever. That was a good one. Bray Wyatt had, I think we knew, didn't we, by the time we got to Extreme Rules? I mean, it was a great return, but I'm not talking about great returns. I'm talking about surprise factor, like didn't see it coming, blindsided. Just amazing. I almost closed the stream when I saw the CR logo, and then I heard Punk's music. I lost my mind, said Luna Raves. Dude. Cal Dub said Seth looks legit peeved that he is back. What a moment. Oh, God, I don't know about you, I feel so alive. I feel alive. Let's try and get down some of these comments. It is 4:30. When was this show? I don't even know when the show was ending. Are we only half an hour past the end of the show? So we've gone half an hour, have we? Felt longer. Wow. Let's try and get to some of these. Aubrey said, we need to get a thank you Jungle Boy tweet trending. Mr. Unfamiliar said, imagine Seth and Punk are boxing backstage right now. God, keep them apart. Mr. Unfamiliar said, imagine Seth and Punk. Tahil said, CM Punk screws WWE. Now CM Punk and WWE screws my marriage day. Hang on. So you're saying that CM Punk screwing WWE is better than now, but now is not as good as CM Punk. You've lost me. Oh, hello. Charlotte and Becky are together on the thing. That's cool. Dark Angel said, Seth want to act like a baby, or does he want to make money? Listen. Don't you go starting any trouble between CM Punk and Seth Rollins, because the last flipping thing that we need is a mass fallout. Don't you flipping dare. I'm warning you, don't you go on Twitter, start stirring trouble up between these two, because the last thing we need is a big fallout there. Let's just keep everyone sweet, right? We're going to keep everyone sweet. Everyone's fine. Everything's fine, right? We're going to keep them sweet. Everything's good. Don't you go stirring that pot. If you want to do anything, if you want to cause any trouble, you send a text a tweet over to Ryback, and you remind him of what he said, right? Focus on that. Don't you go causing trouble between CM Punk and Seth Rollins. Let's go to what's Ryback saying, actually. Bye-bye, Ryback. Ryback, you've got to retire now. Ryback's going to retire. Ryback has to retire. What a night. What? No. I'm blocked. I never knew that. I never knew I was blocked by Ryback. I don't even think I've ever said anything or tweeted anything about Ryback. I don't think I've ever said anything about Ryback. In fact, the only thing I've said is, do you remember he was being stalked by someone? And I remember saying, like, that's moody, man. I watched his live stream, and that's moody that he's being stalked. And I was like, oh, man. I'm like, oh, I feel bad for him. You know, that's moody. It's fun to joke about I wonder if he's just watched the stream and blocked me, because I was joking about him retiring. But I was only joking. I mean, I'm not bothered. But Oh, man. I didn't know I was blocked. The only other person that I knew had ever blocked me was Kathy Kelly on my old account. And I have no idea what that happened either. I don't remember ever saying anything about Kathy Kelly. But I got blocked by her on my old account. You never know. You never know who's watching, do you? Clearly, he's jumped on a stream, or he's seen a tweet, or I don't think I've ever said anything about him. Blocked. Amazing. Didn't know. Only just found out. It's only because I wanted to know what he was saying that I've even gone to his thing to find out. Oh, that makes me want to know who else I'm blocked by now. Might play a game where I just sit here and type in loads of different wrestlers' names to see if I can see their accounts or not. Thankfully, I've got a second account and I'm not blocked on that one, so... What's he saying? 21 minutes ago, I will not be retiring. He had to return to AEW and that did not happen. Thank you for supporting FMM Nutrition. I mean, I should send him a message now going, you suck! You suck! You're not a man of your word. You said you was going to retire, you creep. Boo! 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 Cry me a river! Cry me a river, Ryback! No, in fairness, he is pretty big and scary. He is a big, strong boy, isn't he, in all fairness? So let's not go causing trouble. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to block him. I'm going to block him. Yeah, that's right. No, he didn't block me. I blocked him. WrestleOps says, Seth Rollins, when CM Punk returned tonight, seemingly not. Michael Cole, Corey Graves. I think it's one of those, is it, where... Hang on, let's have a little look. So this is the footage that's been taken by a fan. You can see Seth standing against the cage. Sammy having a word with him. Seth is not a thrilled bunny here. Michael Cole coming over. Corey Graves coming over. Rhea, there's lots of confusion. And there's going to need to be a hell of a team meeting. Guys, team meeting. Team meeting, guys. We're going to have a team meeting. Oh, what did he do? Did he stick his finger up at the end? Did he stick his finger up? What did he do? We kind of zoomed out. What is that? Is that a middle finger? Does he stick his finger up? It sort of looks like he does, doesn't it? I wonder if there's someone else will have a shot of that, won't they? Flipping the bird. Did he flip the birds? Oh, my God. That's literally me to Ryback. That's literally me. Here we go. A different angle of Seth's reaction tonight. So a little look, shall we see what... I want to see if he... Does he put his finger up? Oh, that's a rubbish angle here. We don't get anything from that. Oh, mighty cold day in hell. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What is going on? What is going on? Man, I can't believe it. CM Punk and Triple H in a picture doing the pointing thing. I've been blocked by Ryback. I mean, what a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. A friend of mine said that Corey Graves and Michael Cole were basically holding Rollins back. Well, I doubt that. I doubt he was holding... I'm told Triple H personally called for CM's Punk music. How does that work? What, they just sat there with an iPod? How does it work? How can you go hit CM Punk's music and they're like, we ain't got it. He ain't been here in 10 years. How do you just go hit his music? What do you do? What do you do? Just search cult of personality or something? If they didn't know that he was coming back, where did the music come from? Did someone have like an iPod Touch? Give me a second, hang on. Is it? It's Living Colour, isn't it? Living Colour. Hang on, give me a second. Do we want the remix? They've just done a remix? No, the normal. I've got it. I don't think it's like I don't know that it's got a button. Right. WrestleVotes says, and now we know, the best kept secret in company history, he is back. Oh. They mentioned Jericho as a 9-time IC champion, which has not been allowed in the past few weeks. Everything's changed. Everything has changed. Seth's going to have to try and get over this. He's not happy, is he? He's not an happy boy. He wants to be careful, Seth. CM Punk's MMA trained. I mean, badly, but he is still MMA trained. Wow. It's amazing. I feel sick. I don't want to go. It's just the best. George Logg said Drew and Seth have reportedly stormed out of the arena. That's going to need a bit of work in it. That's going to need a bit of work. Well, if I'm Triple H, I'm calling Seth first. If I'm Triple H, I'm calling Seth, and I am saying, Buds, come and see me. Let's have a chat. Let's have a chat tomorrow, or let's have a chat on Monday before Raw. And I'm going to say, look, you're my special boy. You're my special soldier, aren't you? Who loves you? Triple H loves you. Yeah. Whatever we're about to do, I am going to look after you. Yes, there's going to be a lot of excitement around CM Punk, but we can build this rivalry between you and him. This can define your career. You might not like him, but we can make some serious money, and this can be serious for your legacy. This can be serious for you. Tell me your concerns. We can keep you apart. Whatever the problems are, we can make it work. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, to be fair, all I'm going to say is I think the Seth CM Punk relationship can quite easily be repaired. The Wrestling Days Ryback relationship has hit an all-time rock bottom. That's all I'm saying. If you think it's bad between Seth and CM Punk, the Ryback Wrestling Days relationship is pretty much non-existent. It's dead. It's done. It's over. There's no bringing that baby back. There's that ship has sailed. Cody is getting emotional for Randy, said JJB Gaming. My coverage of the flipping thing just stopped. I haven't had the press conference on. It just stopped. I've just got a black screen. I've had a black screen for a little while. So my attention kind of drifted away. I'm glad we looked at that Seth stuff, though. That is very interesting. Fitz said, I'm so glad I'm home alone. I screamed my lungs out when I heard CM Punk's theme, R.I.P. AEW. R.I.P. AEW. It's been a good run, man. They did well. They did well. They did. Listen, that Wembley show, that was good. Timeless Tony Storm, let's get her over as well. Let's get Timeless Tony Storm over. Let's get Swerve over. And that'll do. I don't know what else we need. I mean, I'd take Kenny. I'd take, all right, Will Ospreay, you made a bad decision, right? Yes, you can come back to WWE. Yes, you can be in the Rumble. So, yeah, look, there's things that, there's things that we can do. It's good to see that Ryback is trending right now, and I can only imagine that's because a lot of people are shocked, as I am, at finding out the news tonight. So I'm glad. I hope people are sticking it to him. I hope he is having a very uncomfortable evening. I hope he is very uncomfortable. Punk Rollins confirmed for WrestleMania 40. Suck it, AEW and Edge. And you, Edge. Yeah, Edge. Oh, do you know, I don't feel any animosity towards Edge. I don't feel any animosity towards AEW. I think that they fumbled the bag, dropped the ball with CM Punk, and I think WWE have just picked it up. But, you know, I think they knew that their time with Punk was over, and they're going in a new direction now. So, you know, I think that it's a dub for WWE. I mean, they are basically dub E now, right? Winning World Wrestling Entertainment. But I don't know that AEW take an L. I think the L that they took a while ago when CM Punk was let go. The fact that it was allowed to get that far. I think the L they took a while ago anyway. So I don't think it's really about WWE and AEW at this stage. It's just about CM Punk and his back. It's just about me getting a new CM Punk t-shirt. J-Love said, block Ryback. Yeah, guys, block Ryback. That's the new hashtag movement. I'm doing it right now. Hang on. Oh, well, I can't block him because he's already blocked me. God damn. Well, I've got a second account. I'll block him on that. Give me a second. Bum, 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 bum. Give me a sec, guys. I'm just blocking Ryback. I don't want to make a big deal out of it. Bum, 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 bum. Who blocked who? Hey, who blocked who? Ryback is blocked. He can no longer see all of my tweets and my pearls of wisdom. All my wonderful messages. Like, there's no way CM Punk's coming back. He'll never see any of those kind of messages now. Well, do you know what? He's going to have to learn to deal with that. He's going to have to learn to live with that. I didn't start the fire. John said there's new video on Twitter. Seth did flip off Punk. He then charged him and said, F you. Let's go. Did I get tagged in that? Let's go. I definitely want to see him flipping off CM Punk and charging at him. This is the best. Oh, he did, man. Oh, my God. It's really like, he's fired up. Oh, my God. I don't even know if I'm allowed to show this. Guys, if you are under the age of 50, you need to ask your parents because this is extreme. This is what Swerve Hangman wanted to be, right? This is extreme. I'm going to show you it, though, because I love you all. I have cut off the finger. I didn't even know that had happened, but I think that's for the best. But he is actually flipping the bird right now. And look at this. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Think of Becky. Settle down. Why is he so upset? Why is he so upset? That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. I didn't realise it was going to pause on that part of it. Why is he that upset? Cody's trying a Slim Jim right now. He's eating a Slim Jim. Thumbs up. Double thumbs up. He loves it. He loves it. Let's have a look, shall we? Seth Rollins, CM Punk. This is the talking point. WWE fan footage shows Seth Rollins reacting to CM Punk chants. CM Punk chants shake up Cody and Seth during unreleased footage. CM Punk helped me out. It pains me saying bad things about him. This is interesting. This was on... God only knows. What was it on? Well, it's on Fightful. Who the hell's Convino and Rich? Seth Rollins elaborated on his comments about CM Punk. Punk has been absent from AEW since the aftermath of All Out 2022. Blah, 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 blah. Rollins generated some buzz ahead of the Rumble when he called Punk a cancer. And told him to stay away when he was asked about the former champ. Speaking on the Covino and Rich show, Rollins was asked whether he would welcome Punk back to WWE. Well, we got our answer. He referenced his previous comments about Punk and compared him to Logan Paul by calling him selfish. Rollins then stated that Punk has given a lot to his career and it pains him having to say bad things about him. But the former world champion is in a different headspace now. I don't need to repeat what I said about Chicago Phil in an interview last week. But if you need to, I'm sure you can Google it. The bottom line is, and it's the same with Logan Paul. I think, don't forget, Seth and Logan were feuding at this time. So it might seem a bit random that he's laying into Logan Paul, but he was in a feud. Punk and Logan are two different personalities, but they're as selfish as it comes. If you're not going to help, then I don't want you to be part of our industry. I don't want you to be part of our company. And that's all there is to that. Here's the thing. I'll say one thing about Punk. It'll end up on a positive note with him. That guy has given my career so much. It pains me having to say bad things about him. He helped me out. He really did. He's been a good guy to me for a lot of my career. But for whatever reason, for the past maybe 6 or 7 years, he's been in a different headspace and we're not on the same page. To see kind of what he's done and taken, it's always been about him. I'm not a fan. I'm just not a fan. There's a place for him. He's got a lot to give. I just wish his head was in the right spot. Do you know what? If I was Triple H and I had a meeting with Seth, which I absolutely would, because after that reaction, you absolutely would. I'd be really tempted to read that back to Seth. And I'd be like, listen, he's done a lot for you. These are your words, not mine. He's done a lot for you. And there's a place for him in this industry. And you wish that he was in a different headspace. I believe he is now in that different headspace. The conversation I had with him last week was not a conversation I was expecting. And it's a conversation that I left me very impressed with where he is and how he has seemingly changed. You know, what he said and what he was doing on AEW, he was supporting that company as he should. And now he's with us and he'll support our company. Like, you need to speak to him. You need to see that he's in a different place. And then I'd be saying to Punk, please make this work. Please don't fall out with Seth. Please. 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 What do you need? What do you need? I mean, what do you need? Please make it work. We don't want to have to choose between Seth and CM Punk. We don't want to have to choose. But, oh my God, there is a ready-made feud there. I don't know who would be the heel. You might have to just do it as face versus face. But let's try and make it a kayfabe feud. Because at the moment, it feels like a shoot feud. Let's try and make it a kayfabe feud first. Well, Days, there was always a chance. It wasn't a zero chance. We were talking about it all day. It was unlikely but possible. This wasn't a complete surprise. Mate, I think you're in a boat on your own on that one. Or in a boat with some other people, and I ain't in that boat. This was a complete surprise. I said there was a chance, but I also said there was a chance the Pope might arrive. I gave it like a 1% chance. Like, this is nothing. I can't compare this to anything else. You know, this sets the precedent. because whenever we're talking about wrestling, we always compare what's happening with other things that have happened. So it's like, if you had CM Punk, you would have teased it. I mean, they actively got rid of any... There was nothing they could have done. You know, there was no mystery partner. There was no place that he could have been inserted. The only thing people were hoping for is Shinsuke going to be on the show? And is he going to do an open challenge? Well, no. I mean, anyone that said that that was going to be where he was coming back, you take the L as well, because that wasn't where he was coming back, right? Anyone that thought the speculation was related to CM Punk, you take the L as well, because apparently that had nothing to do. Triple H said all that speculation ages ago, it had nothing to do with CM Punk. We hadn't even spoke. According to Sean, they spoke last week. And according to Sean, the contract was not even signed as of this morning. There is nothing I can compare this to. There is nothing I can think of in wrestling history that compares to what we've seen tonight. It is the new benchmark. It's the new... It's the new... It just sets the standard. There is nothing I can compare it to. I can't sit here and go, yeah, do you know, this feels just like... There ain't nothing. This is a new standard. This is a new world. This is, you know, all that kind of wrestling knowledge we have screamed to me that he wasn't coming in. And the reason why it screamed it is because he wasn't coming in. But that changes as of apparently a conversation last week. I mean, you've seen Seth's reaction. There are wrestlers that didn't know this was happening. You can't tell me that Seth knew this was happening. Unless it's a work and they're just decided that they're going to build up a feud between them. But the word on the street, according to Sean, is that production didn't know. People backstage didn't know. Triple H took over in Gorilla and called for the copyright logo and then called for CM Punk's music. And apparently people didn't know he was there until he came walking through the backstage area. The reason why this felt so much like he wasn't there, the reason why it wasn't in the dirt sheets, the reason why they didn't put a mystery in place, the reason why there was no teases or anything other than speculation, which turned out to be speculation, is because the deal wasn't done. This wasn't happening. And then lastminute.com, it has all been brought together. And apparently an hour-long conversation last week, according to Sean, no contract signed as of this morning, no one knowing that it was happening, seemingly including the wrestlers in the ring. This is the new benchmark. This is the... All of a sudden now, you can turn around and go, well, what about... I don't know. What about Kenny Omega? Could he come in? He's free. He's not under an AEW contract. Well, all of a sudden you can go, well, I don't think so. And you can go, well, do you remember CM Punk back in 2023? Like, this is the new benchmark. This is the new standard. This changes everything. This changes everything. Because, like, every indicator said no to me. And I take a little crumb of comfort. I don't care. But I take a little crumb of comfort. I've got a little crumb of comfort. I'm sitting under a massive L, right? I'm sheltering under an L, right? I'm not worried about that. The pro greatly outweighs the con, right? So it's raining and I am sheltering under a giant L, right? But I do have a little crumb of comfort, and that crumb of comfort is that the reason why I was saying it was not happening seemingly has been proven because it wasn't happening. And it's only lastminute.com that it's come together that's resulted in what we've had. I've still gone into the show going, I don't think it's happening because I haven't seen anything to tell me it's happening. There's been no dirt sheets saying it's happening. There's been no teases saying it's happening. I think the stuff online, I think all of that stuff is just trolling, all this kind of stuff. But outside of hope, Outside of it could happen, come on, it's going to happen. Outside of that, there was nothing concrete to really like lean on and go, it's going to happen. So in regards to like how I feel about it happening, I'm elated. I'm overjoyed. I have never been so happy to be wrong in all my life. It's incredible. I cannot change my tune, and I won't change my tune. I can't spin it now and go, yeah, you're right. There was always a chance. There was always a chance. Not when I've spent so long saying the exact opposite. So I take the L. I live with the L. I live in an L house now. That's where I live. I live on L Lane in Lville in Lingerland. I live in an L country. And I live in a giant ale house, and I couldn't be happier, right? I couldn't be happier. Cal said, Days, if you watch the video that I just tagged you in, Seth is throwing F-bombs and stuff at CM Punk. It might be the one I just saw, but yeah, we just watched it. I think whilst you saw it, we just watched it. We saw it from King Lily. He looks furious, right? I believe he didn't know. Now, it may turn out that he did, and this is a work. And it might be that this is going to build towards, I mean, Seth Rollins, CM Punk at WrestleMania, amazing, yeah? So it could be a work. But, again, if this is a work, they are killing it. I mean, look at it. If this is not real, look, you've got, when do you see Michael Cole, like, getting involved? When do you see Corey Graves? When do you see wrestlers, like, standing around not knowing what to do? When do you see, like, look at this, there's kids in the crowds. He's actually using swear words. This isn't AEW. This isn't AEW. This is PG programming. We just had 2 War Games matches. We didn't have blood. This isn't AEW. I know that it's after the show, but that's still Seth flipping the bird, dropping F-bombs. Like, if that's a work, if that's scripted, if they're doing that to build to a scripted match, and this is all, kayfabe, I just don't even know what's going on, because we are just going into territories that I just don't even know where we are now. That, to me, because of the swearing and just the intensity of it, that to me feels real. That really feels like he didn't know. That it really feels that way. It's amazing. The whole thing's amazing. I don't want to go. I don't want to leave. It's amazing. It's the best day ever. Oh, my God. So Cal said Seth just looks so peeved. I saw the video. Seth looks peeved. The ref was holding him back. I am shocked, said John. George said about Drew and Seth storming out. John said about Seth and that situation. Cal said about Seth. Do you know what? I mean, the conversation has really shifted. So, we're an hour past the show now. So we've been around for an hour. There's an hour-long reaction here, but I think the conversation has kind of shifted from Punk coming back to now Seth's reaction to Punk coming back. Actually, there feels like I don't want to say a bigger story, but there's another story that's arrived, isn't there? There's another story that's landed, and that is Seth's reaction to the return of CM Punk. I can't even begin to tell you how mental it is to say the words Punk's return and CM Punk's return and just using that vocabulary. I mean, it just changes everything. It just changes everything. I mean, Raw. Are they going to have him on Raw? When's the merch dropping? I just can't believe it. I bet Mattel are just like, we've got to get a figure out, man. I mean, they'll have all his old heads and everything. They're probably like, can we re-release this? Can we get this out now? How do we get this out? AJ Lee was the key, says Michael. Daniel, shout out to you. Maka said, all we need now is Sasha to put the final nail in AEW's coffin. Scottish Nightmare said, what does Randy think? I bet Randy doesn't know. I mean, Randy's return has been overshadowed. They did him a little dirty, didn't they? I still think that it was the wrong thing to do. They were like, is Randy going to come? Is Randy not going to come? And then it turned out to be Randy. And thankfully, by the grace of God, the fans were not disappointed. The fans were chanting Randy and the fans were pleased. But could you imagine if the fans had really seriously worked themselves up? Because thankfully, when Randy came out, there was Randy chants just before he came out. I think the crowd had accepted that it wasn't going to be Punk. So there was Randy chant. But could you imagine if that Chicago crowd was hell-bent on it being CM Punk? And Randy came out and there was like boos, whatever. I mean, that is a risk that Triple H took tonight. And he got away with it. Because thankfully, the WWE Universe showed Randy the respect he deserved. So they got away with it, but oh my God, they didn't need to do that. They didn't need to do that. Even if they did have CM Punk, even if Triple H thought to himself, let's tease Randy, because if people get disappointed at not having Punk, we're going to be giving them Punk anyway, right? If that's his mindset, dude, you're doing Randy dirty. You're really doing Randy dirty. He's been away 18 months. And you're setting him up to fail. You're setting him up where people are going to be disappointed. I mean, it takes special kind of booking to have Randy return after 18 months away. And potentially people are going to be disappointed. All right? I mean, wow. That takes some special booking to have people like Randy's music hit and people go, oh, God. Oh. I wanted CM Punk. But that was the gamble he took. And thankfully it didn't blow up in his face, but it could have. And then obviously, so I don't think Randy would know. I don't think he would know. Unless Triple H did him a solid and just add a word. But to be honest, this didn't get out. And I think the reason it didn't get out is because no one knew. I mean, the way that Sean paints the picture is that it was Nick Khan and Triple H that knew, and that was it. You know, I've got the mental image of Triple H. Triple H is in Gorilla anyway, but, you know, there's Bruce Pritchard there, and there's other people that are like the producers that are putting the matches together, whatever. It seems like he went, I'll take the ship home, grab the headset, you know, give me the graphic, put the graphic in the corner then, please, and all this. I hope there's a camera there. They film everything. I hope this was recorded because I need to see the moment. I need the moment where Triple H goes, play CM Punk's music. And I need to see everyone in Gorilla go, as CM Punk then comes walking in. I need to see that moment. I need to see the reaction. I mean, whether CM Punk came walking in first and everyone went, and then he goes, play the music. Like, oh my God, just put it in my veins. Put it straight into my veins. Ah! Oh man. I need to see it. I need to see the reaction. I need to see that moment. I hope there's, I mean, I don't think there'll be a camera crew with CM Punk. I'd love to see him like in hiding and everything, but I just don't think anyone knew. I mean, unless the CM Punk arrived with a mate and Triple H just said, look, can you film it on a phone or something? Because we are obviously going to use that footage. So unless like CM Punk had like, you know, Larry filming it or something, I mean, was AJ Lee backstage? Well, could she have been his +1? Oh, God, if we get AJ Lee. If AJ Lee comes back, I'm not going to cope. I'm not going to cope anyway. I'm never going to sleep again. CM Punk coming into AEW was awesome, right? It was done really, really well. I didn't like the shots that he was taking at WWE, and I don't want him taking shots at AEW. I know lots of you out there are going to want that. I don't want that. I think it's petty. It's shooting down. AEW are getting like 800,000 in the ratings. They're getting, God only knows what Collision will do tonight, right? Why do you need to take shots at AEW? It's just petty. It's not needed. So I don't need him. I don't want him to come out on Raw and start shooting on AEW. I don't need or want that. I really don't. I just think it will look cheap. It'll look petty. It's not needed. So I don't need him doing that. But oh my God, what is he gonna say? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. What can they announce? Because they didn't know this was going to happen. So, I mean, there's no graphic for Raw. I don't even know if he's at Raw. I don't think they know if he's at Raw. They're probably scrambling around backstage right now trying to figure out what the flip they're going to do. I mean, there is a shirt, though. I don't know how the shirt came about. But there is a shirt, which is a pretty basic shirt. I mean, if we go to WWE Shop, they said it was up there now. Let's have a little look, shall we? But Chicago Survivor Series, War Games. You've got to think that Cody's probably worried right now, and he's like, "Oh my God, I need to finish the story." On Euroshop, there's no CM Punk. There's no CM Punk on Euroshop. There it is. So it's not hit Euroshop, but it has hit WWE Shop. It's pretty standard, basic stuff, isn't it? Are those two different shirts? Oh, they are. I still don't like it. Randy wasn't wearing his as well, by the way. So they are two. I thought that this Survivor Series War Games was actually the back. I thought the CM Punk logo was at the front, and I thought that Survivor Series thing was at the back. So this is a shirt to basically commemorate his return, right? Which is fine. It's cool. But that's not the one I want. I don't want Survivor Series War Games on it. I know he came back on that show, but just give me the proper shirt. Which I'm guessing is just going to be this, but without the Survivor Series War Games on. It's probably just going to be that, innit? Unless they can come up with like a better design, but you know, no one's had the opportunity to create anything. I wonder if they had like all of 10 minutes to chuck this together. Do you know what I mean? Put the CM Punk text on the back, put the logo on the front, put War Games on, bish bash bosh. I mean, there's clearly not much thought gone into this t-shirt. It's clearly not loads of thought that's gone into this. So they probably had all of 10 minutes to try and chuck it together. Last purchased 8 minutes ago. I'm surprised. You'd think that they would be selling like hotcakes. 8 minutes ago is when it was last bought. Hang on. Let's refresh it. 10 minutes ago now. Come on, people. CM Punk's back. What are you doing? Buy your shirt. Celebrate the return of CM Punk at Survivor Series with this t-shirt. It's one heck of a way to commemorate the spectacle that took place in Chicago. This comfy CM Punk tee doubles as a stylish choice when casual attire is in the cards. Okay. I also want that as well. Look at that, $40. That is a sick, ugly holiday top, isn't it? Look at that. Look at that. Amazing. But even that was bought 11 minutes ago. This is selling as well as the CM Punk one. Can't say I'm surprised. It looks awesome. They don't sell this on Euroshop. Otherwise, I would definitely buy this. I would definitely buy that. But they don't sell it. And to be honest, they don't sell this CM Punk one either yet. You lucky Americans. Has anyone bought one yet? Yeah, they have. 56 seconds ago. Let's go. Let's go. Amazing, innit? Amazing. Dort Knight said, on a serious note, I love competition, but this is a crushing blow for AEW. We don't want to have one big company, but this doesn't help. I hate monopolies, but we could be heading that way. Jamie said, I just bought 10 CM Punk shirts. Trini said, Triple H said it's mighty cold day in hell. OMFG. Triple H is Popper Petty. Popper Petty? Eric said, got to wonder if that's part of a story with Seth. Dark Angel said, that is the ugliest damn sweater I've ever seen. Scottish Nightmare said it will be on Euroshop soon. George said a new video's come out. Rhea Ripley is also peeved. Was she peeved? Was she upset about he had never done anything to her? See, I mean, Seth and CM Punk were in the company at the same time. If she's upset, she's just doing it because all the cool kids are doing it. She's seen Seth getting upset and everything, and she's like, yeah, I'm upset as well now. Oh, I can't believe it. Settle down, Rhea. You've only been around for a few years. Come on, love. There's going to be more eyes on WWE now than there has been for so long. So long. I mean, I don't know if they've negotiated a new home for Raw, but I would imagine that the price for Raw is, you know, significantly increased, because all of a sudden they can be like, do we get CM Punk if we buy Raw? And they're like, well, put another 0 on the end and you can have him. Rhea might have thought she would be the figurehead when Roman leaves, said Dort Knight. I mean, I think that would be naive of her, because her merch doesn't sell anywhere near Cody's merch. I don't even know that her video views kind of get anywhere near some of the other like Cody stuff or LA Knight, you know. So I think if she's disappointed because some other big name has come in, I mean, look, there is going to be professional rivalries and professional jealousies, but you can understand it from Seth, because he was around. He's had to live through these CM Punk chants. He's had a bit of back and forth with Punk. He was around when Punk was around. Rhea doesn't really have much reason. And if she, in her own head, has kind of convinced herself that she's going to be the figurehead after Roman goes, I would say, like, sit down and be humble. That's what I would say. Sit down and be humble. I think you've got a bit carried away. Like, work hard, do the best you can, achieve what you can. And, you know, what is out of your control is out of your control. So I don't look at this as being like, I don't look at this as a reason for people to be upset. If there's one person that should be upset, it should be Cody. I don't think anyone else should be upset. I mean, why should anyone else be upset? Because how does this affect Rhea? I mean, Rhea is still going to be used as the way she's being used, you know? She was treated like a massive star when Roman dominated the title picture. She's been treated like a massive star. So, like, when Roman was going to go, then it would be Cody that would have been in that Roman spot, and she would have been treated like the massive star she is. Now CM Punk's in, she'll still be treated like the massive star that she is. I really don't see how this affects Rhea, unless, as you said, she'd kind of got herself into a bit of a delusion that she was going to be the big star going forward, you know? Which I just don't know what she would base that on, to be honest. And I don't know that's what she was thinking. I don't know if that's what... It might just be that all her friends are upset, so now she's upset. It could be that. Seth has been outspoken. You know, I could understand Seth thinking, oh man, I'm already competing with Roman. I don't need to compete with Cody, and I certainly now don't need to compete with CM Punk. So Seth, I suppose I can understand, but Cody's the one now that you could understand him going, am I going to finish the story? We are. Boss, can I have a word? WrestleMania 40, yeah? I'm still the guy, yeah? I mean, I know you've got a shiny new toy that I'm sure is going to cost you a lot of money, but you remember the plan, yeah? And to be honest, even Sammy's like, oh, God. Even Sammy's like, oh, man, I'm never going to get to this world title. I'm never going to get to this world title. Oh, God. You will, Sammy. You will. You'll get there. Oh, there's so many great matches for him. So many great matches. How much of Punk coming back was to spite AEW, said Francesco. I don't think it was that. I don't think it was that. I genuinely think that, yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's a lovely little dig, but I think, and I could be wrong. I normally am. I think that Triple H and WWE have learnt from the Attitude Era. You see, this is what I keep saying. We always benchmark it against things. This is why this caught us by surprise, because I can't tell you any other moment like this. I can't compare this to anything. This is unique. It is special. It's incredible. It's everything you are thinking that this is. It is those things. I think back to the Attitude Era, and I think back to the fact that when WWE were taking shots at WCW, they were distracted. And actually, vice versa, WCW got distracted when they took shots at WWE. But when WWE focused on themselves, focused on The Rock, focused on Stone Cold, and focused on the Attitude Era, and, you know, yeah, all right, there was still the odd moment, them invading with the tank and all that kind of stuff. There was still the odd moment, but by and large, gone were the billionaire Ted skits, right? Gone was, like, any kind of back and forth shots. Instead, it was, we've got something special here. We've got something that we can build on, and they focused on that. And they won the war. And I think what you don't want to do in this case is get into a back and forth with AEW, because AEW right now are struggling to get 1 million views on Dynamite. They're struggling to get 400,000 views on Collision. The last thing the biggest company in wrestling need to do is pay them any attention, is give them any sort of ammunition, give them any kind of spotlight. They don't need to do that. So I think WWE made a decision that was right for them. I don't think this is anything to do with sticking a finger up to AEW. I think it could be about making sure AEW don't get Punk back. There could definitely be something to that. It could be, let's get Punk so that they can't have him. We've seen what it did to their ratings. We know that he was a big boost to their business. They fumbled it. They dropped the bag. Let's not allow them to pick the bag back up. It might be that. But I don't think they've got him just to brag about it, just to gloat about it. I think they've got him because he did prove to make a difference, and he can't make a difference to them now. And I also think they've got him because, as Triple H just said, if the fans want something, we will try to deliver it for them. The fans wanted Bray Wyatt back. They brought back Bray Wyatt, right? The fans want Roman's title reign to come to an end, and I'm sure it's coming, right? I'm sure that it's on the way. The fans wanted Sammy to get an opportunity. The fans wanted LA Knight to get an opportunity. He got his opportunity. Sammy got an opportunity. Granted, they didn't win, but they got into positions that they wouldn't have got to and hadn't got to before the fans got behind them. So when Triple H says, if the fans want it, I will look to deliver it, I genuinely believe him. I genuinely believe that if the fans want it, I'm going to deliver it. And can we just remember back to what I said earlier when I said I don't think the barrier for this is Triple H. I don't think the barrier is Triple H. I said this before Survivor Series even started. We can watch the clip together. I said, I don't think the barrier is Triple H on this. I think the barrier is Vince. Vince, seemingly, for whatever reason, can't let this one go. And I said, I thought the barrier would be CM Punk, but if reports are to be believed, he seemed open to talks, but WWE weren't interested in engaging in those talks. And I don't think the barrier was Triple H. And again, I don't know if there's a chance, but there's maybe a chance that Vince doesn't even know this has happened. There is maybe a chance that Vince doesn't know this has happened. Because according to Triple H, he said this, and they decided to do this for the company. And I'm sure that they do have a creative freedom, which we know. And I mean, I would think that this sort of an addition would have to be checked in with the board and checked in with, but perhaps they have a degree of freedom, which means they don't have to check in with the board and they don't have to run this past Vince. Because Vince is still in charge. He is the top guy. He could have overruled this. Had he have known, he could have overruled it. Because he's the chairman of the board of TKO, and TKO is the company that owns WWE. So Vince is in charge of the company. He's the chairman of the board of the company that owns WWE. So he could have vetoed it. He could have squashed it and said, no, I'm not supporting that. I would be very interested to know if they just went, well, let's not tell him then. Let's not tell him. If there's a chance he won't let us do it, how about we do the classic, do it, and then apologise for it, rather than ask permission and get told no. Let's do it, and then apologise after. You know, Triple H right now, there's probably a list of people he needs to talk to, and I wonder if Vince McMahon is one. I wonder if Vince is one. I don't know. But the barrier, if reports were to be believed, was that Vince was the one that was poo-pooing it. Vince was the one that was shutting this down. Vince was the one that wasn't sold, if you will, or wouldn't come round to it. But I always thought Triple H would do what was right for business and what was right for ratings and what was right for the WWE universe. I did always think that. I'm not trying to change the narrative. I will never say that I thought this was going to happen. I will never say that I don't take the L. Right? I'm not trying to change the narrative. I'm just trying to, I suppose, get my head around it. I'm trying to understand it because I don't have anything to benchmark this against. This is just such a wonderful, wonderful surprise. It's absolutely fantastic. It's brilliant. It's one of the best moments. I think it's one of the best moments in WWE history. And I don't think that's blowing it out of proportion. I think so many moments get ruined by the dirt sheets. And we've had so many frustrations with that. Kairi Sane's return got ruined. Like that got reported. And there was obviously Randy got shown going into the Performance Center, and then reports came out that he was scheduled to come back at Survivor Series. We know the authors of Pain are around, and they're going to rock up at some point. Like, so much stuff gets ruined. So much stuff gets spoiled. So much stuff we know in advance. This was reported by no one. It was reported by no one because no one knew it was happening. It is. I hope we can find this and do this again. I hope we can find a way of us enjoying this moment again, because it's incredible. Right. Roger said, do you think we get CM Punk and Randy feuds? Yes. I think we get CM Punk and everyone. I mean, CM Punk must be excited to work with people. I think we need to turn the temperature down. I think it was a shock, a surprise. I think the reactions you're seeing on social media are real. I think that CM Punk has just shocked the WWE universe, the WWE roster, WWE executives, WWE creative. So, you know, where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Sean said the wrestlers knew before the War Games match. Oh, has he found out some details? Let's have a look. Let's see what Sean's saying. Sean's had some really good information. Details on Punk's return. This was a minute ago. So, when Triple H and Punk talked last week, apparently, who knew? Doesn't say. How backstage was leading up to it. Reactions, if talent in the ring were made aware. Seth and Drew's reactions. When the agreement was finalised. References. Full story for subscribers. That means it's going to be on Fightful Select. This is a tricky one because I really don't want to ruin this because I think that's moody. It's not on there yet, to be honest. So Sean has said that the full story is available for subscribers. It's not dropped yet. It's not dropped yet. As soon as it drops, this is going to be the story everyone's going to be talking about. But it hasn't dropped yet. Normally, it takes a little bit of time for him to... Sean normally puts this message out and then it's about 10, 15 minutes. Because he knows as soon as he drops this story, that's all anyone's doing videos on. So, yeah, this is... We'll have to just wait a moment on that. But apparently... We're going to get information on when Punk and Triple H talk, which we believe knew. I mean, according to Triple H, him and Tony Khan. Oh, him and Nick Khan. I don't know if Tony Khan knew. Him and Nick Khan. How backstage was, we know about Triple H grabbing the headset and everything. Reactions, we've seen some of those. If talent in ring was made aware, well, according to Cal, who's very good and, you know, knows his stuff, apparently they were made aware just before the War Games match. Seth and Drew's reactions, I'm interested to know more on that. Is it a work? Is it not a work? It feels real to me. The bad language, the middle fingers, all that stuff with kids in the crowd feels real. So I'll be very interested to see what he's got to say and add to that. When the agreement was finalised, Sean tweeted out earlier there was no contract as of this morning. And he said full story is dropping soon. So, yeah, we're just waiting on that to drop. That's going to be dropping, and that's going to be juicy. It's going to be juicy. It's going to be juicy fruit. We are ready. We are ready. I was born ready. Let's go. Big Time said Sean is scrambling, trying to justify why his sources were incorrect. Well, I don't know, actually. I don't know. I mean... If it is true that it... I mean, if it is true that it was not signed until earlier today, and before this there'd been a 1 hour conversation between... It could have been on a phone. I don't know if they met up or if it was a phone call or whatever, but my belief is that Triple H and CM Punk had an hour conversation last week. So if that was in private on a phone, like, you know, in an office, no one knew it was happening, apart from Nick Khan. And then as of this morning, there was no contract signed. Like, oh, mate, I can't be throwing shade at... And do you know what? I can't throw shade anyway. I can't throw shade because this is my dream. I hate that the dirt sheets ruin stuff. So I ain't going to throw shade on him getting it wrong. I ain't going to throw shade on people saying that, there will be people that do that. There will be people that throw shade now. I think the much healthier way of looking at it is, what a moment. What a moment. Are you not just absolutely elated that in 2023 we got to enjoy that moment together and we got to enjoy that moment? All the reaction videos that you're going to see now, everything that's going to come out from this, all the fallout from this. What a gift. What a real serious gift that we've just had there. So I think rather than like throwing shade at Sean or throwing shade at Dave Meltzer going, well, you didn't get this right, you didn't report this, I would much rather look at it and go, good. I'm glad you didn't report it. I'm glad you didn't get it right. I'm glad that whoever told you it definitely wasn't happening, it didn't happen. Because it was a much better moment for it. A much better moment for it. I'm just waiting to see if it's going to drop yet. No, still hasn't. Still hasn't. Right, let's get a few comments. We've already stuck around for an hour and a half. We've been live for 8 hours, nearly 8.5 hours. Let's go. Let's go. We're putting in the work today. Benbo said, imagine at Mania, Punk against Austin, Stone Cold's actual final match. Jay said, I'm so happy. Jazz said, this makes 2024 huge. WWE fan said, the fact we got CM Punk before we saw Roman lose the title is crazy. Corgus Cool said, Dave Meltzer's on life support. I think I almost joined him. I am 41D3N said, Finn Balor was asked a while ago if he would be open to working with Punk at some point, and he said that he would wrestle a broomstick if he got paid to do it. James said, wrestling in 2023 is effing wild. William said, let us be clear, Punk showed up. Does that mean he's wrestling? Will everyone be okay if Punk is just an announcer? That would be wild as well. Imagine that. He comes in, but he's actually just going to be a commentator. Alvin Pye said, I think if Seth was told before the match, they would have left the building. I know it sounds unprofessional, but I think Seth would do it considering who it is. That's a good point. If you're Triple H, would you run the risk of telling Seth? Again, is it not better to say to Seth, I'm sorry, I should have told you after, rather than tell him and run the risk of him doing a Sasha and Naomi? You know? I don't know. That's a tricky one. That's a real tricky one. I've got to be honest, if I'm Triple H, I don't think I'm going to allow Seth to do something he might regret. So I don't think I'd tell him. Because I wouldn't want Seth distracted during the match. And I wouldn't want it to be a case that he storms out of anger and then I've got a real problem. Because if he doesn't do the match that's advertised, there's got to be a repercussion for that. And even if it's because he's, you know, can't believe CM Punk's back, whatever, still got to deal with that. So I think I would not tell him. Not because I'd be worried of him having a go, right? Or worried about having the conversation with him. But because I don't want him to do so much stupids. And I don't want him distracted during that match with those types of spots. So I wouldn't tell him. I wouldn't tell him. And it'll be interesting to know if Triple H did tell him. It'll be interesting to know if Triple H did tell him. Because those reactions from him feel real. They feel real. But we're about to find out. We'll find out from Sean. I mean, Sean said he's going to drop this thing. It is moody to read it as it's dropped. But, I mean, these videos are going to be out there. Right, here we go. This is moody. I feel bad for it. But I will get over it. So, CM Punk is back. This is going to be everywhere now. People will be doing videos on this, right? In fact, I should probably do a video on this. Let's get... Is there a nice picture? Do you know what it is? It's got to be this picture, innit? It's got to be this picture. It's got to be Punk and Triple H. So, as we read this out... Look at this. Look at this. Boys. Boys will be boys. Okay. So, more emerging details courtesy of Fightful and Fightful Select. So, a big shout out to Sean Ross Sapp, who's really gone and gathered together as much information as he can regarding CM Punk's return. So this is on Fightful Select. And apparently the return came to the shock of many, even those in the company. CM Punk returned, and Fightful was told that CM Punk and Triple H had a very productive hour-long conversation on November 19th. That was 1 week ago. Fightful has posted that this conversation took place. It was very productive, but nothing was signed at that point. Triple H confirmed that this had come together quite quickly. A lot of the speculation in the past was just speculation. So as of last week, as of 7 days ago, that is seemingly their first conversation. That's the first initial contact. So any speculation before that, any of those raw references, raw mentions, seemingly nothing but coincidental or potentially trolling, right? It said it didn't look like a deal was going to happen. Triple H said that everything up until last week was pure speculation. Punk had told people close to him that a return was happening. Minutes before Punk appeared, a section of the backstage area was cleared. Punk was seen in plain sight, and were told that Triple H took over producing the show. So it's already been reported on Twitter by Sean that it was Triple H that called for the little logo in the corner, the trademark logo. And it was Triple H that said, hit CM Punk's music. Now, I hope there's a camera back there, because I don't know if he hits the music and then Punk appears backstage, or if Punk appeared and then they hit the music. I don't know which one came first, but I need to see it. I need to see the facial expressions, because everything that's being reported is that people did not know, right? People didn't know. Apparently, the people that knew about this was very, very small. This is why it didn't come out. This is why it wasn't in the dirt sheets. So, right, Punk claimed that as of Saturday morning, no contract was signed. So as of the morning of Survivor Series, he had not signed a contract with WWE. So Punk came out, as we said. Producers, referees, staff, talent, head writers were not told. Let me repeat that again, because there is nothing we can compare this to. I can't tell you of any other return that compares to this. It's producers, referees, staff, talent, and even head writers from creative were not told. Incredible. Incredible. Triple H, Bruce Pritchard's, Michael Hayes discussed the change to a main event, but were not told if that was Punk related. So apparently there was a little change made to the main event. Don't know what it was, and we don't know if it was Punk related. So main event talent being upset. There was numerous talent on the roster that were upset. So there's a video doing the rounds of CM Punk like flipping the bird, swearing his head off. Like there is some really upset images coming out of Survivor Series after the show. So Fightful here just talking about the fact that there was every emotion doing the rounds. Talent were pulled aside before War Games and told Punk would be returning at the conclusion of the show. At least one talent claimed legitimately to be upset. Drew and Seth were visibly angry. We haven't confirmed whether or not those were actual reactions, but they were at least claimed to be for obvious reasons. Seth was restrained by Michael Cole, Corey Graves, and others. Drew was said to be very visibly upset backstage and even left the venue. WWE reiterated that any perceived references from Shinsuke or commentary were not with the knowledge of this deal. So the Shinsuke stuff had nothing to do with CM Punk. Any commentary teases had nothing to do with CM Punk, according to this article. There was one top talent that told Fightful they understood the surprise aspect, but felt that Triple H could lose some trust amongst many people that he worked with in building up this moment. So it's really difficult to know as to whether that's Seth Rollins and Drew McIntyre reaction, and certainly the Seth one. It's hard to know if that's genuine or not. I mean, it's reported here that they were told before the War Games match that CM Punk was coming back, right? So that is being reported. I've got to think that Seth was in the group. I still don't think it changes that reaction, though. I think the reaction that Seth gives is a genuine reaction. I still believe, I think the frustration, if he wasn't told, then, you know, I think clearly that's a genuine reaction. If he was told, maybe that's the emotion coming out. I mean, maybe he is working. Maybe Seth is working. Perhaps Triple H has said to Seth, listen, his first match is going to be against you. We're going to do CM Punk against Seth Rollins. And I want you to be visibly upset after, because we're going to build towards this at WrestleMania. Like, that could absolutely be happening. But the way that Seth looks, the intensity, the fact that Michael Cole is restraining him. Michael Cole and Corey Graves get up off commentary and come round, and you've got talent just looking lost at ringside. It is an incredible video if you haven't seen it. But Seth is like flipping the bird and he's swearing his head off. And you've got to remember, there's kids in the crowd. This is not AEW. This is WWE. So this is not the kind of thing we would expect from WWE. This is not the kind of thing we would expect from Seth Rollins. It feels very real. It feels very primal. It feels very initial. It feels like it's coming from quite an honest place. So obviously we need more information on it. That's everything we know. The reason why no one was expecting it is because as of 7 days ago, it wasn't happening. And as of this morning, no contract was signed. And pretty much no one knew. This is as perfect a return as I think WWE could have hoped for. Ideally, without Seth losing his mind, right? But the fact they kept it out the dirt sheets, the fact that there was nothing to indicate this was going to happen, incredible. This is the gold standard of returns. Incredible. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. There we go. There we go. So the thing here says, I mean, look, I'll read it again. As it pertains to the main event talent being upset, I'll read it word for word. As it pertains to the main event talent being upset, there are numerous talent on the roster in general that are upset. Just as there are some that are excited, curious, there's every emotion. So that's what's being reported right now. Some people are upset. Some people are curious. Curious. They're curious. They've never seen anything like CM Punk before. So some are curious. Some are excited. Some are upset. I've got the full range. I've got the whole range. So we've got everything going on. And it says that talent was pulled aside before the War Games match. So I think the men's, not the whole show. I take that as just the men's. So that would imply that both men's teams were told, listen, this is going to happen, right? That CM Punk would be returning at the conclusion of the show. At least one talent claimed legitimately to be upset. Seth. I bet that was Seth. By the return of Punk. And both Drew and Seth were visibly angry. So I wonder if that's still referring to before or if that has now switched to after, because it is true Drew and Seth were visibly angry, but they were visibly angry after the show as well. So I don't know what they're referring to there. I don't know if they mean backstage before the War Games match. They told them, you know, and there was one that was upset and 2 that were visibly angry. And what does upset mean? Does that mean crying? Does that mean, did someone cry? If someone cried, I need to know about it. So someone was upset. They cried like a baby. And then Drew and Seth were visibly angry. We haven't confirmed whether those were actual reactions. You see, this is where I get confused because what does that mean? When we don't know if they were actual reactions. This must mean they were the reactions at ringside. This is a little bit all over the place. You know, they go from talking about the talent was told backstage to then talking about Drew and Seth were visibly upset, but it doesn't make it clear if that was backstage or if that was after CM Punk had come back. I'm starting to think that it was after Punk had come back that they were visibly upset. And now they're saying we don't know if those emotions were real or not. There's no confirmation if that was real or not, right? We haven't confirmed whether these were actual reactions, but they were at least claimed to be. So it is claimed that they were real for obvious reasons. Seth had to be restrained by Michael Cole. That's the greatest line I've ever read. Seth had to be restrained by Michael Cole. I never thought I would see the day where I had to read the sentence, Seth had to be restrained by Michael Cole. This is the greatest world that could, of all the different parallel universe, we're living in the greatest one. Unless there's one where Michael Cole is beating Seth Rollins in the ring at WrestleMania for the world title, right? But the fact that I get to sit here and read the sentence, and it makes sense. I'm reading it, and it makes sense. It's not a typo. Michael Cole restrained Seth Rollins. This is the best. This is just the best. Wrestling is just the best. Corey Graves and others. Drew McIntyre was said to be visibly upset backstage, crying like a baby, leaving the venue. WWE reiterated that any perceived references from Shinsuke or stuff on commentary was done without the knowledge of this deal. There was one top talent that told Fightful that they understood the surprise aspects, but they felt Triple H could lose some trust. It's going to be trust issues. They need to do that where they fall in each other's arms. Triple H needs to catch everyone to show that he can be trusted. That Triple H could lose some trust. I don't think he should. I mean, I know that there's going to be a lot of people that have got issues with it, but, you know, at the end of the day, this is something that's going to really benefit the company. It's something that's going to... The ratings for Raw, do you reckon we're doing a 1.4 on Monday? Because I don't think so. Do you remember last week when we did a 1.4 something and everyone was like, that was really good. That was really good. 1.4. Yeah, let's see what Monday does now, shall we? Let's see what a real good rating looks like. Because we're off to Ratings Town, baby. Yeah, we're off to Ratings Town. Because we are going to get some sexy numbers on Monday. It's going to be good, man. 1.4. We're off to 1.5. We're at 1.5 we're getting on Monday. It's going to be sick. They haven't even announced is there. But who's not watching Raw? You'd be a lunatic. You'd be a lunatic to not watch Raw. So, yeah, it's going to be amazing. I think that this is going to be, it's going to boost everything. It's going to breathe life into everything. I think it's another dream match for people to have. You know, it's just, oh my God, it's like the Attitude Era's back. It's like the Attitude Era's back. WWE are just going to make so much money. I knew I should have bought TKO stocks. I knew it. As soon as I saw the stock price, I was like, oh man, I need to get on this. What has the TKO stock gone up, do you reckon? I bet the markets are closed, aren't they? TKO stock. It is up 0.05%. I knew it. I knew it would go up. It's gone up 0.0. Look at this. It's gone up. Flipping. Look at this. TKO. Look, it's here. Earlier today, it was there. Actually, is this the rise? Is that the rise? 12.30. 1. Has he done that? Has he gone? Hang on. What time? Is this today? What's happening? Is that where we are now? Oh, I can't read stocks. This is today. Would this be on the... This would be California time, maybe. I don't know. What time is this? It's 5 o'clock in the morning here. Has it gone up from there? Has it gone up from 77.67 to 78.5? Is that what CM Punk's done? They are predicting it's going to go back down again. But it might not. It might just keep going, baby. To the moon! To the moon? Well, look, do you know what? All I know is Mama told me green is good. And we in green, baby. We in green. I mean, I didn't buy any, so I'm not actually benefiting, but I thought about it. When TKO started, I did think about it. I didn't do it. Toot, toot. Dude, Raw might do 2 to 3 million. I'm not even lying. Wow, when he came back at Rampage, Rampage did 1.2. 1.2 million for Rampage, and that was Rampage. So if we apply that same increase to Raw, that means Raw's going to do 10 million. It's going to go bananas. I mean, Rampage normally does 300,000. So that means it 4x'd. It 4x'd. If you 4x Raw, I don't even know what the number is. It normally does 1.5. 4x it, what's that, 6 million? I mean, it's clearly not going to do that. You know, it's going to do 7. I'm so excited. It's the best day ever. George said, the amount of money I would pay to be backstage. Oh, my God, I know. Oh, God, I know. I'd love it. Just pay, I'd buy to go to Survivor Series, and I'd be like, can I just go to Gorilla? I'll be ever so quiet. Just give me a seat in Gorilla. And then I'd sit there, and they'd be like, what are you doing here? I'd be like, nothing, doesn't matter, don't worry about me. Just waiting for the end of the show. Carry on about your business. I'm not here to disturb anyone. I'm just waiting for the end. After the trademark has appeared. I hope there's cameras back there. Jim said Raw is going to beat the Cheers series finale. Let's go. Dark Knight said there won't be any movement in the shares at the weekend, but you can expect it to rise on Monday. That's what she said. Tiago said CM Punk waved and smiled to the ring, supposedly to Rollins. It must be a work. I hope it's not. It's just the best, isn't it? It's just the best. I'd like to imagine Punk was sitting on his couch watching Survivor Series. I'd like to think he was watching this stream. Imagine that. Imagine CM Punk was watching this stream, and we basically spent 7 hours going, he ain't coming back. He ain't coming back. I even said I'll put this in the background, so if he does come back, it makes me look like I called it all along, right? And I did it as a joke. I mean, I look amazing right now, but I did it as a joke. He was totally watching the stream. I heard a rumor he only came back because he's a friend of Ryback, and Ryback's got an issue with this community. I think it's you guys he's got the issue with, but I'm the one that gets the heat. And so he blocked me, and he did it as a favour. And Ryback said that retirement thing just to throw everyone off the scent. It's clever. I'd like to imagine Punk was sitting on his couch watching Survivor Series, and midway through he got a call by Triple H, hopped in the car and drove to the arena. He only lives next door. Yeah. I've not watched Raw in years, only pay-per-views, but I'm watching Monday, says Matt. Mr. Quake, shout out to you. Winford said, Days 2 weeks ago, I asked if CM Punk would return. You said no, and look what happened. I know. I was there. I was there. I've said enough times, I take the L on this. I take the L. You might as well change my name to Lays. It's not a bad name, actually. Gaming in Real Time said, you're still here. Punk versus Seth. Let's go. Let's go. We are still here. We're clocking into the 9-hour mark. It's nothing for us. I feel so alive. I've never felt so awake in all my life. It's amazing. Days, I'd have Punk and Randy on Raw. What is Fox deserving of any special treatment when they passed up on renewing WWE? USA is keeping a WWE show. It's a good point. It's a good point. Slick said the internet is officially broken. Crispy said, how many people watch Rampage and Collision tonight? I don't even know what those shows are. Mr. Quake said, I want an RK Bro reunion. Typical Summer said, it's the best background ever. You need to keep it till December. We knew it was happening, mate. This is no surprise to this community. You know, we've had this in the background all night. Don't check. And, you know, I mean, just go back to the moment he returns. This is what we had in the background. We never lost faith. We never lost faith. In Triple H, we trust. Ryback always makes his way into the conversation, said Jay. Yeah, because he blocked me. I'm over it. Not over it. Wrestling Lays. It should be Leslin Lays, really. It should be Leslin Lays and Lieback. Lieback! Lieback! Oh, my God. Oh, just keep... Do you know... Oh, everything's magical in it. Everything's brilliant. Lieback! Sit back. Lieback. Leslin Lays and Lieback. Oh, God, it'd be the best comedy duo. Best cop show ever. Leslin Lays. Lays and Lieback. Wrestling said, don't let all of this distract you from Randy's traps. Oh, he was jacked, weren't he? He was jacked. He looks so good. He looks so good. It's true. It's a really good point. He looked awesome. Lieback. Can't believe it. Do you think MJF is more likely to go to WWE now? I don't even know what to think anymore. I've given up on predicting. It's not for me. It's not my vocation. Predicting what's going to happen in the future. It turns out I don't know what's going to happen in the future. It's disappointing. So I've given up on that now. Instead, you're only allowed to ask questions about the past now. I know shut your mouth and know your role. That's what The Rock says. I know my role. All we're going to do now is talk about Gotch and Hackenschmidt from the early 1900s. That's all we're doing now. I've given up on predicting. We're not going to talk about 2024. We're going to talk about 1924. So we're always going to... This channel is now going to always operate 100 years behind. And we're just going to have those conversations. So I hope you're all up to speed with your Ed Strangler Lewis knowledge. Yeah? Jim said 2K needs to scramble and get CM Punk into WWE 2K23. Let's go. Let's go. Matt Riddle said, Matt Riddle tweeted, you thought I was hard to deal with. Have fun with 0-2 CM Punk. That's a really good line. Has he really sent that out? Has he really sent that out? Oh my God, that's so good. Oh man. Is that what he said? Oh my God. Oh, I thought CM Punk had responded, but it's a fake CM Punk. Oh my God, look at this. Hey, WWE, you thought I was hard to deal with. Have fun with 0-2 CM Punk. And then I thought that was the real CM Punk for a second, but it's actually CM Punk. He says, hey, Matt, riddle me this. Who's the cuck that was heavily intoxicated and accused cops of sexual assault? That was Matt Riddle. I'm in the WWE again. Where are you now? He is at home, probably. But just so that we can make sure we're on the same page. This person has got 11,000 followers, which is not bad. It's more than me. on X, so I'm not throwing any shade, but it's probably not the real CM Punk. That's all I'm gonna say. I wouldn't read too much into that tweet because I don't think this sent 37 minutes ago is the real CM Punk, but this is, I believe, the real Matt Riddle. 307,000. L so big, Roman can't even acknowledge it. Oh, come on. He was having a laugh. That's all he was doing. I don't take that as serious. I take this as a jokey tweet. Hey, WWE, I was having fun still with laughing face. Have fun with 02 CM Punk. I don't think that's serious. There's Punk. Oh, my God. I better not be blocked by him. Am I blocked by CM Punk? Woo! Let's go, baby! Yeah! Stupid Ryback. I'm not blocked by Jericho. I've said horrible things about him. Who else have I had to go at? Oh, Julia Hart. She sucks. Am I blocked by her? Is she even on there? Oh my God, I might be. Is she on there? She's even not on there, or I actually might be blocked by her. I hope I am. This is kind of interesting now. Who am I blocked by? I have only ever been aware of Kathy Kelly. And she didn't unblock me, but I just got a new account. So she hasn't blocked that one. Oh, I've put Julie Hart. No wonder. Oh, there she is. Oh, yay! It's only stupid Ryback. Stupid Ryback. I'm over it, guys. It's all right. I'll get over it. Up is down, left is right, right is wrong. It's all over the road, isn't it? It's all over the road. You're blocked by Linda. Trini said Ryback has blocked me too. I'm sorry, mate. I'm starting a support group. Have you seen WWE's banner at the top of their X page? No. Let's have a look. Let's go. WWE. Oh! Never say never. Wow. There it is. There is the moment. Could have put on a suit. Look at him, man. He's so lucky to get those moments so many times, isn't he? He's so lucky. So many times he gets to walk out there and just wow. We've seen these winners, Survivor Series reactions. Randy Orton is back. Awesome. Triple H, I love you so much. The ending was everything. Triple H is best for business. Chills. It's amazing, isn't it? Marry me! Yeah! Triple H, the GOATs. 10 out of 10 Survivor Series. Back. CM Punk is back. Effing chills. I love you, Big Nose. Liking that. I love you. CM Punk. I've got goosebumps. Best for business. AEW is in the mud. Nice one. It's clobbering time. I effing love you. Merry Christmas. Excellent show, but too many words. Dude, I love you, Big Nose. That's still the best one I've seen so far. I cry. OMG, I had chills. Survivor Series, thank you, Triple H. Randy and Punk are back. What a way to end the show. Absolute cinema. I'm liking that as well. Shocked Shrek. Rihanna likes it. Hunter, thank you, is back. Holy shiz. The real GOAT returned. I'm liking that as well. 10 out of 10. I'm in shock right now. You guys killed it. Bro, there's no way that just happened. It happened. This was 2 hours ago. This was 2 hours ago now. Thank you, WWE. Thank you. I effing knew it. OMG. I still can't breathe. That's pretty cool, isn't it? That's pretty cool. What was that reaction to? I don't know what that was, but that's a great moment. I feel like that is how I need to still watch how I reacted because I don't know. I remember it was over 2 hours ago now, but I remember hearing the music and seeing the graphics, and it wouldn't compute. It wouldn't compute. I was looking at it and I was like, it wouldn't compute. It was the weirdest thing. I so didn't believe it was happening. I mean, I made that very vocal anyway. But when the surprise that they'd built up on the show turned out to be Randy, you know, even then you're like, I think I remember saying like, oh, they've got the trademark thing up, but they've done that before. I remember saying that. And then I think his music hit and I just don't remember. It didn't go in. I should have probably put a reaction video up by now. And I should have put up that video I recorded by now, but... Michael Cole jumping for joy. Stop it. Where? Hang on, let's have a little look. What's this? Oh my God! Michael Cole jumping for joy. I need to see this. Michael Cole here. Oh, I didn't see the call. Oh, look at Seth. Seth in the ring. What's he saying? Oh, he's having a pop at the ref, man. Seth having a pop at the ref. Chicago going crazy. Seth isn't. We need a new cameraman. Yeah, we don't care. We can watch that on TV. Show us. Oh, you've botched this. There's no point showing us what we can see on TV. We want to see Seth. That's it. Zoom in. Don't look at him. Look at Seth. Look at Seth. Oh, pacing around, isn't he? Pacing around. Wow. He's not. Do you know what? I don't think he liked it. Again, I'm looking at Michael Cole. He's got his arms up. He's doing the call. He's not really jumping for joy. I don't think his arms are going up jumping for joy. I think he's just calling the moment. Wow. Oh, my God. It's incredible, isn't it? Look at that. CM Punk coming walking out. Oh, my God. It's incredible. I can't wait to rewatch this. It's amazing. Wrestling is the best. If anyone tells you wrestling's rubbish, just punch them in the face. Punch them in the face. Push them over. If you're a bigger child and there's like a smaller kid saying wrestling sucks, you officially are allowed to bully them. You're allowed to push them over and you don't even have to feel bad about it. It's their fault. It's their fault. It's not your fault. I am giving you a free pass. You can say Wrestling Days said I'm allowed to do this. Wrestling Lays said I'm allowed to do this. I'm allowed to do this. You've disrespected wrestling. Oh, give him a GTS. Yeah, man. Oh, I need to go. We've done 9 hours. I've got videos to do. I'm losing out on so many views. I don't care. Just don't care. I'm just. If I was a good YouTuber, I would have stopped the stream ages ago, and I would have done reaction videos and what do you think's gonna happen with Punk and all this stuff, and I wouldn't have sat here and just chatted away for 2 hours after the show ended. But oh my God, you just want to drink it in, don't you? Just want to drink it in. It's just the best. Wrestling's the best. There you have it. The spokesman for Kids Magazine says bullying kids is okay. I've got articles in them magazines sometimes. I just think that, I mean, look, I think WWE Kids Magazine would support this, but if someone is going to be disrespectful about wrestling, I think they deserve to be bullied, right? I can't really speak for them on their behalf, but I think we know the truth. I think if anyone's going to say wrestling sucks, right? All I'm saying is I would turn a blind eye. That's all I'm saying. If I was a teacher and I saw a kid go, oh, you like wrestling? Sucks. And then that kid got bullied, I'd be like, this, distracted. Do you know what I mean? I'm not aware that it's happening. I'm doing something else. You know, I'm just saying some of these kids, they bring it on themselves. Legend Killer said, Days, bye Ryback. I'm over it, mate. I'm over it. Not bothered. I wanted to get blocked. And I blocked him. Did you see earlier? I blocked him. You should challenge Ryback to a match and have Kathy Kelly be the referee. They don't want nothing to do with me, mate. I'm a bad influence. I'm one of them shock jocks. I'm one of those evil YouTubers that I'm just a bad influence. Do you know what I mean? I'm just a bad influence. I'm one of the wrong uns. I mean, in all fairness, I have just kind of okayed bullying, I suppose. Oh, it's a fine line, innit? Days trying to stay relevant as a heel. Let it go. Punk is back, said Dortnight. Crispy Chicken said Moxley won't leave AEW. He's the face of the company. AEW signs Ospreay. WWE says, hold my beer. Mr. Quake said, Days, you blocked me, so... That's not true. I don't think I've ever blocked anyone. I am much more of a fan of the mute button. I think the mute button, which can just get rid of anything you don't want to see, but doesn't actively block people, that's more my style. I'm not a blocker. I'm a muter. Let's clean up this feed a little bit. So I'd feel pretty confident everyone here is muted. I'd feel pretty confident all of you guys are muted. I don't need that noise, right? But you won't be blocked. You won't be blocked. If you'd been blocked by me, I'd have some serious questions because I don't remember blocking anyone. Well, apart from Ryback. Did you see when I blocked Ryback? There was an exception, actually. I have blocked someone, Ryback. James said, non-PG, what are you going to do about it? Sean has tweeted again. Let's go. What's Sean saying? Oh, my God. He's so full of information, isn't he? He's loving it. I'm loving it. Oh, Sean, what you saying, mate? What you saying? I haven't even uploaded that video from Fightful Select, which was how long ago now? I'm having a look. 40 minutes ago, that was. Do you know what I mean? I mean, all right, we spoke about it on a live stream, but I could have put it out as a separate video. I didn't. Oh, yeah, but I'm the one that gets blocked. Right, Sean said, we'll have an update on the Punk story in a few minutes. The reactions backstage weren't all negative as appeared on screen. Good. Well, he did say that. That was in the last thing, wasn't it, already? He said some were curious, some were excited, and some were, like, you know, what we saw, upset, annoyed. So he said, we'll have an update on the Punk story. Not everyone was negative backstage. Yeah. I'm sure Akira Tozawa was over the moon. I mean, all he does is his little dance thing, innit? Do you know what I mean? Who else would like Punk being back? don't know. I mean, there probably isn't the longest of lists. Don't know. FTR. Could we get FTR? Can we get them now? What about if we say, look, it's not Vince booking, it's Triple H booking, and we've got CM Punk. Do you want to come and play with him for a bit? We can do CM FTR. You don't have to shave each other's backs in the showers whilst the Usos watch. Which is something we did last time. That was a segment. They were in the showers and they were shaving each other's back, and I think it was the Usos that peered round the shower and watched them. And for some reason, we put that on TV. That's a thing that made air. Jesus. Don't forget, Punk is a Paul Heyman guy. Oh, yeah. Heyman will be pleased. Yeah. LA Knight, CM Punk. Logan, Punk, and... oh, my God. I bet Logan's wetting himself. Logan will be pleased about it. DIY, FTR. Shave me, baby. Didn't FTR just extend their contracts? Listen, contracts can be burnt. Contracts can go missing. Contracts can be cut up. Yeah? What contract? Oh, I didn't sign no what contract? Hey? I didn't sign no contract. What are you going to do about it? Just saying it can get dirty. What a night of wrestling. Welcome back, CM Punk. Oh, yeah, we are going. I keep saying we're going. We are going. We're 9 hours, 10 minutes. We've clocked up. Randy was known to be returning. The internet community had been talking about CM Punk's return. R-Truth was the actual surprise, said Dad Stuff. Why aren't we talking more about that? That is true, actually. Days, I bet Cora Jade is over the moon. Punk is her hero. I didn't know that. But I'm going to probably take a few naps tomorrow. There's too much going on. Definitely going to catch some English and Scottish football, said George. Ryback is punching the air right now, said Hawk is not an L. Didn't they get the rights to the name CMFTR? Yeah, but did they get the rights to FTRCM? Hey? It's up here for thinking, it's down there for dancing. So it's still Cody to dethrone or Punk now. I think it's still Cody. I hope it's still Cody. Trini said, Days, a week ago, I hate it when they don't honour contracts. Punk returns. Days is like, burn the contracts! Yeah! Burn them, burn them, burn them. Oh, you're right. You're right. It would be great to see FTR in WWE, though. Do AEW contracts mean anything, though? Do you know what I mean? They're probably not written on paper. They're just sealed with a hug. Do you know what I mean? They're verbalized, and the sign-in is an awkward hug that your whole get held for too long. Do you know what I mean? That ain't worth anything. Unless it's actually written down. Do you know what I mean? Unless it's written down. I'd love them to come back. I don't think they will, but I would love FTR back. Oh, you're fired, says El Leon. CM Punk has been added to the current superstar page. It's the best. It's the best. I'm so happy. I've never been this happy. I always wondered what happiness felt like. I always wondered what it was like to be happy. And now I know. And I'm so pleased I got to experience it. It's the best. It's the best. Right, there's a new story coming to Fight for Select. We can't stay here forever. I know that you want to, and I want to as well. We are going to do a Sunday stream tomorrow, and we will probably talk about this. We'll probably talk about this. And don't forget, we're back on Monday as well. So we'll probably talk about it there as well, right? There's a lot of conversations that are going to be had. So we will do a Sunday stream. As usual, on this channel, I will set it up. I mean, I just feel like I've got so much to do right now. I feel like I just feel overwhelmed. I feel like I need to get a reaction video out, which I'm really looking forward to seeing myself. I need to get whatever this news is that's about to drop. In fact, I might scrap that last video I did. I might just scrap it. And I might just go with whatever's about to drop here. I feel like there's big news around Seth's reaction, but we might get some more information on that. The story is moving so quickly, isn't it? It's moving so. I feel like the reason why the stream is continuing is because there's always, did you see this? Did you see this tweet? Did you see what Riddle said? Did you see this? Did you see that? Like, there's just so much reaction. There's so much noise. There's so much fallout. Like, there's so much going on. Like, this show ended like 2.5 hours ago, and I feel like we could do another 5-hour stream. Because I just, like, we're waiting for something else to come through now. And once this comes through, there'll be something else. So we've got to draw the line somewhere. We've got to draw the line somewhere. Hayden, shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that joined us. Really, wow. I mean, if this did not tickle your tushy, then I just don't know what will. I don't know what in wrestling is going to do it. I mean, this has just been one of the best moments I can ever remember in WWE history. I just think this has been incredible. The fact that we got this and it was not spoiled, I didn't expect it. Amazing. So amazing. So amazing. I'm so overjoyed. I've never been happier to be wrong in my life. So we will be back. We will talk about it. We will talk about it on the Sunday stream, of course. We'll have all the detail on that. I'm going to see what this report says. I'll probably put this out as a separate video. I'll put the reaction video out. Wow. Amazing. If you looked at the card and decided to skip Survivor Series, I can only imagine you're in a gutter right now in tears. And do you know what? It's where you deserve to be. And if you think that wrestling's rubbish, you need to get in that same gutter, because wrestling is the best. It is the best. And tonight was maybe the best example of it. So thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate the support as always. Have a great evening wherever you are. And hopefully I'll see you again next time. And as Blaze Radio says, days. I can't believe R-Truth is back. I know, mate. I know. R-Truth, baby. R-Truth, baby.